Please bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear God, we offer everything to you during this seminar. May we ask for your blessing and divine providence that the activities set for this undertaking be successful and effective. May we also retain the invaluable knowledge and learning experiences that we derive from this activity. We pray that you bless all the committee in charge that they fulfill tasks responsibly, that the objectives they have set may all be achieved. You are generous as blessing would mean success of this seminar. We know that without it we can do nothing. Maybe believing witnesses of your genuine love through the implementation of the knowledge acquired through this activity. Grant us your divine wisdom as we about our daily tasks after this seminar. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Bakit? Layo ko naman. Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to our second day of free seminar for tax preparer, no? And Kung Hee Fat Choi. Kasi kaming dalawa na lang na naman ni Hari. Kasi holiday pa lang ngayon, no? Anyway, even if holiday, tuloy po tayo. Ilan yung ating viewers na?
27 ko lang.
Okay. Nag-holiday na yung iba, no? Okay. Hindi, bali, kahit tayo tuloy pa rin. O kahit holiday, tuloy yung ating trabaho. Anyway, what we learned kahapon, we have our tax deductions, no? What are the itemized deductions allowable? And then, yung second topic natin is about the disclosures to financial statements. And then, nung hapon, asan na yung ano natin? Yung handouts natin na panghapon, yun yata. Akin na.
Hindi yung ano yung katulad ng sa inyo.
Okay, yung... Ano? Okay. Yung panghapon, how to prepare consolidated financial statements, and then yung reconciliation of earnings available for dividends and other schedules. Yun po yung hapon natin. So yung mga schedules that we have discussed kahapon, yung requirements ng SEC, no? For iba't ibang klaseng mga companies. And today, our second day, our first topic is about the preparation of financial statement for cooperatives. Kasi na-observe ko, wala talagang idea, no? And if you try to look at the requirements, sino ba dapat ang gagawa ng financial statement? It should be the management, no? It's the management responsibility. Pero pag pumupunta sa auditors, lahat na papagawa sa auditors, no? Which is hindi po dapat because the work of the auditor is to audit, no? I-vouch niya kung tama ba yung financial statements na nagawa at saka yung mga supporting documents. At saka hindi yun. There are constraints pagka ang auditor or CPA na walang alam, siya yung gagawa ng financial statements, what can you expect, no? Kasi hindi mo alam, manghuhula ka lang. So, ang dapat talaga dyan, management ang gagawa. Kasi sila yung nasa operation, sila yung may alam ng ah, mga dapat na ilagay doon sa financial statements. And then we have the preparation of financial statements for non-stock, non-profit corporations. Actually, ang daming non-stock, non-profit corporations. No? Nandyan, yung iba mga dormant, yung iba, napakarami. And ito, para to sa mga accountants, no, ng mga non-stock, non-profit corporations on what they do. Lalo na ngayon, there are so many requirements. Ang is easy yung mga attached schedules that should be attached to the financial statements. No? And then we have the preparation of financial statements for contractors and other service companies. Ito pa lang yung contractors, ang haba na. And then discuss natin yung PFRS 15, no? Yung mga requirements sa contractors as to their contracts, yung disclosures nila, yung mga contracts nila signed during the year, o kaya yung still existing na mga contracts, and then yung cost of the contract, no? Yung contract price, the cost of the contract, and then the income from the contracts, no? Kailangan naka-disclose yan. Okay. Shout out sa mga participants natin. Represented na ba lahat? No, our participants is Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. No, shout out po sa inyo lahat and good morning po. Ilan na yung viewers natin?
105.
Okay. So, itong sample natin na statement of financial statements ng mga cooperatives na email na rin to sa kanila.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, ito galing po to sa CDA, no? Sa CDA po talaga to galing. And na format. So, sundan na lang ninyo and then pag gumawa kayo ng mga notes to financial statements ninyo, see to it na yung mga numbers dito sa notes ay tugma din doon sa gagawin ninyo disclosures, no? So, our first example for the ABC Cooperative. Ito pong seminar natin for tax preparer, when we say preparation of financial statement for cooperatives, ang ibibigay ko sa inyo yung sample ng financial statements. Since sabi nga natin tax preparation ito, after that, magpi-fill up pa kayo ng 1702 na AX, no? Kasi kung exempt kayo. Pero kung meron kayo halimbawa na taxable na activity, then MX ang ilalagay nyo. 1702 MX ang gagamitin ninyong BIR forms kasi may mix kayo na income which is taxable at saka yung exempt, no? Kaya MX. Yung how to fill up those forms, meron na po tayong video dyan kasi nag-umpisa tayo nung last year, no? Noong March. So, meron na tayong videos dyan on how to fill up the income tax returns. But we will try our best na gagawa tayo ng bagong guide on how to fill up the forms using EBIR. Hari. Using EBIR na, kaya para makita na nila sa screen how to make mga pindot dyan sa computer.
May input sa IBM.
Yun, at saka paano mo i-input dun sa form mismo. And then, paano yung pag-submit, no? And then, yung itsura ng confirmation. And then, kung halimbawa mag-submit naman kayo dun sa AFS, no? So, although meron na tayo dyan, pero ipapakita natin yung form, yung sequence ng generation ng form sa EBIR and then yung submission na sa AFS, no? Yung mga attachment natin na financial statements. Okay. So, the first na ipiprepare natin na financial statements is the statement of financial condition. No? Ito yung balance sheet. Okay, so as of December 31, 2020 and 2019, why? Because ang required po sa atin is to present the financial statements in comparative form, meaning 2 years, no? At least 2 years. We have here the current assets, and then the notes. Itong notes, ito yung disclosures, ito yung explanations. So when we say current assets, we have cash and cash equivalents. And there is an explanation in note 2 and note 5. No? So you can always refer that to note 2 and note 5. No? Nandoon yung explanation ng cash and cash equivalents. No? When you prepare your financial statements for cooperative, see to it na yung notes na number dito will coincide also with your notes na ginawa. No? Kaya sundan niyo itong numbers. Kung hindi naman, gusto nyong palitan dahil meron kayong your own sequence, tanggalin nyo itong notes, tapusin nyo muna yung disclosures nyo, and then kung sunod-sunod na may mga numbers na doon, saka ninyo siya lagyan ulit ng notes. No? Loans receivables, explain in note 2 and 6, no? Yung loans and receivables of the cooperative. And then we have the financial assets at fair value through profit and loss. Ito yung mga financial assets. Inventories, inventories. Notes 2 and 7, and then other current assets. Ito yung residual account, ang other current assets. If they are not classified as itong mga line item dito, then papatak siya sa other current assets. Non-current assets are financial assets at cost. We have the investment property. We have property and plant and equipment, net, and other non-current assets. Just like current assets, the other non-current assets are the residual account, no? Parang cuts all. Pagka hindi siya financial assets, hindi siya investment property, hindi property, plant, and equipment, doon mo siya ilagay sa other non-current assets. So total non-current assets plus total current assets equals the total assets. No? So yun yung sa statement of financial condition. Mahirap ba o madali lang? No? Kasi kung may accountant ang cooperative, dapat na nasusundan na niya yan, nagagawa na niya yan. Saan ito manggagaling? Halimbawa yung 2019 natin, kopyahin nyo yung previous. O, hindi nyo pwedeng palitan yan. Meron akong nakita na financial statements. No? Nung tingnan ko, iba yung nakafile sa BIR na previous na return niya. Tapos yung mga beginning balance niya, mga bago na lahat. So hindi niya sinunod yung 2019 kasi mali daw. In that case, you adjust, you amend the return. Hindi yung basta na lang ninyo palitan and then gagawa na kayo ng bagong report. No? So itong 2019 nyo, receive na to ng BIR. Kung ano yung nandoon, see to it na yun din yung ilalagay nyo dito sa comparative. Kasi natitrace po yan. No? Don't ever think na, 2019 naman yan, iba naman yung pag-file doon. Hindi yan makikita. Nakikita po yan. No? Kasi sequence dapat at saka dapat yung reporting natin? Consistent. There should be consistency. No? So, kung paiba-iba ka, hindi na consistent yung statement mo. No? Magiging mali na siya. Kasi halimbawa, kagaya ng cash and cash equivalents, yung 2019 mo na final sa BIR, ang balance mo is 2 million. Tapos binago mo, nung gumawa ka na ng comparative mo for 2020, ginawa mong 4 million. No? That is misrepresentation na. Kasi which is which. No? And then we have our loans and receivables. No? So, dyan na siya. Okay. So, good morning po. Loans and receivables. So, we have here, no, yung loans and receivables. Halimbawa, yung cooperative is financing companies or yung lending, no? So, nandiyan yan ang loans and receivables. May mga documents yan, may mga supporting documents yan. And if you are engaged in financing or lending, dapat may recording kayo, may accounting records yung loans and receivables nyo. Ano-ano yung mga yun? Yung halimbawa, promissory note, yung ledger account ng lender ninyo or ng member. So, maayos yung records nyo kasi dito sa loans and receivables, these are interest bearing, no? I-earn ito ng interest, which is should be reported as income doon sa income statement. Halimbawa, meron kang loans and receivables, but don't have an interest income. Questionable yan. Why? Kasi nagpapautang ka lang for nothing. No? Yung loans and receivables may corresponding declaration yan of interest income sa income tax return. No? Kaya nga itong statements natin, itong 4 na statements, dapat tahi-tahi yan, no? Reconcile yan with, dugtong-dugtong yan with the other financial statements dun sa 4 na yon. Hindi pwede yang mag-iba, no? So, loans and receivables, interest-bearing yan, and may supporting documents yan, which can be the promissory note or loan agreement with the members. And then, interest-bearing. Financial assets at fair value through profit and loss. Ito yung mga financial assets ng cooperatives, no? Kung halimbawa, meron siyang mga short-term na assets, no? Financial assets. So, ilalagay nyo rin po dito. And then, there is an explanation under note 2 and then 9 kung interest-bearing ba siya o hindi. And then, we have inventories, no? So, sa inventories, meron tayong report yan na required every January, no? January 31 of the year. Yung December mo na inventory, yung ending mo for December, isubmit mo yan ng January 31, no? The inventories. And mahigpit po sa inventories. Sometimes, sa inventories kayo magkakaroon ng deficiency. How? Because yung inventories ninyo, yun yung papasok sa inyo na purchases. Of course, yung purchases ninyo yan, magkaroon kayo ng certain markup, ibebenta nyo, yun yung magiging sales nyo. No? So, purchase kayo ng purchase, marami kayong purchases, kunti lang yung nabenta nyo, dapat papasok yan sa inventories. No? So, dapat magtatali yung mga purchases nyo, yung sales, at saka yung inventories, yung 3 account na yan. No? So, hindi pwede yung basta maglagay ka lang ng inventories, estimate lang or whatever. May supporting documents din po yan, no? Which are purchases. Yung mga sales invoices mo that you buy in your supplier. Ang problema lang, which is the concern of majority, yung purchase daw sila ng purchase from non-registered na mga suppliers o there are non-issuance of receipts, hindi nag-i-issue ng resibo, pero mura lang. No? In that case, anong gagawin nyo? Paano yun? Papasok sa inventories nyo, wala kayong supporting documents. No? So in that case, i-declare ninyo siya as inventory. You shoulder now all the taxes, no, pertaining to that. Kasi bumili kayo, nagtipid kayo sa tax. Since kayo na ngayon yung magre-report ng sales nyo, then be sure na yung tax para doon sa inventory na yan, kayo na yung magso-shoulder. No? So, for the other current assets, sabi ko nga, cuts all account ito, lahat ng wala dyan sa line item natin, ilagay nyo sa other current assets. Yung pwedeng mga prepaid supplies, no? Yung mga iba pang mga prepaid expenses na di pa nagamit, then prepaid insurance, no? So lagay nyo na dyan sa other current assets kung realizable naman siya within the year, no? So non-current assets are the financial assets at cost, no? And then we have the investment property, no? Kasi itong investment property, ito yung held for sale, yung ibibenta mo rin. Kaya ka nag-invest dyan sa property na yan, yung purpose mo is para kumita at saka ibibenta mo. No? Pagka ang property naman ginagamit mo in your business, then doon mo siya i-classify sa property, plant, and equipment. No? So, property, plant, and equipment, may lapsing schedule yan, no? Titingnan natin mamaya. Because that is a mandatory requirement that you have to make a schedule of the lapsing of property, plant, and equipment to show the carrying value beginning, and then you have to add the yung additions, and then you have to less the disposal. No? And then, ano pa yun? Ako, pagka tiningnan ko kasi yung balance sheet, and may difference sa comparative, ang laki ng property, plant, and equipment noong 2019. Pagdating ng 2020, maliit na lang yung property, plant, and equipment. So ano kaagad ang nasa isip mo? There is a disposal, no? After considering the depreciation. Kasi yung depreciation usually fixed na yan eh, no? And the depreciation are computed as a straight line method and then at cost, no? So pagka may substantial increase or decrease ang property, plant, and equipment, ibig sabihin meron kayong additions and meron kayong disposal. At ito na, when there is disposal of property, plant, and equipment, be sure to recognize the gain or loss. No? At saan mo yan ipapakita? Doon sa other comprehensive income mo. No? Kasi mamaya mayroon ka disposal, wala ka namang ni-report na gain or loss. No? O sabihin mo, walang gain, walang loss. Parang hindi siya sound na reason, no? Kasi ang property, plant, and equipment, may salvage value yan, may scrap value pa nga, no? Tapos, i-report mo lang ng zero. No? Saka sa iba nga, yung mga scrap, pinag-aawayan pa yan sa mga companies because scrap lang are already worth millions. Ha? Yung scrap lang. Kasi meron akong contractor na electrical, tapos namatay, advanced COVID, no? Nung nag-take over na yung mga anak, bago management na, ang daming anomalya na nakikita. Ano yun? There are ghost payroll, no? Kasi nag-aansot na yung mga anak, eh. Sila na nagsisweldo, sila na nag-disburse, sila na pumipirma ng cheque sa bangko. So, ang dami na discover ng mga anomalya. And, yung pinakamalaki doon, yung sale ng scrap. No? Kasi ang dami palang scrap niyan pagka nasa construction ka. Tapos, dun lang, binibenta lang ng mga in charge doon, no? Hindi na nire-report sa company. Kaya, anong gagawin ng accountant kung wala naka-report sa kanya? Kaya dapat din, as accountant, ano din kayo, yung proactive in your work. Kayong maniwala na may disposal yung property, plant, and equipment. Walang gain or loss. O paano nila na-evalue yun? Kahit na scrap value lang, no? Saka lalo na sa mga construction, ang daming scrap dyan, ha? Which will cost millions. Kaya proactive dapat din yung accountant. Kaya alam nyo, when I start as examiner po sa BIR, talagang sabi sa akin ng mga na-audit ko na CPA, para daw ako nagte-thesis. Why? Kasi pinag-aaralan ko yung industry. That's why ngayon, dala-dala ko yun, hindi ako nahirapan sa transfer pricing. Why? Kasi magmula pa noon talagang pinag-aaralan ko yung bawat industry, how they operate, at saka yung halimbawa, general merchandise, saan sila kumukuha ng mga supplies nila? Paano sila nagma-markup? Lahat ng sa operation. Dapat, as accountant, alam nyo rin yun. Alam nyo yung nature ng business ng client nyo. Pinag-aaralan nyo rin so that you can also give suggestions. Hindi yung kung ano lang ibigay sa inyo. Tanggap lang kayo ng tanggap. Tapos mali-mali na yung ginagawa nyo. Financial statement. No? Pagdating lahat sa audit. Kaya, minsan nagagalit din yung client because as accountant, dapat meron ka rin mga suggestions na sinasabi sa kanila, no? Kasi hindi naman sila well-versed dun sa mga account na yan. So, dapat kayo yung nag-i-explain. At saka, paano ito na-generate? Paano ito nangyari yung ganito? No? Kaya, yung isusunod ko talaga dito na actually, ang daming naka-line up. Parang tumatakbo yung mga dapat gawin na sobrang dami, no? Kasi, yung sa reconciliation ng mga schedules ng VAT returns, yun din yung tutukan ko after May. Kasi papaano ba yung mag-claim ka ng tax refund, no? Nandoon na may bagong regulations, and then how you reconcile, how you make your schedules na kailangan doon sa report kasi siguradong accountant yung gagawa noon, no? So isa pa itong property, plant and equipment. Why? Kasi sa sobrang very important ito ang property, plant and equipment. Bakit? Dito nag-i-invest ng pera ang kliyente. Why? Kasi if the business is asset intensive, hindi siya makakapag-business kung walang asset na gagamitin. No? Just like machineries and equipments. Just like manufacturing companies, kailangan mo talagang mag-invest ka ng machineries para makapag-manufacture ka. So, yung costing noon, yung sabi ko nga, yung lapsing schedule noon, dapat tayo as accountant, aware din tayo. No? Kasi, yung isang statement, isang schedule natin na gagawin, nagre-reflect yan doon sa ibang account. No? Kagaya halimbawa, property, plant and equipment, nagkaroon ka ng disposal, o wala kang gain or loss, parang hindi ka paniniwala na walang gain or loss, no? Kasi yung sabi na lang natin, yung property, plant and equipment na yan, bakal na lang nga lang, pinapakilo pa, may value pa. So, paano nangyari? So, there's something wrong. No? Kaya ngayon yung sabi ko sa inyo, yung namatay ko na client, no, na AAA, laki niya, na advanced COVID. So, ang dami na discover nung mga anak niya na yun na-take over ng business. At pinakamalaki doon, yung sale ng scrap. Scrap pa lang yun. Oh. So, anong nangyari doon sa kanilang financial statements? Wala doon yung sale of scrap. Bakit? Kasi ninanakaw. No? So, one of the things na, ito meron pa akong isa na naman na for 3.5 years, ninakawan sila ng empleyado nila ng 1.4 billion. I won't believe on that. No? Hindi ang kayang gawin ng isang tao lang. At saka anong ginawa ng accountant? Kasi ang sabi nila, ang pera daw ng company nila, nilagay lang daw niya, ni-report sa current assets na nag-invest daw ng mga securities, iba-iba. Kahit na yung accountant, hindi niya tiningnan yun kung totoo ba yun na nandun yung investment. Alam nyo, mga big time pa na mga big accounting firms, no? They should be liable also. Kasi ikaw yung nag-audit. Bakit wala naman pala yung mga investment yan, yung mga financial assets na yan? Wala naman pala. Bakit certify ka ng certify at umabot pa ng 3.5 years, no? Malaking issue yan. Na, sa palagay ko, nag-i-evolve kasi tayo Yung kumbaga sa hindi na pwedeng sabihin na lang ng iba na, ay wala akong kasalanan dyan. Kumbaga sa take responsibilities. Kung sino man yung responsable, dapat managot sila. No? Kasi, at saka hindi ako maniniwala. Yung 1.4 billion, yung isang taong gagawa. Anong ginawa ng management? Anong ginawa ng board of directors? Anong ginawa ng CPA? Anong ginawa ng internal auditors? All those people should be answerable. No? Hindi po pwede yun. Okay. So, other non-current assets, residual, no, account. Kung wala siya doon sa mga line item natin, so diyan siya ang bagsak niya sa non-current assets. Ano itong mga example ng non-current assets? Yung mga deposits natin, bawa sa mga dineposit natin doon sa mga nakakontrata natin or whatever, they're still our assets. No? And then yung mga deferred tax, no, which are also classified as non-current. So dapat nandiyan yan sa other non-current assets. And then we have the liabilities and equity. No, we're talking of financial statement for cooperatives, much more so. Pagka cooperatives ka, and then meron kang mga financial assets, meron kang property, plant and equipment, be sure na answerable din yung mga officers doon. Hindi yung, hindi ko alam yan. Pwede ba hindi mo alam, chairman of the board ka? Pwede ba hindi mo alam, presidente ka? No? Gone are the days na yung katanggap-tanggap lang yung ganyan na mga reason. Dapat hindi, no? Dapat hindi. We're talking of responsibilities here, no? And then, sa liabilities, we have deposit liabilities or short term, no? We have trade, non-trade and other payables. Itong deposit, na bakit liability siya? Tayo yung tumanggap. Deposits ito ng customer natin. Yung deposits na nandun sa other non-current assets, sa non-current assets, tayo ang nag-deposit. Dito, tayo yung tumanggap ng deposits, no, sa liabilities. That's why liabilities natin. Pasensya na dun sa mga CPAs or accountants na well-versed na kayo dito. I'm talking to a general audience, no? Kaya himay-himayin natin para kawawa naman sila kung hindi nila maintindihan, no? For those na alam na nila, medyo ano na to sa inyo, yung pabalik-balik na lang, parang sirang plaka na to, no? So pasensya na po kayo. And then we have the trade, non-trade, and other payables. Ano yung mga trade, non-trade, and other payables natin? Those which are related to our line of business activity. We have loans payable na short term due to union or federation. Sa bylaws natin at saka sa requirement sa cooperatives, we have to pay our dues to the cooperatives and yung federation, no? So, nakalagay dito na may liability ka pa kasi hindi mo pa nabayaran. Interest on share capital payable, if there are any. Patronage refund payable, no? Ito na-recognize na to sa book, then you have to put it as a liability. So, we have total current liabilities and non-current liabilities can be deposit liabilities na long-term. Loans payable or also long-term. When we say long-term, it is beyond the 12-month period, which is, ang ating one taxable year is 12 months, no? Pag sumobra na siya ng 12 months, then ilalagay mo na siya sa long-term. And then we have the retirement fund payable. This retirement fund payable are for the employees of the cooperatives. And other non-current liabilities, which are also the residual account for non-current liabilities. And then we have the equity. We have the share capital and then the donation and the grants. No? Itong donation, sometimes may magdo-donate, no? Ng mga individual or corporations. Ito namang grants, sometimes grants to ng government, na local government or foreign government. For the statutory funds, we have the Reserve Fund, Cooperative Education and Training Fund. Alam nyo, kaya malapit ako sa cooperative because when I was nasa BIR na ako, no? And then trainer po ako ng BIR for 17 years. Yung CDA, parang chairman nila noon, is from Bacolod, no? Lozada. And then kinukuha niya akong trainer ng cooperative sa CDA. Hindi ako pumayag kasi nasa BIR na ako eh. No? Sabi niya, trainer ka pala ng BIR, lipat ka dito para maging trainer ka. Why? Because itong cooperative, meron silang mandatory na training fund. No? Ang requirement talaga sa kanila natin ni-train yung members. No? So, community development fund. No? The community development kasi it answers also the social responsibility ng members. And then there is an optional fund. No? Lahat ng mga statutory funds na to may purpose to at it is explained in your articles of cooperation. No? Kaya dapat ang mga officers dito aware din kayo, no? Kasi ang statement of financial condition, itong financial statements ng cooperatives, sino ang pipirma dito? Yung mga officers ng cooperative, no? Sinong gagawa nito? Dapat yung management ng cooperative. Why? Kasi kayo yung may alam, may first-hand knowledge all about this mga account, no? Kagaya halimbawa itong mga statutory funds, kayo ang nakakaalam diyan, no? At then ipagawa niyo doon sa walang alam, what do you expect, no? Lagay lang ng lagay diyan, nanghuhula. So, mali, misrepresented yung inyong financial statements. At those are the things of the past. Ngayon, huwag niyo nang gawin 'yan kasi iba na ang panahon ngayon, no? May mga third-party information na tayo na may mga source information na may mga linkages na yung government natin as to the access of information. So, mas maganda na yung, kumbaga sa boxing, defensive na tayo. Hindi yung tinamaan na tayo, saka pala tayo gagawa ng depensa. No, defensive na tayo. If you are officer of the cooperative, dapat alam mo, bago ka pumirma. No? Halimbawa, alam mo may mga violations, alam mo na hindi rin susunod kung sabihan mo, then you resign, no? Then you resign. Because in resigning, may ibig kang sabihin doon. Ano ibig mong sabihin? Hindi ka, may mga nangyayari na ayaw mo at ayaw mo ma-involve, no? Pero, nandoon ka, tapos sabihin mo, hindi ko alam. That has a reflection on your personality, no? Anong tawag doon sa tao na hindi alam? Ang tawag doon, ma'am. Hindi niya alam. Oh, at saka hindi mo yan pwedeng sabihin pagdating na sa liabilities. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin yun na hindi mo lang alam, no? And then you are responsible. Okay, so the total statutory funds, and then we have the revaluation surplus. Ito yung sa ano natin, yung mga halimbawa property, plant and equipment. Nag-revalue kayo, nag-appraise, no? So revaluation surplus nandun siya sa equity, no? Then the total equity and then the total liabilities and equity. Itong total liabilities and equity, the total assets, please, no? Please lang dun sa mga officers, members, board of directors, mga officers ng cooperative, alamin nyo tong financial statement nyo. Hindi yung, hindi ko alam yan. Wala akong alam dyan, hindi naman ako accountant. Hindi ka accountant, but you are responsible. No? At saka kung hindi ka accountant, ipa-explain mo sa accountant. No? At saka hindi lang yun, i-relate mo dun sa articles of cooperation nyo. Dapat alam nyo yun, pumasok kayo sa cooperative, tapos ayaw nyo man lang alamin kung ano yung laman ng articles of cooperation. Yung articles of cooperation nyo, yun yung bylaws. No, dapat nyo sundin yun. And then, gagawa na kayo ng hindi tama. And then, idahilan nyo lang na hindi ko alam yan. Kasi hindi mo inalam. Na? So, sorry to say that, ha? Kasi, mamumroblema ako pag pumunta sa akin yung cooperative. Tapos, magpapa-audit. Wala namang dokumento. Ano, i-audit mo. No? So, alamin nyo at you should know your responsibilities. Huwag kayong basta-basta pasok na lang, officer, member ng co-op, tapos hindi nyo naman inaalam kung ano yung pinasukan nyo. No? Mamaya, you will be held responsible, hindi nyo pala alam. Yun yung consequence ng pasok sa isang bagay na hindi alam. No? So that's why yung tips for life natin, positioning yourself. You position yourself. That's a way na safer ground ka. Hindi yung nilagay mo yung sarili mo dun sa kapapahamak mo. No? So, alamin mo. Para alam mo kung ano yung gagawin mo. Yung ba sabi ko na pumasok ka sa boxing, alam mo yung paano ka umiwas sa suntok. No? Diyan magaling si Manny Pacquiao. Diba? Very defensive siya. Marunong. Kasi ano to, yung buhay parang boxing din eh. No? Hindi yung tinamahan ka na saka ka palang iilag, saka ka palang magdidepensa, wala na. Might as well knockout ka na. No? Okay. So, next is the statement of operation. Ito yung ating income statement. No? Sa cooperative, ang tawag dyan, statement of operation. So, for the years ended December 31, 2020 and 2019. No? And then we have, in this case, no, ito yung bigay sa atin ng co-op, income from credit operations. Ito yung economic activity ng co-op. Income from memorial operations, no, may memorial siya. Income from consumer store operations. So, tatlo yung activities niya. So, malaking co-op ito. Total income less expenses equals net surplus, no? So, net surplus, ibig sabihin, ito yung income niya. No? Kasi sa cooperative, ang tawag doon, net surplus. Distributed as follows. Paano dinistribute yung net surplus? Depende yan sa articles of cooperation nyo. May batas dyan. May pinag-usapan dyan na mandatory. No? And then also sa cooperative law natin. So, reserve fund, cooperative education and training fund, may certain percentage yan. So, i-multiply mo yung surplus, yun yung mapunta na amount dito sa Cooperative Education and Training Fund, due to unions or federation, Community Development Fund, Optional Fund, Interest and Share Capital, Patronage Refund, Reserve Fund, no? So, yun ang mapunta doon. May mga percentages, no? Okay. So, net surplus as distributed. Okay. Na-distribute na yung net surplus na yan. No? Nasaan na yung pera niyan? Dapat nasa bangko yan. No? Kasi may na-audit ako ng cooperative, may cash. Sabi niya, ganito ang cash. Hinahanap ko yung passbook, hindi naman bibigay. No? So, how will you know na nandyan pa yung cash na yan? Kaya sa mga accountant, be sure na, lalo na sa mga contractors, no? Very particular kayo sa assets, no? See to it na yung assets na nandyan sa balance sheet, i-check nyo talaga na nandyan yan. Otherwise, you are signing, no? An opinion na hindi kayo sigurado na questionable, no? Kasi mamaya may nakalagay dyan na cash 4 billion. Eh, wala naman palang ganun na cash. No? O kaya, meron ka net surplus na million. Eh, wala naman palang ganun. Pinapaganda lang yung statement ng co-op. No? So, be careful. And another is the statement of changes in equity. No? So, parang sa private corporations din, no? May changes in equity. We have the share capital, no, authorized, no, 4,270,000 shares at 100 par value, no. So balance beginning of the year ng share capital, add receipts and payments of subscriptions kung mayroon pang subscription receivable, no. So dapat itong receipts from payment of subscriptions, dapat yung subscription receivable nandyan yan sa loans and receivable sa current assets, no? Kasi pagka halimbawa inaudit kayo, yun agad ang titingnan, oh, ito may payment ng subscription. So ibig sabihin, may subscription receivable. So titingnan mo ngayon yung subscription receivable kung nandyan yan. Eh kung wala, may problema yung financial statement mo. Okay lang yung aking boses, ano?
Okay lang, ma'am.
Ang sound natin, no? And then we have adjustment, no, sa authorized capital. We have the adjustment and then balance at end of year, no? And then we have donations and grants balance at beginning of the year, add receipts during the year, total less withdrawal balance at end of year. So dito sa withdrawal, wag kayong maglagay dyan ng kahit anong amount lang o hindi siya talaga actual, no? Why? Kasi itong withdrawals, may purpose yan. Hindi yan for personal purpose. Pag nag-withdraw ka ng pondo ng co-op, it should be aligned to the purpose as stated in the articles of cooperation, no? Hindi yung withdraw lang ng withdraw kasi meeting dito, meeting doon, no? Nakikita ko yun sa sa co-op na nagpapa-audit sa akin. Ito lang yung pera. Tapos palaging may party. Ubos na yung kanilang contribution sa party-party lang. Oh my God. May mga giveaways, may mga paraffle, may ano. Ano bang purpose nito? Kabuhayan o kasayahan? No? So, alam nyo, mahirap na panahon ngayon. Isip kayo, kasi ang co-op, napakaganda ng purpose ng co-op. Pero kung yung intensyon ng mga members, lalo na officers, hindi naman para sa kabuhayan, kung hindi kasayahan. Literal, wala na kayong kabuhayan. Masaya nga kayo, wala namang kabuhayan. Maubos din yung saya nyo. No? Okay. Kasi lahat ng bagay dapat disiplina. Ang dami kong nakitang co-op na bumabagsak, no? Dahil dyan. O hindi nag-aaway-away yung officers, no? Kanya-kanyang kuha ng pondo ng co-op, no? Kaya sayang yung purpose ng cooperative. Okay. Statutory funds, we have reserve fund, balance at beginning of the year, add allocation from net surplus. So, itong distributed net surplus na manggagaling sa statement of operations or sa income statement, Ito din yung makikita dito sa schedule ng statement of changes in equity. No? So, yun yung sinasabi ko na yung apat na financial statements na yan, dapat naka-reconcile yan. Hindi pwedeng kahit anong amount lang i-declare mo dyan. Magkadugtong. Okay. So, reserve fund, balance at beginning of the year, add allocation from the net surplus total, and then adjustments, balance at the end of the year ng statutory funds. And then we have cooperative education and training fund, balance at beginning, and then may total expenditures or adjustments, and then balance at the end of the year. Ganon din yung community development fund, optional fund, no? So, total statutory funds, revaluation surplus, and total equity. Itong revaluation surplus, yung parang appraisal increase yan ng property, plant, and equipment mo, idagdag mo yan doon sa equity, no? So, total equity will include now revaluation surplus. Okay. So, yun po yung statement of changes in equity. And then the last statement that we have is the statement of cash flows, no? So, sabi ko nga sa inyo, favorite ko yung cash flows pag nag-o-audit ako ng financial statements. Why? Because there are so many information that you can get from the cash flows. Kasi una-una, saan nila kinuha yung cash? Saan ginamit yung cash? No? So, cash flows from operating activities, net surplus. Yung net surplus, yun yung amount coming also from your statement of operations. Hindi yan pwedeng magkaiba ang amount. Excuse me. Excuse me po. A while lang. 5 minutes. So, let's discuss the statement of cash flows. No? So, for the statement of cash flow, we have net surplus. No? So, sabi ko sa inyo, the net surplus should be coming from the statement of operations. Adjustment to reconcile net surplus to net cash provided by operating activities, depreciation. Why ina-add back yung depreciation when it comes to cash flows? Kasi itong depreciation, wala yung cash outlay. No? Binigay lang yan na allowance ng government, pero wala yan actual na expenses. No? Kumbaga sa by operation of law lang, na nandyan yan depreciation, pero wala talaga yan. No? Wala yung cash, kaya binabalik. Operating income before working capital changes, no changes in assets. So decrease in Loans and receivables, no? Increase, decrease in inventories, other current assets. So, para makuha natin yung net cash provided by or used in operating activities. So, if you want to know more on how to prepare statement of cash flows, meron po tayong video dyan sa tax training natin, yung how to make cash flows fast and easy, no? Kasi tinuro ko doon yung cash flows kasi doon mo yan kukunin sa financial statement mo, no? Sa yung statement of financial condition dito sa cooperative. So, gawan mo na yun ng increase-decrease. Yung increase-decrease yan na yun, i-distribute mo dito sa pro forma na cash flow. So, mabilis lang po siya. So, increase-decrease in deposit liabilities, trade, non-trade, and other payables due to union, federation, other current liabilities, payment of interest on share capital, payment of patronage refund, no? So, itong mga increase-decrease na to manggagaling to doon sa statement of financial condition na mga accounts, no? So, net cash provided by or used in operating activities. Ito naman yung cash flows from investing activities. Saan mo ginamit yung cash, no? Okay. Investment in non-marketable equity securities. Net acquisition of property and equipment. Nag-acquire ka ng property and equipment, no? Increase in non-current assets, increase in investment property. So, see to it na pag naglagay ka dyan ng acquisition of property and equipment, yung corresponding amount na yan, nandoon yan sa property and equipment mo as increase during the year. Kasi nagdagdag ka no? So, kung hindi sila magtatali, something is wrong with your financial statement, no? Increase in non-current assets, no? Increase in investment property. So, they should be properly reconciled dun sa balance sheet mo. Cash flow from financing activities, net changes in share capital. We have utilization of statutory funds. Saan siya ginamit? Changes in retirement fund payable. Changes in non-current liabilities. Increase in loans payable. No? So, net cash provided by or used in financing activities. So, we have net increase in cash and cash equivalent. No? So, add mo yung cash and cash equivalent beginning. So, equals your cash and cash equivalent December 31 or yung ending cash mo, which yun din yung nandoon sa cash and cash equivalent mo na nandoon sa statement of financial condition or balance sheet, no? So lahat yan tali, hindi ka pwedeng gagawa-gawa lang ng sarili mong amount dyan, hindi tali doon sa balance sheet mo, no? Okay. Pag hindi yan tali sa balance sheet mo, yung cash flow mo, ibig sabihin mali. There's something wrong with your financial statements. No? Okay. Pagdating na po sa notes to financial statements, ito na yung mga lumalabas na notes dyan na number, no? Sa explanation to ng mga accounts. No? So, parang notes to financial statements din ng mga private corporations yung kahapon we discussed. So, for cooperative, we have the notes to financial statements. As of December 31, 2020, no, meron pa siya na amounts in Philippine peso para doon sa mga schedule na may amount, no? We have the general information. So it talks about the establishment of the cooperative, yung mga explanations, the activities, the address ng cooperative. And then we have the kung ano man yung mga amendments na nangyari, no, sa cooperative, general information. And then the financial statement of the cooperative were authorized for issue by the board of directors on, so may date po, no, nakalagay dyan yung kailan siya inauthorized ng board of director yung financial statements, no. And then, yung note number 2 natin is the summary of significant accounting policies. So, ano yung mga accounting policies natin? Philippine Financial Reporting Framework for Cooperatives. No? So, may sarili na siyang framework ang cooperative. Yung full PFRS for SME, for small entities, hindi yon. May sarili po na framework ang cooperatives. No? And then you have to disclose the functional currency, used, which is sa atin is Philippine peso. And then we have the statement of compliance. No? Ano yung statement of compliance? The financial statements were prepared in accordance with the Philippine Financial Reporting Framework for Cooperatives, which become effective for annual reporting periods beginning on, and in adherence to the cooperative laws, issued policies, rules, and regulations, and cooperative principle and practices whenever applicable. Kung kayo ay mga officers, kayo yung accountant, bookkeeper, cooperative, alamin nyo kung ano itong sinasabi na cooperative principles and practices. No? Kasi, pag nag-record kayo ng mga transactions, pag gumagawa kayo ng mga transactions, it should be in compliance with the purpose of your cooperative, which is embodied in your articles of cooperation. Yung iba kasi, pag nakakita na medyo makapal na, alam nyo, gumagawa din ako ng yung corporate governance, no? Manual of corporate governance. Ito nga, ayusin ko kasi, pero after filing na. Kasi yung sa Manual of Corporate Governance ng PIBAW, yung mga retirement, no? Yung mga retired na mga military, no? Sila ngayon. And then I offered that also as service. Talong ka of cooperative governance. Yun na yung bylaws eh. You can pass it on through the next generation. Why? Kasi very specific na doon. Kasi kung minsan wala tayong guide, kaya suntok sa buwan lang ginagawa ng mga officers. Anong gagawin mo sa cash, sa receivables? Well define yan doon sa governance, no, sa manual. Kaya anong lang gagawin mo? O i-train mo lang yung mga officers mo na members mo about the corporate or manual of cooperative governance, and then i-implement na nila yon. And then you put sanction. Why? Kasi maglagay ka lang ng rules and regulations without the sanctions, walang ngipin, no? So dapat may sanctions yan lahat. Kaya I urge dito sa mga cooperatives to make and observe yung manual of cooperative governance, no? Kasi madali lang siya, and you can pass it on to the next generation. Sa mga private kasi na corporation, requirement na sa kanila yung manual of corporate governance, no? Pinapasubmit na yan ng SEC. Okay. So, yung statement of compliance. At dapat kung meron kayong manual of cooperative governance, nakalagay doon yung compliance requirements nyo with different government agencies and also doon sa articles of cooperation. No? Summary of significant accounting policies. So, you have the policies for the cash and cash equivalents, for the financial assets, loans and receivables. No? Tingnan natin yung loans receivables kasi ito yung pinakamaraming activities ng cooperative. No? Ang daming cooperative na lending, mga utang. Pero hindi naman tumatagal dahil pagkatapos mangutang, nakalimutan na. No? Limot na rin, pati yung pagbayad ng utang. So, anong nangyari? Taob na agad yung cooperative. Loans and receivables. Loans and receivables are non-derivative financial assets with fixed or determinable payments that are not quoted as an active market. No? The carrying amount of the asset shall be reduced either directly or through the use of an allowance account. The amount of the loss shall be recognized in profit or loss. No? Biro mo, loss na kaagad, loans and receivables, dapat walang loss yan, no? Loans receivables are classified as current and non-current past due accounts. These are further subclassified as regular loan receivable and special loan receivable. Interest income on this loan are recognized only upon collection. No? So siguro dapat screen din yung mga members kasi gusto utang lang, ayaw magbayad. No? So what happened to the cooperative? Wala. No? So yung magandang purpose ng cooperative na defeat because hindi nasusunod. No? Loans receivables are presented in the financial statement as its net realizable value. Ito na, based na to sa framework ng um, cooperative, no? Ng accounting standards or Philippine Financial Reporting Standards ng cooperative. Kaya pagka tiningnan mo, iba yung sinasabi dito, no? Uh, Provisions for probable losses is estimated based on historical loss experience, current economic conditions, and other risk factors obtained during the collection process. No? Speaking of economic conditions, last year, di ba yun yung pandemic? Ngayon, gagawa na ako ng transfer pricing analysis on the economic conditions nitong mga different industries na nagpapagawa sa akin. No, hindi, alam nyo, parang hindi ko ma-imagine how to put it in a report yung nangyari sa pandemic and how it affects the business. No? Hindi ko siya ma-imagine talaga. And other risk factors obtained during the collection process. Credit review is made periodically by an officer duly delegated with such responsibility. So itong sinasabi dito na yung credit review, dapat yung officer din na marunong, capable, no? Kaya nga doon sa mga scandals ng mga private corporation, saan ba yung nagsimula? Doon sa mga incapacitated na mga officers, no? Halimbawa, ginawa mo siya accountant, hindi naman siya accountant, engineer siya. So anong gagawin niya doon sa mga account? Engineer din niya yun, no? Paano niya engineer yun? Diba? Kaya dapat qualified, no? So naglagay kayo ng yung credit review nyo, no? Reviewer ng credit, dapat marunong. So duly delegated with such responsibility. The basis of the rates used in estimating the allowance for probable losses are as follows. 5% for 1 day to 30 days past due accounts. 35% for 1 month to 12 months past due accounts. No? Kaya nga loss na, biro mo 100% na pagka 12 months past due accounts. No? Ibig sabihin, hindi na magbabayad dyan. Accounts receivables of Consumer Service Department are classified as current assets. No? Kasi consumer yan eh. Allowances for probable losses. O ito na, very particular kayo dyan sa allowance ng probable losses. Allowance for probable losses is maintained at a level considered adequate to provide for potential losses on loans and other resources. The allowance is increased by provisions charged to operation and reduced by net write-off and reversals. No? So, yan yung paano gagawin yung allowance for probable losses. Why? Take note that this is very critical. This is a very critical step pagka lending yung cooperatives. Why? Because ano to policy to that you are going to follow, no? So you should be very careful also. Kasi kagaya niyan yung allowance for probable losses mo, biro mo 100% na pagka 12 months past due accounts, wala nang mangyayari sa pondo ng cooperative nyo. No? Ano to policy to that you are going to follow, no? So you should be very careful also. Kasi kagaya niyan yung allowance. The level of allowance is set up at the higher of the amount determined based on management evaluation of potential losses after consideration of prevailing and anticipated economic conditions and the required allowances by the Cooperatives Development Authority based on its portfolio at risk. No? So, hindi ko alam kung anong nangyari sa risk management ng mga companies during the pandemic. No? Kasi exceptional yun eh. Okay. Lilitaw yun dun sa economic conditions na analysis ko. No? Kasi right now, there are 8, no? There are 8 na companies na nagpapagawa sa akin ng transfer pricing analysis. That's why wala na tayong mga iba pang activities. Focus muna tayo. Otherwise, we will be coming late. April 15 deadline, no? Kailangan na natin yan. So, set aside muna tayo sa ibang activities. Okay. So, be very careful ha, yung mga cooperatives natin, officers, accountants. Siguro yung role ng mga accountants, mga bookkeepers. alamin nyo yung mga dapat na i-record nyo and then i-explain nyo sa board, no? Kasi kung lahat na lang walang pakialam, o kaya, ito rin ang risk ng mga bookkeepers, accountants. Kung hindi kayo marunong din mag-explain sa board, kasi hindi nyo rin inaalam, hindi nyo rin binabasa yung mga framework dito, yung mga significant accounting policies, dapat alam nyo to. Why? Para during the meeting of the board, pwede nyo rin explain and then manghingi kayo ng mga documentation so that smooth selling yung inyong cooperatives in a way, nakakatulong kayo sa cooperative. Nakakatulong din kayo sa employer nyo kasi siya yung magpapasweldo. Kung bumagsak yung cooperative, hindi wala ka na employer. No? Okay. Financial assets at fair value through profit and loss. So, financial asset at cost. No? So, ito yung inventories. Inventories should be valued at cost, ha? Hindi yung may markup na. Cost po talaga yan. No? Baka mamaya, ay, ito, binibenta ko to, yung inventory ko na, halimbawa, sabon, binibenta ko to ng 10 pesos. So, ilagay mo sa inventory mo 10 pesos. Pero binili mo siya 5 pesos. 5 pesos ang ilagay mo, hindi 10. No? At cost ito. Cooperative shall measure inventories at the lower of cost and estimated selling price less cost to complete and sell. This is the framework for cooperative. Pero pagdating kasi sa BAR, ang allowed lang na inventory valuation is cost, no? Pero since exempt naman itong cooperative, and this is a report requirement of the CDA, then you follow the framework for cooperatives, no? So, anong valuation ng inventory dito? Lower of cost and estimated selling price, less cost to complete and sell. No? A cooperative shall include in the cost of inventories all cost of purchase, cost of conversion, and other costs incurred in bringing the inventories to their present location and condition. So, pag sinabi mong bringing inventories to present location, kasama na dyan yung freight and delivery charges, no? They are called as inventoriable cost, no? So, anong kasama sa inventoriable cost mo as part of the cost of the inventory? Yung freight and handling, yung mga bayad mo halimbawa dun sa nagbuhat, kasama yan. Deliver, yung mga pahinante na binayaran mo doon. Oh, kasama yun. Pinamerienda mo pa. Kasama yun sa inventoriable cost mo na sinasabi. The cost of purchases of inventories comprise the purchase price, import duties, and other taxes other than those subsequently recoverable by cooperative from the taxing authorities, and transport, handling, and other costs directly attributable to the acquisition of finished goods, materials, and services. Trade discounts, kasama pa, rebates, and other similar items are deducted in determining the cost of purchases. No? So, i-less mo yung mga trade discounts, mga rebates, no? Especially mga volume discounts, i-less mo yan. Other current assets consist of prepaid expenses, no? Advances to officers and employees. So, pag sinabi mo other current assets, ito na din yung laman ng other current assets. Kasi dito na tayo sa notes to financial statement, disclosures na to. So, dapat kayo lalayo dito, ito yung sundin nyo. No? Other current assets consist of prepaid expenses, advances to officers and employees, unused supplies and funeral expenses. Prepaid expenses, no, are payment in advance. Advances to officers and employees, approve, no? Approve yan, ha? Cash advances for official business, employees, and members subject to liquidation in accordance with the policy of the cooperative. Unused supplies refers to cost of supplies naman. Ito lang po yung dapat yung tandaan sa mga reimbursable expenses. It should be in the name of the cooperative, not in the name of the employer or officers pagka nagpa-issue kayo ng resibo. Kaya nga, reimbursable yan na expenses kasi expenses yan ng cooperative, no? Kaya pagka expenses ng cooperative, yung wag nyo ipapangalan sa inyo, ipapangalan nyo sa cooperative. Okay. Investment property. Cooperative shall measure investment property at its cost at initial recognition. So, cost, the cost of a purchased investment property comprises its purchase price and any directly attributable expenditure such as legal and brokerage fees, so kasama siya sa investment property. Property transfer taxes, no? Kasi yung investment property, especially if land, they are called as registrable property. No? So pag registrable properties yan, pupunta ka talaga sa regulatory agencies niyan, BAR at saka Register of Deeds, City Assessor, LRA, para i-register yung land na yan. No? So may mga gastos yan. Kasama yan na cost sa investment property. Okay. Transfer taxes and other transaction costs. If payment is deferred beyond normal credit terms, the cost is the present value of all future payments. No? So, present value of all future payments kasi deferred siya. Ibig sabihin, installment. After initial recognition, investment property shall be measured at cost less accumulated depreciation and accumulated impairment losses. Kasi ang investment property, pwede mo rin siyang i-depreciate. No? Depende na yan sa property. Kasi kung land yan, hindi pwede i-depreciate. No? Kaya wala siyang depreciated value. Property and equipment, no? Property and equipment are carried at cost less accumulated depreciation, amortization, and impairment in value. Okay. Expenditures incurred after the property and equipment have been put into operation such as repair and maintenance, no? Kaya ang kagandahan lang po kung nagbabasa tayo ng framework ng disclosures, notes to financial statements, nandyan yung explanation ng bawat account, no? So we will be guided. Okay. Such as repairs and maintenance, this is for the property and equipment, are normally charged to income in the period the costs are incurred. In situations where it can be clearly demonstrated that the expenditures have resulted in an increase in the future economic benefits expected to be obtained from the use of an item of property and equipment beyond its originally assessed standard of performance, the expenditure are capitalized as additional cost of property and equipment. No? Pagka kinapitalize mo na yung paano mag-capitalize ng cost of the property and equipment, idagdag mo siya doon sa value niya na nandyan sa financial statement mo. Kasi i-capitalize mo yung, halimbawa, nag-repair and maintenance ka. Pag nadagdag mo na ngayon, dinag-increase na siya ng assets, i-depreciate mo siya kasama na yung dinagdag mo or kinapitalize mo na repairs and maintenance. No? So may nawala ba sa iyo? Wala. Walang nawala, nandyan kasi dinagdag mo rin sa assets and then din-depreciate mo. So, benefited ka pa rin sa pag-claim mo ng depreciation, nababawas mo pa rin siya doon sa operating expenses mo. Okay. So, when assets are retired or otherwise disposed of, the cost and the related accumulated depreciation, amortization, and impairment loss, if any, are removed from the accounts and any resulting gain or loss is credited or charged to current operations. So, ito yung sinasabi ko na pag nag-dispose ka na, no, or nag-retire ka na ng assets, diyan ko hinahanap yung gain or loss. No? Kasi when the assets are retired, nasaan na siya? Or na-dispose na siya. So, tatanggalin mo na yung amount niya dito sa property and equipment. Anong ginawa? Anong treatment doon ng cooperative? Kaya nga sabi ko, if you have a manual of cooperative governance, lahat yan nandun doon sa manual. No? So alam mo na kung anong gagawin. Bawa, nag-dispose kayo ng property and equipment, anong gagawin nyo? You will be guided kasi aside from the articles of the cooperation, itong manual of cooperative governance, nandun na yung step-by-step na process na susundin nyo during the operation of the cooperative. No? So, malaking tulong. Depreciation is calculated on a straight line basis over the estimated useful lives of the assets, which range from 1 to 50 years. So, ano tong 50 years? Ito na yung mga building na concrete, no? Hindi yung mga building na light materials. Fully depreciated assets are retained in the accounts until they are disposed, and no further charge for depreciation is made. Siyempre, fully depreciated na eh. In respect to those assets, any gain resulting from the disposal is included in the statement of operation for the period. Yun talaga ang dapat. Kaya itong mga notes to financial statements na to, this follows already the accounting framework for cooperative. No? So other non-current assets, financial liabilities, accruals, no? Hindi natin to pwedeng ma-explain na isa-isa sa dami, no? And our time is limited, no? So dito na tayo sa mga schedule kasi yung mga explanations yan, please lang po sa mga accountant, bookkeepers natin na you will be dealing with cooperatives, no? Kasi pagka-practitioner kayo, hindi nyo naman masabi na walang cooperatives na lalapit sa inyo. So you should be open. Pakibasa po itong notes to financial statements. Ito na din po yung framework na susundin ng cooperative, no? So tingnan natin yung iba pang mga schedule. No? Yung mga explanation na yan, basahin nyo yan, no? Management significant accounting judgment and estimates, no? And then we have the cash, no? So yung note number 5, we have the cash. So nakalagay diyan, no? Ilan yung ano niya? Line of activity niya, may credit siya, may memorial, consumer store, may health clinic. So 4, no? So if you try to look at yung source of cash niya, ginawa niya ng segmented, no? Kung saan yan naka-pertain na cash, no? So segmented. Pagdating sa financial assets, ganun din, no? Okay. Sa other current assets, note number 8, nakalagay dyan yung this account consists of the following. So, naka-segmentize na rin, no? By line of activity. So, pati sa financial assets, so halos lahat naka-investment property, real and other properties, naka-segmentize na rin. And then, property, plant, and equipment, no? So, sa property, plant, and equipment, dito naman, may line items talaga dito, bawat line of business activity. Halimbawa, si credit, ano ba yung kanyang property, plant, and equipments, no, nakalagay din. Si memorial, si consumer, si health clinic, ano ba yung meron siya na mga property, plant, and equipment. And then you have to supply the acquisition cost beginning, and then the net additions or disposal or transfer, and then the acquisition cost ending, no? So equals the total. And then meron yung accumulated depreciation beginning, depreciation and adjustment, accumulated depreciation end, no? So naka-compute din per segment. Okay. Ang trabaho talaga ng accountant, matyaga, no? Kasi kung hindi ka magtiyaga dito, hindi mo nga basahin yung notes, hindi mo maintindihan. Kaya pagdating na sa application, no, wala nang governance kasi ayaw mo magbasa. No? Talo nung ano talaga ang nagbabasa. You will not learn. Hindi mo ma-expound yung mga requirements, yung ideas about the financial statements kung ayaw mo magbasa, no? May mga tao kasi na pagkakita agad, ayaw kong basahin, masakit sa mata. Huwag na isipin na masakit sa mata, no? Ang isipin mo, ano yung makukuha mo doon sa babasahin mo, no? Yung relevance niyan sa trabaho mo. Okay. Okay, so for the schedule, we have the accumulated depreciation beginning, and then depreciation and adjustment equals the accumulated depreciation end. No? Okay, so other non-current assets, you have to disclose that also. And then the deposit liabilities, no? Saving deposits, time deposits, no? Then we have the trade, non-trade, and other payables. due to unions and federations. Patronage refund payable, other current liabilities, retirement fund payable, loan payable, other non-current liabilities, donation and grants, statutory funds, no? Income from business segments of the cooperative, yun, nakalagay na dyan. And then, ang haba, no, sa income from business segments of the cooperative. No? Income from business segments of the cooperatives, no? So, ganyan po ang financial statement ng cooperative. Okay. And then, allocation and distribution of net surplus. And then, we have the retirement benefits, the related party transactions, event after balance sheet date, commitment and contingencies, the going concern, and then the reclassification. Okay. Ito yung BIR RR 15-2010. Ito yung information on taxes, duties, and license fees paid or accrued during the taxable year is presented for purposes of filing with the Bureau of Internal Revenue and is not required part of the basic financial statements, no? So, ano yung i-disclose mo dito? Yung license and fees paid or accrued during the taxable year. No? Okay. Nandyan yung mga accounts, no? Then the withholding taxes. Okay. We have supplementary information required by the BIR under RR 19-2011, no? Net sales revenues or sales receipts. And then we have the exempt, the special rate, and then the regular rate. No? Sale of goods or property, sale of services, and then the total. Okay. So, tingnan ninyo ang haba, no? Nandyan yung itemized deductions nila during the year, ha? So, kung may itemized deductions yung ano natin, yung mga taxpayers natin kahapon, yung cooperative meron din. No? Tingnan natin yung kanilang itemized deductions. They have salaries and wages, employees benefits, SSS, PhilHealth, ECC, no? And then yung mga contributions, retirement benefits, officers honorarium and allowances, no? Training and seminars, office supplies, light and water, transportation and travel, gas, oil and lubricants, insurance expense, repairs and maintenance, rental, taxes and licenses, professional fees, communication, representation, general administrative expenses, meeting and conferences, collection expense, bank charge, promotional expense, periodicals and magazines, general support services, members benefit, depreciation and amortization, social and community service, provision for loan roses, miscellaneous expense, no, incidental expense, litigation expense, no? So yun karami ang chart of accounts po ng cooperatives, no? So with that, let's have a 15 minutes break, no, and then we will be discussing about the non-stock, non-profit corporation. No? So, tapos na tayo sa cooperative. So, if you try to look at yung mga dinidiscuss natin, ito yung mga exempt, no? Kasi ang cooperative per se, exempt yan. So, also with non-stock, non-profit corporation. Pero nagiging taxable lang sila once they are engaged also in taxable activities. Pero kung sila lang talaga, exempt po sila sa taxes. Okay, so let's have a 15 minutes break. Okay, so let's go back to our preparation of financial statements for non-stock non-profit corporation. No? Okay. So our example here is the ABC Foundation for the Conservation of Natural Resources Inc., no? Which is a non-stock non-profit corporation. So ano naman ang financial statement ng non-stock non-profit corporation? Ito yung statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balance, no? Sa cooperative, ano yung balance sheet niya? Statement of financial condition. Sa non-stock non-profit corporation, statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balance, no? So, dapat ganito na yung gagawin ninyo sa mga non-stock non-profit corporation. Okay. So, still, ang presentation is 2 years, no? Comparative. Okay. So, we have the assets. Ito naman yung framework niya, same doon sa corporations, no? So, we have the assets, we have current assets and non-current assets, no? So we have total assets. Okay. We have liabilities and fund balance, no? So kaya nga siya statement of assets, liabilities and fund balance, no? So liabilities and fund balance, we have current liability, project and other payables. And then we have non-current liability, retirement benefit obligations, okay, sa mga employees. And then the fund balance. So total liabilities and fund balance. Okay. Okay, so, and then yung statement of support, revenues, and expenses, yun naman yung income statement niya. Di ba? So, statement of support, revenue, and expenses. No? So, support and revenues coming from the grants and donations. No? So, ito yung idugtong ko dito mamaya sa explanations natin, sa discussions natin, yung mga schedules required by the SEC for non-stock non-profit corporations. So, support and revenues, we have grants, donations, membership fees, other income. So, take note na ang non-stock non-profit corporations are exempt, no, from income tax. Income tax lang from income tax. Pero kung dito sa kagaya dito, meron siyang sinasabi na other income, this might be taxable, no? So, kasi pagka ang source niya is taxable, then magbabayad na rin siya ng tax, just like also the cooperatives, no? So, we have expenses, project cost, and then the general and administrative expenses. Yun, same din, meron din siyang tinatawag na notes, no? Explanations. And then the result is the excess of support and revenues over expenses. No? So, hindi siya tinatawag na income. Ang tawag sa kanya, excess of support and revenues over expenses. Okay. And then we have the statement of changes in fund balance. Ito na yung statement of changes in equity. No? Kasi pag tinitingnan mo, yung equity niya is fund balance. Kaya statement of changes in fund balance. So, for the years ended and then balance, beginning January 1, excess of support and revenues over expenses, and then equals the balance December 31. No? Kasi parang dinagdag mo dyan yung income niya, yung excess ng support and revenues over expenses, dinagdag mo sa balance beginning. So, yun na yung balance end niya. And then we have the cash flows, no? So, the same also kung paano siya ginawa sa like the private corporations, no? So, cash flows from operating activities. So, you start with the excess of support and revenue over expenses. And then, the adjustment, no? So, adjustment for retirement benefit cost, depreciation, unrealized foreign exchange loss, interest income from bank deposit and cash equivalents, interest income from short-term investment, interest income from multi-purpose loans to employees. So, equals operating cash flows before working capital changes. So, yun yung items that affects the cash flows from operating activities niya. And then we have the decrease in operating assets, project and other advances, other current assets, other non-current assets, decrease or increase in project and other payables. So equals cash generated from or used in operations, no? And then interest received from bank deposits and cash equivalents. So yun yung 754,636, no? Okay. And then cash flows from investing activities, no? Additions to property and equipment, no? So dapat tali din yan doon sa statement of assets and liabilities and fund balance natin. Okay. Short-term investment. So tali din sa statement of assets and liabilities. Yun. Okay. And then interest received from short-term investments. Interest received from multi-purpose loans to employees. Net cash used in investing activities. So effect of exchange rate changes on cash and cash equivalents equals the net increase in cash and cash equivalents. Add cash beginning, no? So equals cash at the end of the year, no? So itong cash at the end of the year, ito yung cash mo as of December 31, no? 28,724,528, no? Okay. So tali siya. Okay. So tingnan natin ang notes, no? Kasi yung 4 financial statements, maiksi lang yan. Ang notes or yung explanations, yun yung mahaba. No? So we have the notes to financial statements. So ABC Foundation, notes to financial statements as at and the years ended December 31, 2018 and 2017. No? So ito yung corporate information niya. You explain the purpose, no? Kung ano yung purpose, bakit siya na establish, and then kailan siya nag-umpisa, no? Ano yung mga activities niya, no? Okay. So the foundation shall engage in the following activities: financing projects and programs, encouraging and underwriting researches and studies in the areas above mentioned, no? So ano yung mga areas above mentioned niya? Principal purpose to contribute for the national development through the establishment and operation of a private institutional medium that will conduct seminars, conferences, and other initiative activities to encourage, undertake, and or underwrite pure and fundamental and or applied research and or creative work in environmental protection, natural resources conservation, wildlife management, tribal ethic culture, no? So yun yung purpose. So ano yung gagawin niya? These are the activities, no? Financing projects, establishing scholarships and professorial chairs in the field, promoting and or providing technical assistance and services, conducting, sponsoring, underwriting seminars, training, programs, conference, assisting in strengthening the library laboratory. Itong mga purposes na to, if you try to look at, no, dapat tali to dun sa purpose stated in the Articles of Incorporation. So ito yun. The foundations or the non-stock non-profit corporations, sa BIR, they are required to apply for a certificate of tax exemptions. No? So dito sa purpose, dito nagkakatalo minsan na hindi nabibigyan ng certificate of tax exemptions. Why? Because one of the conditions na non-stock non-profit corporations are exempted from the payment of income tax. Remember, ang exemption provided by the tax code, payment lang po ng income tax, ha? Kasi akala ng iba, pag sinabi mong non-stock non-profit, lahat na ng taxes, agad-agad exempt na siya. Hindi po ganun. No? If you read the National Internal Revenue Code, doon lang sa Section 34H, doon lang exempt. So, income tax lang po yun. No? So, other taxes, kung subject siya sa, or gumagawa siya ng mga economic activities, then magiging subject siya sa ibang klaseng taxes, just like VAT, no? So tali yung purposes ninyo with that of the purpose stated in the Articles of Incorporation. Pag hindi na, lumalabas na kayo doon sa purposes na nakalagay doon sa Articles of Incorporation nyo, mag-amend na kayo ng Articles of Incorporation to conform with that of your current operation, no? Huwag niyong pabayaan kasi magkaroon kayo dyan ng violations. And ito, nakalagay dito sa notes niya, sinabi niya dito, income tax exemption, the foundation as a non-stock and non-profit organization is exempt from income tax pursuant to Section 30 of the National Internal Revenue Code in ARC, no? However, income derived from any of its activities conducted for profit regardless of the disposition made of such income, if any, is subject to tax, no? Income tax or final tax. Pahiram nga nung tax code, yung maliit, hari. Wala ba dyan? Tingnan mo dun sa table sa loob. Okay. Dun sa loob siguro baka nadala. Okay, so the foundation is accredited by the Philippine Council for NGO Certification. Ito yung PCNC that gives accreditation, no, sa mga foundation. Pero ang isang requirement ng government for this non-stock non-profit corporations, they should be regulated or accredited also by the regulating agencies of the government. Halimbawa, yung purpose ng non-stock non-profit mo is for social welfare. So you should be accredited or you should also conform to the requirements or regulations of the DSWD or the Department of Social Welfare and Development. No? Okay. Section 30. Sinasabi niya dito, Section 30. Okay. Section 30 is the exemption from tax on corporation, no? So, yun yung sinasabi niya dito that the foundation as non-stock non-profit corporation is exempted from income tax pursuant to Section 30 of the National Internal Revenue Code, no? Okay. Ang sinasabi ko naman is the Section 34H. Ito yung mga donations, no? Charitable and other contributions na tinatanggap ng mga non-stock non-profit corporations. No? Okay. Okay. The foundation is accredited by the PCNC, no, as duly institution in accordance with the provisions of Revenue Regulations 13-98. Actually, itong 13-98, andito yung regulations on and the reporting requirements pag may mga grants ka, may mga donations, no? Yun yung charitable contributions natin. No? Okay. As a qualified donor institution, donations to the foundation entitle the donor to tax deduction and exemptions from donor's tax under certain conditions pursuant to Section 34H and 101, respectively, of the NIRC. The foundation's registration as a qualified donor institution is valid for 5 years up to December 10, 2022. No? Kasi anong sabi niya? Valid for 5 years, no? So after that, ano mo din siya, i-renew, no? So may sinasabi siya dito na Section 101, no? Ng tax code. Ano sinabi ng Section 101, exemption of certain gifts. Ito yung under the donor's tax, no? So sa donor's tax naman, sa mga donations, may mga gagawin pa kayo dyan na mga certificate of donations. May forms yan which should be filled up by both the donors and the donees and then submitted to the BIR where the donor is registered. So with the BIR where the donee is registered. No? So pareho ipina-file yan sa BIR. The financial statements of the foundation as at and for the year ended December 31, 2018, including its comparatives as at and for the year ended December 31, 2017, were authorized and approved for issue by the Foundation Board of Trustees on May 31, 2019. So, pag non-stock non-profit organizations na foundations, hindi na Board of Directors ang tawag doon. Ang tawag sa kanila, Board of Trustees. No? Sila na yung nagmamanage ng fund ng foundation. Bakit trustee? Sila yung pinagkatiwalaan ng fund ng non-stock non-profit. No? Okay. Summary of significant accounting policies. Ito na yung notes to financial statement. No? Okay. So, what are the accounting policies? Significant accounting policies and practices applied in the preparation of these financial statements are set forth to facilitate the understanding of data presented in the financial statements. These policies have been consistently applied to all the years presented unless otherwise stated. Why? Kasi di ba sabi natin, the requirement for the preparation of financial statement, one of which is consistency. Other relevancy, continuing, ano ba yun? Yun yung mga requirements. So, sinabi niya dito talaga na consistent. No? Consistent siya. Statement of compliance and basis of preparation. The financial statement of foundation have been prepared in compliance with the Philippine Financial Reporting Standard for small and medium-sized entities. So, PFRS for SME. Yun po yung standard na ginamit niya. And the ECEC is very particular on this. Kaya dito, bawal magkamali dito. Mape-penalize ang auditor at saka yung taxpayer. Adopted by Financial Reporting Standards Council from the pronouncement issued by the International Accounting Standards Board. The principal accounting policies applied in the preparation of these financial statements are set in this note. No? So kung ano yung inadapt niya, are shown in these notes to financial statements. Okay. The financial statements have been prepared using the measurement basis specified by the PFRS for SMEs for its type of asset, liability, income, and expense. These financial statements have been prepared on the historical cost convention except as disclosed in the accounting policies below and are drawn up in accordance with the provision of the PFRS for SMEs. All amounts are rounded to the nearest peso except when otherwise indicated. No? So, changes in accounting policies and disclosures. No? So, new accounting framework effective January 1, 2019. No? So, PFRS for small entities. No? On December 13, 2018, Pero siya, hindi siya small entity ha, ano siya? Small and medium-sized entities, no? Okay. Approve the adoption of the PFRS for small entities as defined by the SEC, no? Ano yung small entities? May assets siya na 3 million to 100 million or total liabilities of between 3 million and 100 million. So magkano yung assets niya? 3 million to 100. Considered pa siya as small entities, no? Pagka naman ang liabilities niya is 3 million to 100 million, considered siya na small entities, no? If the entity is a parent company, the said amount shall be based on the consolidated figures. Consolidated na ng parent and its subsidiaries. They are not required to file financial statements in Part 2 of SRC Rule 68, are not in the process of filing their financial statements for the purpose of issuing any class of instruments in a public market, are not holders of secondary licenses issued by regulatory agencies, no? So, hindi siya holder ng secondary licenses kasi halimbawa naman yung mga non-stock non-profit corporations, engage sila in micro-lending activities. Kukuha sila ng license kasi lending nga sa central bank, no? Yung mga financing agencies na non-stock non-profit din, no? So, yun, holder yun ng secondary licenses, no? Case simplification introduced by the PFRS for small entities are as follows, no? Okay. May ano ako dito kasi bakit SME yung framework niya, yung dinidiscuss, kasi changes lang na accounting policies, no? So, ang dinidiscuss niya yung changes na accounting policies. So, small entities, no? Pero siya kasi SME, no? SME siya eh. So, iba yung small medium enterprises, ano naman yun? Ang assets ng small medium is 100 million to 350 million, no? And then yung liabilities, magkano? 100 million to 250 million. Yun yung 250 million yung liabilities. Sa small medium yun. Itong sinasabi niya dito kasi small entities. Kasi ito yung nag-change na accounting framework beginning January 1, 2019. Kasi dati wala small entities eh, no? The case simplification introduced by PFRS for small entities are as follows. Ito na yung changes, kaya nga sinasabi niya dito. Bakit? Kasi significant accounting policies ito eh, no? Inventories are to be subsequently valued at the lower of cost and market value, the probable selling price to willing buyers as of reporting date. No? So yun na yung reporting ng small entities for inventories, no? Lower of cost and the market value. Investment properties can be carried either at cost or at fair value depending on the policy choice made by the entity. So tingnan mo may choice ang entity sa paggamit ng cost or fair value ng investment properties. There is no concept of finance lease under the framework. All lease receipts or payments are recognized as income or expense as earned or incurred, no? There is no accounting for onerous contracts under the framework. Onerous contracts. For equity settled share-based payment transactions, an entity shall measure the goods or services received and the corresponding increase in equity with reference to the net assets value of the equity instruments granted. Net asset value is derived by dividing the total assets of the entity less any liabilities by the number of shares outstanding at measurement date, no? So ito yung pagbabago sa small entities. For defined benefit plans, an entity is required to use the accrual approach in calculating benefit obligations in accordance with Republic Act 7641, yung retirement plan, the Philippine Retirement Pay Law, or foundation policy. If superior than our Republic Act 7641, then accrual approach is applied by calculating the expected liability as of reporting date using the current salary of the entitled employees and the employees' years of service without consideration of future changes in salary rates and service periods. Pero sa mga full PFRS, no, sa mga malalaking entities, required talaga sa kanila ng kumuha ng actuarian. Sino yung actuarian? Ito yung magbavalue, magko-compute ng contributions under Republic Act 7641, yung retirement fund, no? Yung actuarian ang magko-compute kung magkano yung magiging contributions monthly ng company at magkano yung share ng employee, no? Meron yung report. Pero dito, since small entities nga lang to, walang sinabi na mag-hire ka pa ng actuarian, no? So, ikaw na mismo ang mag-compute, no? Kaya dito, sa small entities, ang mag-compute yan, yung accountant. Okay. Entities are given a policy choice of not recognizing deferred taxes in the financial statements. Imagine, pwedeng hindi mo i-recognize yung deferred taxes, no? Biological assets can be carried either at cost or at current market price depending on the policy choice made by the entity, no? Prior period adjustments are just captured in the opening balance of the current year, but with appropriate disclosures. No? Imagine yung prior period adjustments mo nasa opening balance. The new framework will have an impact on the foundation financial statement since it meets the definition of a small entity. So, since ang report niya, ano yung date na report dito? 2018 and 2017. Ito yung accounting policies na dinidiscuss kanya will affect the 2019, no? So anong sabi niya dito sa disclosures? The new framework will have an impact on the foundation financial statement since it meets the definition of a small entity. So pagdating ng 2019, hindi na siya SME. Ano na siya? Small entity. In accordance with SEC Memorandum Number 5, Series of 2018, but the foundation opts not to adopt this new framework inasmuch as the foundation is allied or associated with the other organization worldwide. So, hindi niya i-adapt. Bakit? Kasi meron pa siyang alliance with other worldwide organization. No? Cash and cash equivalents. Cash includes cash on hand and demand deposits. No? Cash equivalents refer to short-term, highly liquid investments that are readily convertible to known amount of cash and which are subject to an insignificant risk of changes in value with original maturities of 3 months or less. No? So, yun yung cash. Okay. So, anong ginawa niya dito sa PFRS for SME? Dinisclose lang niya. No? Short-term investments. Okay, so same lang po yan sa ibang sa framework ng SME, no? Project and other advances, ito yung unique naman sa foundation or sa non-stock non-profit. Project and other advances are recognized initially at the transaction price plus transaction cost, no? So transaction price plus transaction cost. These are subsequently measured at amortized cost using the effective interest method less allowance for doubtful accounts. No? Kaya nga advances siya. A provision for impairment on advances is established when there is objective evidence that the foundation will not be able to collect all amounts due according to the original terms of the advances. Project and other advances are recognized when the rights to receive cash flows from the receivable have expired or if the foundation has transferred its rights to receive cash flows from the receivable. Okay. So, yun yung disclosure niya on project and advances. Other current assets, property and equipment. No? Remember, these are just accounting policies pa lang. Ha? Hindi pa to yung mga schedules. Okay. Okay. Kasi pupunta pa tayo dun sa mga schedules required ng SEC. So, other current assets, and then the property and equipment, no? Same lang yan. Kasi, try to read the accounting framework for SME, no? So, yan ang nilagay niya dito na accounting policies. Why? Because if you are an SME, hindi ka lalayo doon sa framework as set in the by the PFRS for SME, no? So, impairment of non-financial assets, also other non-current assets. Okay, so dito po tayo sa project and other payables, no? So payables are recognized in the financial statements where the foundation becomes a party to a contract that gives rise to a receivable of another entity. Payables are recognized initially at the transaction price and subsequently measured at amortized cost using the effective interest method. These are included in current liabilities, except for maturities greater than 12 months after the reporting date, which are then classified as non-current liabilities. No? So, yun yung mga projects and other payables niya. Why? Kasi saan ba umiikot ang foundation? Sa projects, no? So, yun yung mga ano niya talaga, purpose. Okay. The foundation payables include project payable due to government agencies and accrued liabilities, no? Project payable consists of accounts payable and vouchers payable. Accounts payable are advances made from different persons, no? So advances. Vouchers payable refers to unreleased check as at reporting date. Accrued expenses represents expenses incurred for the period but not yet paid as at the reporting date. No? Payables are derecognized from the statements of assets, liabilities, and fund balance only when the obligations are extinguished either through discharge, cancellation, or expiration. No? So ano yung discharge, cancellation, expiration? Derecognized mo na yung payables. No? So bayad na. Retirement benefits obligations. Foundation accrues retirement benefit expense for the year computed at the total daily salary and allowances of all employees multiplied by a fixed amount of 22.5 days. Yan yung working days ng mga employees. The total daily salary and allowances is the sum of the month basic salary, transportation allowance, and de minimis benefits divided by 262 working days in a year. Ano po itong de minimis benefits? These de minimis benefits are small benefits given by the employer to the employee which are non-taxable. No? So, nakalagay yan sa rules ng BIR na halimbawa, yung laundry allowance mo, may certain amount ka lang na exempt siya or hindi siya isa-subject, no? Hindi mo siya isasama doon sa salary ng employee to make it taxable, no? So, saan mo siya ilalagay? Doon sa non-taxable income. So, consider siya as de minimis benefits. What are the other example pa po ng de minimis benefits? Yung mga aside from laundry allowance, yung uniform, no? Ano pa? Hindi ko na siya maalala yung iba, no? Pero tingnan nyo na lang yung mga de minimis benefits. Ang nagtaka ako noon because during my audit, monthly, meron silang de minimis benefits na kiniklaim. No? Take note na yung de minimis benefits. Ang total niyan yearly. So, kung spread over mo yan sa monthly, maliit lang lalo. No? So, huwag naman, may rice allowance na 2,000, di ba? May laundry allowance. Yun yung mga de minimis benefits. So, pagka yan ay binigay ng employer to the employee, they are not taxable. No? So, non-taxable siya. In measuring its defined benefit obligations, the foundation includes both vested and unvested benefits. Also, the following bases were used. Estimated future salary increases are ignored. No? So, ito yung policies. Future service of current employees is not considered. possible in-service mortality of current employees between the reporting date and the date employees are expected to begin receiving post-employment benefits are ignored, except for mortality after service. Okay. So, meron din ang mga foundations or non-stock non-profit corporations ng related parties and related party transactions. So, ano to? These are, the parties are considered to be related if one party has ability directly and indirectly to control the other party or exercise significant influence over the other party in making financial and operating decisions. Parties are also considered to be related if they are subject to common control. Related parties may be individual or corporate entities. Yan na yung tanong. No? May mga tanong sa atin doon sa transfer pricing, no? Kasi meron din po tayong channel aside from the channel natin dito sa task training. Binukod ko yung channel for the basic transfer pricing. So, ano yung tanong? Are non-stock non-profit corporations also have related parties transactions? The answer is yes. Why? Because the non-stock non-profit corporation is also a legal or juridical entity. At meron din yan siyang mga officers, mga members, no, that could be subjected also to related parties transactions if they have transactions with the foundation, no? So much more so na meron din na related parties transactions. No, hindi ko nakita doon sa cooperative, pero dapat meron din. Why? Kasi pagka ano ka, halimbawa officers ka, members ka ng co-op, dapat meron din, no? Kasi you are considered as related parties. And dapat tinitingnan na, kasi red alert po kasi itong pag sinasabi mo na related party, no? Red alert yan. Kasi masasubject ka na kagad sa transfer pricing. And what is this transfer pricing all about? Transfer pricing is about related parties, which deals with the transfer of goods and services between related parties. At pag sinabi mo na related parties, may relationship sila. Halimbawa na lang, the foundation and its members and its board of trustees, related parties yan sila. Why? Because the board of trustees has control over the foundation, no? So they are considered as related parties. At what is the adopted principles or the internationally agreed principles when it comes to transfer pricing or dealings with related parties? That is what we call as the arm's length principle. And what is that arm's length principle? We mean that the transactions, financial and commercial transactions between related parties should be at par or similar with that of the independent parties. And when we say independent parties, they have no relationship, they have no control with each other, and their transactions are governed only by the economic conditions or the market. Samantala, ang related parties or the related party transactions are governed or are influenced by relationship between the parties, no? So, commercial and business transactions nila, financial transactions. So, governed lang siya by the relationship between the parties. And there is an element of control, no? So, anong tawag dun sa related party transactions? Hindi siya the true transactions. Why? Because they are influenced by control. Because yun nga related parties doing the transactions have a relationship, no? May link sila with each other. So, anong dapat daw? Gagawa ka ng transfer pricing analysis report to show that the prices doon sa transactions na yun between related parties are arm's length, no? Yun po yung ginagawa natin ngayon, no? Na hindi na tayo makakatanggap pa ng iba, limited na yung ating mga live streaming because focus muna natin doon sa transfer pricing analysis report natin na 8 na po yung nag-confirm. You can just imagine, no? Ang dami. And then, ang hirap pa maghanap ng kanilang mga information, no? Kasi ang pahirapan na ngayon kumuha sa easy. At saka may bayad na. Hindi dati na yung babayar mo, printing lang. At saka you can view the financial statements sa website nila. Ngayon, wala na. Sinubukan mo ba, Hari? Wala na talaga?
Wala na talaga. Ang bago na nila, SEC Express. Yun na yung order na.
Yun na yung may bayad ng 500. Mabilis lang ba yun?
Mga 1 week dumating.
1 week. Kaya dapat, next week dyan, Monday, ma-request na. Yung isa pa naman, ang dami nun, mga 200. No? Okay, imagine, 200 times 500, magkano yun? 100,000. Mahal po magpagawa ng transfer pricing analysis. No? I tell you. Why? Because of the voluminous materials or documentation na kailangan. Support and revenue recognition. The foundation recognizes support and revenues when it is probable that future economic benefit will flow to the foundation. No? So, yun yung support and revenue recognition. The amount of support and revenues can be reliably measured and specific criteria have been met for each of the foundation's activities. Support and revenues is measured at the fair value of the consideration received. No? Okay, so fair value ang measurement. Support pertains to legally enforceable grants and donations. No? So ito na ang mga sinasabi dito kasi foundation nito. No? Enforceable grants and donations are recorded in the year such grant and donations are made by the donors. Membership and other fees. Membership and other fees arising from the foundation events are recognized as revenue upon receipt. No? So may mga membership and fees. Interest income. Interest income is accrued on a time proportion basis. No? Time proportion basis. Why? Kasi di ba ang income is very particular or relevant to the time na ginamit mo siya. Because interest is the cost of money for using the money or the financial assets of other entity. No? So, it is accrued on a time proportion basis by reference to the principal outstanding and at the effective interest rate applicable. No? How much is the interest rate applicable natin ngayon sa legal interest is 12%. No? Which is the rate that exactly discounts estimated future cash receipts through the expected life of the financial asset to the asset's net carrying amount on initial recognition. So, yun yung interest income. And in this case, meron siyang nireport dito na interest income. Ito paano mo ma-relate or ma-reconcile itong interest income dyan sa, sa financial statements. So, nag-report siya, may sinasabi siya na interest income. Saan manggagaling yung kanyang interest income? Try to look at the financial statements. So, saan manggagaling yung interest income niya? Meron siyang cash na 28 million na ending, ang beginning niya is 31 million. So, that is cash and cash equivalents. If that cash is placed in the bank, that earns interest, no? Kaya pwedeng wala kang i-report na interest income. No? Saan pa manggagaling na posible yung interest income? On short-term investment. No? Kaya dapat, pag gumawa na kayo ng breakdown, nandyan na yung interest expense nyo or yung interest income nyo, saan na siya manggagaling? From the cash, no, sa deposit in the banks, and then the short-term investment, kasi hindi ka mag-invest na wala yung kita. No? And then saan pa siya manggagaling? Wala na. Cash and cash equivalent and then the short-term investment. No? Kung sana meron siyang loan receivable, no? So, pwede rin na doon manggagaling. Especially, yung mga financing entities, no? Yung micro-lending entities na mga non-stock, non-profit. Expense recognition. Expenses are recognized in the statement of support, revenues, and expenses. No? Statement of support, revenues, and expenses. Ito yung ating income statement. When decrease in the future economic benefits is related to a decrease in an asset or an increase in liabilities arising, that can be measured reliably. No? Can be measured reliably. So certain. Expenses are recognized in the statement of support. revenues and expenses on the basis of a direct association between the cost incurred and the earning of specific items of income. Okay. Tinitingnan ko palagi yung relo kasi binabase lang natin yung ating time. No? We're allotting our time sa ating discussions kasi maganda yung na-explain natin yung account, na himay-himay natin isa-isa, but of course, titingnan natin kung kaya ng time natin because we have the yung mga schedules for the non-stock non-profit corporations. Yun yung ayaw ko na maiwan, no? Okay. Sige, pero kaya pa naman. We still have 45 minutes, no? Okay. For the expense recognition, expenses are recognized in the statement of support revenues and expenses. So, yun yung ating income statement. On the basis of a direct association between the cost incurred and the earning of specific items of income, on the basis of systematic and rational allocation procedures, when economic benefits are expected to arise over several accounting periods. And the association with income can only be broadly or indirectly determined or immediately when an expenditure produces no future economic benefit or when and to the extent that future economic benefits do not qualify or cease to qualify for recognition in the statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balance as an asset. So yun yung disclosure niya on the expense recognition or yung kanyang accounting policies adopted for the expense recognition. No? For the leases, the foundation is subparty to an operating lease as at reporting date as a lessee. No? Uupa siya. Operating lease, leases in which a significant portion of the risk and rewards of ownership are retained by the lessor as are classified as operating lease. No? Operating lease payments are recognized as an expense on a straight-line basis over the lease term unless when another systematic basis is more representative of the time pattern in which economic benefits from the leased assets are consumed. No? Contingent rentals arising under operating leases are recognized as an expense in the period in which they are incurred. No? So, ito yung mga rental, no, ng foundations. Okay. So, let's go to provisions. Provisions are recognized when present obligations will probably lead to an outflow of economic resources, and they can be estimated reliably even if the timing or amount of the outflow may still be uncertain. No? A present obligation arises from the presence of a legal or constructive commitment that has resulted from past events. Ano yung mga legal or constructive commitment? Ito yung mga contracts, no, na pumasok or the foundation signed in, no? So, legal or constructive commitment. Provisions are measured at the estimated expenditure required to settle the present obligations based on the most reliable evidence available at the end of the reporting date, including the risk and uncertainties associated with the present obligations. Any reimbursement expected to be received in the course of settlement of the present obligation is recognized, if virtually certain, as separate asset, not exceeding the amount of related provisions. Where there are a number of similar obligations, the likelihood that an outflow will be required in settlement is determined by considering the class of obligations as a whole. So provisions pa rin ito, ha. In addition, where time value of money is material, long-term provisions are discounted to their present values using a pre-tax rate that reflects market assessment and the risk specific to the obligations. No? So ito yung mga provisions ng non-stock non-profit. Provisions are reviewed in the end of its reporting date and adjusted to reflect the current best estimate. No? So imagine, yung accounting natin also nag-i-estimate na. In those cases where the possible outflow of economic resources as a result of present obligations is considered improbable or remote, no? Remote, or the amount to be provided for cannot be measured reliably, no liability is recognized in the financial statements. Kasi, bakit? Hindi mo ma-measure yung um, provisions no, yung sa liability. So, hindi siya i-recognize. No? Okay. Similarly, possible inflows of economic benefits to the foundation that do not meet the recognition criteria of an assets are considered contingent assets. Oh, kasi bakit contingent? Hindi ka sigurado. Excuse me. Hence, are not recognized in the financial statements. No? So, ito mga contingent assets, hindi pa sigurado, hindi pa recognize sa financial statements. Ano yung ating financial statements? Yun yung apat na statement of financial, dito, statement of assets, liabilities. Balikan lang natin kasi may sinasabi siya dito na the reports, no? Okay. Ano yung ating financial statement for non-stock, non-profit foundation? We have the statement of assets, liabilities, and fund balances. That is the balance sheet. We have the statement of support, revenues, and expenses. Yun yung income statement. And we have the statement of changes in fund balance. Yun yung ating equity. No? And then yung cash flow. Same lang yan. No? Contingencies, no? As an entity, mayroon ka dapat na treatment for these contingencies. No? Contingent liabilities are not recognized in the financial statement. Bakit? Kasi contingent pa lang eh. Pwedeng mangyari, pwedeng hindi. These are disclosed unless the possibility of an outflow of resources embodying economic benefit is removed. No? Contingent assets are not recognized in the financial statement, but disclosed when an inflow of economic benefit is probable. Contingent assets are assessed continually to ensure that the development are appropriately reflected in the financial statements. If it has become virtually certain that an inflow of economic benefits will arise, the asset and related income are recognized in the financial statements. No? So certain na yung economic benefits will arise, then i-recognize mo na yung related assets and income sa financial statements. So those are the provisions for contingencies. So what are the events after the reporting date and also the significant accounting judgment and estimates? No? So you read that, the events and then the significant accounting judgment and estimates. Okay, let's now go to the report na niya ng explanation niya ng notes, no? Sa cash and cash equivalent. This is note number 4. Kaya pag gumawa kayo doon ng financial statements nyo, di ba may nakalagay dyan na anong notes. So for cash, nandyan yung cash and cash equivalents, no? So the account consists of cash on hand, cash in banks, and then cash equivalents, no? So paano mo i-explain yung cash? Cash in banks generally earn interest at the respective bank deposit rates. So take note na itong sinasabi natin sa inyo ngayon, ito na yung explanation sa pag gumawa na kayo ng report, no? So ito yung mga explanations sa notes to financial statement ninyo or sa disclosures. Cash in banks generally earn interest at the respective bank deposit rates. Cash equivalents are made for varying period up to 3 months, no? Varying period up to 3 months. So kaya nga sabi dito, cash or cash equivalents. Depending on the immediate cash requirements of the foundation and earn interest at rates from 1.15 to 1.8%. Yan ang yan ang interest rate sa bangko ng mga savings deposit. 1% per year, no? Imagine, 12 months. Kaya yung ibang ginagawa nila, sigurado sila hindi nila gagamitin yung kanilang cash, tina-time deposits nila mas mataas ang interest rate, no? So, interest income earned from the bank deposits and cash equivalents amounted to 754,636 and 324,607 in 2018 and 2017 respectively. No? So, they are included sa other income, net account under support and revenues in the statement of support revenues and expenses. Ano yung statement of support revenue and expenses? Yun yung income statement natin, no? There is no restriction on the foundation cash and cash equivalent as at December 31, 2018 or 2017. Kailan nagkakaroon ng restrictions yung cash? Pag halimbawa yung cash na yan ay para sa written earnings and then appropriated, no? So, magkakaroon ka ngayon ng restrictions. So, ano yun? Hindi mo pwedeng gamitin yung ganyang cash, no? Kasi nakaroon na siya ng restrictions. Appropriated na siya, halimbawa. Short-term investment. The account pertains to a 1-year time deposit. So, nag-time deposit siya kasi mas mataas ang rate, no? With a local bank with principal amount of 1.6,265,000 as of December 2018 and 2017. Tingnan nyo yung interest niya. The interest earns interest at rates from 0.875% to 1% per annum. No? So, short-term investment niya, bakit mas maliit pa kaysa doon sa savings deposit? Interest income earned from short-term investment, which amounted to 805 and 2,180 for the years ended December 2018 and 2017 respectively. No? They are included part of other income and then the account under support and revenues in the statement of support, revenues and expenses. No? So, magkano yung interest income earned niya sa short-term investment niya? 800 pesos and 2,180. How much yung kanyang investment? No? Parang ang layo. Kano yung investment niya? 1,650,000. Maliit lang din. No? Kaya yung kita niya, 800 at saka 2,180. Okay, so these are the breakdown of the project and other advances, no? So, project advances during the year and then advances to employees. So, total allowance for doubtful accounts. Kaya yung total ng project and other advances niya is 2,09,998 for the year. Oh, for the year na yan. Okay. The reconciliation of the allowance for doubtful accounts is as follows. No? So, allowance for doubtful accounts. Balance at beginning, provision for impairment, write-off, balance at the end of the year. Ano yung mga requirements natin to write-off na dito sa mga bad debts natin? Halimbawa, dito sa doubtful accounts, hindi na makolekta. No? Ano yung bawal dito? Bawal yung mag-claim or mag-declare ka ng bad debts, no, na yung loans are between related parties, no? Halimbawa, members of the family or halimbawa from a corporation where the individual owns at least 50%, no, ng shares of stocks ng corporation. So, bawal din. Hindi nire-recognize yung mga doubtful accounts or bad debts written off. Okay, so may impairment loss. So, property, plant, and equipment, project and other payables, leases. Ito yung na-explain na rin kanina, no? And then the support and revenues, no? Sandali lang. Inom lang ako sandali ng tubig. Kasi May sound pa tayo?
Meron ako.
Okay. So let's now go to short-term investment, no? Tapos na tayo dyan. Project and other advances. No? So ito yung explanation ng foundation on the project and other advances during the year, no? So may project advances, advances to employees. Okay. Tapos yung reconciliation niya for allowance for doubtful accounts. Okay. The foundation recognized impairment loss of 841,454 at 231, 2018 and 2017 respectively against project and other advances. No? Presented as impairment loss on receivables under general and administrative expenses in the statement of support, revenues, and expenses. Project advances pertains to cash advances made to third parties. No? So may mga advances sila. Other foundations, non-government organizations with respect to maintenance of project site used for a designated activity and other expenses. These advances are generally collected in 30 to 90 days. No? Advances to employees pertain to cash advances granted to foundations personnel to expedite project-related expenses such as transportation, meals, per diems, accommodations, and others. No? So ito yung mga projects and other advances. So ano yung reminder natin dito? For the project and other advances, yung gagawin ng employee halimbawa should be for documentation purposes, yung mga resibo niya should be in the name of the foundation, no? Hindi sa pangalan niya for substantiation purposes. Property and equipment, no? So ito yung mga properties and equipment niya. Okay. So dapat dito ano to may lapsing schedule to at saka dapat 2 years, no? So 2018 and 2017 din dapat ang representation. No? So ano yung mga property and equipments niya? Meron siyang transportation equipment, meron siyang office field and communication equipment, office furniture and fixtures, leasehold improvement, and then the total. No? So meron siyang cost, and then the accumulated depreciation as of January 2018, and ito na yung December 31 niya na carrying amount, no? Okay. Pero dapat meron pa to, kulang siya ng 2017, no? Depreciation expense is shown in the statement of support, revenues, and expenses as part of general and administrative expenses as disclosed in note 12, no? Okay. Kasi itong depreciation, kiniklaim niya to doon sa income statement. Ano yung tawag niya doon to sa income statement niya? Statement of support, revenues, and expenses. So yun ang income statement. And itong depreciation expense, kiniklaim to doon. Foundation's property and equipment as of December 31, 2018 and 2017 are not held as collateral for its liabilities and are free from encumbrances. So take note, ito na yung disclosures, ito na yung explanations. So nung sabi niya, hindi niya ginawang collateral yung kanyang property and equipment for the liabilities, no? Kaya walang encumbrances itong mga properties and equipments. As of December 31, 2018 and 2017, the foundation has no outstanding contractual commitments to acquire certain property and equipment. No? So, wala siyang balak bumili ng property and equipment. Okay, so project and other payables. Project payables 2018, accrued liabilities and due to government agencies. So, ito yung project and other payables niya. Ito yung explanations. Project payable pertains to obligations to projects and communities supported by the foundation. The accrued liabilities pertains to the accrual and professional fees printing, publication, maintenance, rent, supplies, accommodation, travel, and communication. So, yan yung accrued liabilities niya, no? So, due to government agencies, ito yung social security system niya na payable sa mga employees, no? Yung sa Pag-ibig, Home Development Mutual Fund payables, withholding taxes and other taxes payable to government, no? So, more or less, meron siyang disclosures on the project and other payables. Excuse me. Sarap may kape na mainit sa lalamunan. Okay. Leases. Foundation entered into a contract of lease for its main office, no? So, yun yung mga disclosures niya if meron, no? Okay. So, the foundation is also leasing under operating lease agreements. So, naka-disclose po lahat yan, no? And in these leases, may mga contract yan, may contract of lease, no? So, kung titingnan pa natin, dapat itong mga leases na to subject to 5% withholding tax, no? So, dapat nag-withhold dito yung foundation kasi siya yung lessee, no? So, pagka lessee ka at may rental ka na expense, dapat mag-withhold ka ng 5%. Okay. Future annual minimum lease payments are as follows. Due within 1 year. Due beyond 1 year but not more than 5 years. No? Kasi yung lease contract, merong 1 year lang, merong more than 5 years. Total security deposits for the lease agreements are as follows. No? Security deposit, current, and then the security deposit, non-current. Support and revenues. No? So this account consists of, ito na yung income nila. Grants and donations, membership fees, and then the other income. Anong explanations niya? Membership fees are the fees paid by the foundation members. May mga members yung foundations. Other income consists of interest income from the cash in banks. So may interest income siya. Short-term investment. Ito yung 805. Multi-purpose loans to employees. Kasi may interest din, no? Yung loan to employees. Unrealized foreign exchange loss. So, na-loss siya sa foreign exchange. So, ang total niya is 742,825. Ito yung interest income, no? Other income niya. Okay. Project cost, no? Sa foundations, ano yung kanilang expenses sa operation? Project, no? Kasi project sila eh. Project cost. The account consists of salaries, wages, and other benefits. Pag sinabi mong salaries, wages, and other benefits, if you are the preparer of these financial statements, see to it na it complies with the statutory requirements. At ano po yung statutory requirements natin pagdating na sa salaries, wages, and other benefits? Subject po siya sa withholding tax, subject din siya dun sa labor laws na, di ba, yung may minimum wage requirements tayo. No? So, see to it na itong ating mga expenses na kiniklaim dito as project cost conforms or compliant with that of the mandatory requirements. Meetings and conferences, no? Professional fees. Professional fees are subject also to withholding na 5%, 10%, or 15% depending on the recipient. No? Pagka individual yan, and the income is more than 3 million, 10%. No? Below 3 million, 5% withholding for individuals. For corporations, yung recipient of the professional fees, for 720,000 and below, 10% po yung withholding. More than 720,000, the withholding tax rate is already 15%. No? Transportation and travel. Anong sabi natin sa expenses? To be allowed as should be necessary and ordinary, no? So hindi sobra-sobra. Field gadgets, no? Accommodation and living, office supplies, no? Rent. Rent is subject to a 5% withholding. Production and publication, communication, light and water, SSS, no? This pertains to the salaries and wages, no, ng mga employees. Livelihood, no? Livelihood siguro to ng mga employees din. Fees and other charges, bank charges, advertisement and exhibits. No, advertisement and exhibits subject to 2% kasi ano ito, services, no? Insurance, facilitation honorarium, uh, subject to withholding tax, no? Taxes and licenses, no? Ano sabi natin sa taxes and licenses? Penalties are not included, only the basic tax. Repairs and maintenance subject to withholding, 1% for the materials, 2% for the labor. No? And then miscellaneous. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa miscellaneous. Take note, sa miscellaneous expenses na kiniklaim nyo, baka yung component niyan or yung laman niyan are subject to withholding, then you withhold. No? Kasi kahit nasabihin mo miscellaneous yan, iba't ibang account yan that can be subjected to withholding. Okay, so we have general and administrative expenses. The account consists of salaries, wages, and other benefits, so also subject to withholding tax and labor laws. Professional fees, ganun din, events, rental, impairment loss on receivables, no? Take note na itong yung receivables mo, dapat hindi to receivable coming from the officers and employees, no? Hindi mo siya pwedeng i-claim. Retirement benefits, meetings and conferences, communications, light and water, office supplies, SSS, depreciation to nung property and equipment. No? So should tally also with your schedule ng property and equipment. Insurance, transportation and travel, repairs and maintenance, subject to withholding, accommodation and living, and also miscellaneous. No? May note siya dito, miscellaneous pertain to bank charges, insurance, and management fees not chargeable to the project. No? Ano yung management fees? Subject also to withholding. No, ang management fees. Sabi ng iba, 2% lang yan. Hindi po ang management fees, hindi po yan subject sa 2%. Doon po yan sa 10%, 15%, or 5%. No? Okay. Related party transactions. What are the related party transactions? Related parties in these financial statements, key management personnel, no? Officers, compensation. The foundation considers key management personnel all employees holding managerial position. Okay. So ano yung mga nakuha nilang remuneration during the 2-year period? Short-term employee benefits and the retirement benefits, no? For purposes of disclosures in the BR Form 1709 for related party transactions, doon sa RR 34-2020, yung pinaka-latest, no? Hindi na sinama yung disclosure for the key management personnel. No, tinanggal na, hindi na daw dapat i-disclose. Pero since ang report na to for the financial statements also inclusive of the compliant requirements for is easy, then the related party transactions for key management personnel should also be reported. Kasi hindi lang naman to pang BIR. No, kahit sinabi ng BIR, hindi na kailangan i-report yung key management personnel. But for easy purposes, kailangan pa rin. No? So, who will prevail? Siyempre, is easy kasi siya yung regulatory agency for the for the corporation. Samantala ang BIR, taxes lang yung kaniyang nire-regulate. No? So sino susundin mo? Dapat yung SEC. Okay. Total compensation paid to key management personnel. Ito yung explanation niya. Is recognized in the statement of support, revenues, and expenses as under project costs and general and administrative expenses. So, ang key management personnel niya na payment, mayroon sa general administrative expenses, and nandyan din sa project cost, no? So, dalawa. Foundation has no other arrangement in material terms, including consulting contracts. Kasi may mga consultants yan sila na hinahire, no? Pero dito wala siyang consulting contracts. Okay? Pursuant to which any trustee was compensated or is to be compensated directly or indirectly. Okay. Retirement benefits obligation, this is a mandatory requirement, no? Yung sa mga employees. There are 43 employees covered by the foundation retirement plan as of December 31. No? Okay, so supplementary information required by the BIR. No? So ito yung VAT. The foundation is a non-profit, hindi siya subject to VAT, no? So registered siya as a non-VAT, therefore not subject to VAT. And then taxes on importation. Hindi siya nag-apply sa foundation kasi wala din siyang importation during the year. Excise tax, hindi din subject. Dog stamps, no transaction subject to DST during the year. Pero ano dapat, yung kanyang mga contracts, lease contracts, dapat may ano yun may dog stamps. All other local and national taxes, no permits, residence or community, BIR registration fee. Withholding taxes. Ito nagwi-withhold siya. Alam nyo, ano yung purpose ng BIR na dito pa lang sa notes to financial statements, you are already required to disclose your payment for taxes. Kasi dito pa lang makikita na this already summarizes your compliance during the year. So dito makikita na ano yung hindi mo binayaran, no? Kasi pati withholding taxes, nandyan na. So isang tingin na lang. Kaya ako favorite ko talaga when I was still in the BIR, no? I do audit for work or investigation for 29 years, no? Kaya ngayon, tired na. Pati yung boses ko, tired na. So, ano to? Withholding taxes niya, compensation, and then the expanded, no? Ito na yung details. Deficiency tax assessment and tax cases. So, kita-kita na kaagad ng BIR kung ano yung gusto niyang hanapin ng taxes. So, pagka hindi ka nagbayad, dapat ba ilagay mo dito? Dapat hindi. Kasi this is your payment. Hanapan ka ng resibo. Kung hindi mo naman ilagay dito, i-assess ka kaagad. Kasi ibig sabihin, hindi mo binayaran. Deficiency tax assessment, no? Walang case, hindi siya na-imbestiga. Kasi non-stock non-profit. So, karamihan po sa non-stock non-profit, hindi po yan na-imbestiga ng BIR, no? Not unless na very glaring na talaga na may mga non-compliance, no? Okay, so we still have 10 minutes more. We'll discuss the schedules required by the ECC. Ito yung bago under Annex 68C, no? Schedules for non-stock non-profit organization in SPO Form 1. No? Ano to? Sworn statement. So sinong pipirma dito? The President and the Treasurer. No? Sworn statement. We and President and Treasurer respectively of with address at hereby depose and state that in compliance with the revised SRC Rule 68, we are stating the following information related to the preceding fiscal year. No? Okay. Documents or schedules to the audited financial statement as of, no? Affidavit of willingness to be audited. Ito yung 6. Affidavit of willingness to be audited by the Commission, no? In SPO Form 2. Schedule of receipt of income or sources of funds other than contributions and donations. So, requirement to ng SEC para madali lang niya makita saan ba galing yung mga fund mo as a non-stock non-profit. Schedule of contributions and donations, schedule of application of funds, certificate of existence of program or activity, no? Co-op issued by heads, officers of private institution or actual beneficiaries, recipients of the program activities shall be allowed in lieu of co-op issued by the government agencies. Ano yun? Yung sabi niya na certificate of existence or program issued by the head officers of private institution, no? O kung sino man yung actual na beneficiaries. Why? Kasi to see to it na itong mga projects, since itong mga non-stock non-profit nga foundations, they are given incentive by the law na hindi magbabayad ng taxes or income tax. Pero, yung projects nila dapat makakarating siya sa tamang beneficiaries. That's why it is required na meron siyang certifications from the actual beneficiaries. No? So, we hereby certify that the sworn statement with duly attached documents, no? Yun yung mga i-attach mo na documents dito, yung 6 na yan. We schedules is executed to attest to the truth of the foregoing and for whatever legal purpose it may serve, no? So, signed, President and the Treasurer, and then it should be notarized, no? So, notarized siya. Ito na yung sinasabi ko na gusto ko yung current na mga ginagawa ngayon sa mga rules and regulations kasi very specific na. And then nandiyan na yung forms, fill up mo na lang, hindi ka na mislead o hindi ka na mag-isip pa, no? Kasi dati wala to eh. Pag sinabi na ito yung requirements, basta gawa ka lang ng gawa, walang standard na format. Right now, you are guided already by the standard format. Hindi ka na mahirapan. The next requirement is the affidavit of willingness to be audited by the commission. No? So nakalagay yan sa number 1, no? So ano tong affidavit of willingness? I of legal aids, Filipino and resident of in accordance with law hereby deposed and state, no? So affidavit ito. I am the treasurer or chief finance officer of blank, non-stock non-profit organization registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission, that I as authorized by the board of directors, dapat board of trustee, no? Of the corporation hereby manifest its willingness, no? So, dito kasi sa mga gumagawa, may mga lapses din. Kaya ayusin nyo na lang. In a way, guide lang naman to sa atin eh. So, ayusin nyo na lang. Kasi non-stock non-profit kayo. So, hindi nyo dapat ilagay dito, Board of Directors. Anong ilagay nyo? Board of Trustees. Oh? Board of Trustee. Willingness to be audited by the Commission upon its order and authority for the purpose of determining compliance of the corporation with existing laws and regulations. That this affidavit is executed to attest to the truth of the foregoing and for whatever legal purpose and intent it may serve. No? So, willingness to be audited by the Commission. So, it is signed and then notarized. And then the next is the schedule of receipts or income or sources of funds other than contributions and donations. So may nakalagay na dito, name of the foundation or organization, SEC registration number for the year ended. So i-attach nyo. Kung halimbawa wala, then lagyan nyo na nan, no? Receipts or income or service of funds. Hari, gagawin natin to sa Philippine School of Taxation and Research kasi non-stock non-profit tayo, no? So, yung schedule of receipts or income or sources of funds natin, ilagay mo dito. May mga resibo naman tayo, di ba? Okay. Receipts or income or sources of funds. And then we have the description of income, the source. And then the amount indicate by footnote if other than Philippine currency, then translate in this column, no? And date received or period covered. Others aggregate of all sources of income which are individually below 100,000, no? Use appropriate sheet if necessary. Kung marami, then additional sheet, no? And then we have the schedule of contributions and donations, no? So, name of the foundation for the year ended, SEC registration number, and then part 1, contributors or donors, no? Sino yung mga contributors nyo or donors na nagbibigay ng donation to the foundation, no? Nationality, Total contribution, type of contributions. So type of contributions can be cash or non-cash, no? Complete part 2 if there is a non-cash contribution. Pakipatay mo nga sandali yung aircon kasi parang yun ang nag-ano sa lalamunan ko. Okay, so others aggregate of all contributions which are individually below 100,000. So ilagay mo na lang dyan sa others, no? Use separate sheet if necessary. A contributor or donor, no, includes individuals, partnership, corporation, association, trust, and organizations. Depende kung sino yung contributor mo. For supranational organization, indicate place or of principal office or domicile. No? Contributions or donations reportable on the schedule are contributions, donations, grants, bequests, devices, and gifts of money or property amounting to 100,000 or more from its contributor or donor. No? Reportable siya, more than 100,000. Kasi yung below 100,000 i-aggregate mo siya dito sa number 10. So yung last siya sa others, no? Aggregate mo siya. Ibig sabihin i-lump mo na siya, i-total mo na. And then we have the schedule of contributions and donations part 2, no? So name of foundation, organization for the year ended. Part 2, non-cash or property, no? So from part 1, description of non-cash property given, fair market value or estimate, and then the date received, no? Kasi ano itong mga non-cash? Sa mga foundation, sa mga ano, pwedeng food, pwedeng mga bigas, pwedeng goods, pwedeng ukay-ukay, no? So you have to state here the fair market value and the date received. Pwedeng mga gamot, no? So yun yung sa foundations. And then we have the schedule of application of funds, no? Name of foundation for the year ended, the item number, no? Masyadong maliit, sakit sa matahari. Name of program or project or activity, complete office address, contact number or project officer, and then accomplished or ongoing or planned, no? So nakadagay dyan sa remarks. Sa application of funds, ito na yung mga projects nyo eh. Bakit? Kasi dito na mapupunta yung pera, no? Home, complete address, and then the contact number, no? So, name of program or project or activities. Okay. So, nandyan nakalagay. Then, the complete address. So, kung ilan yan sila, i-disclose sa schedule of application of funds. And then, we have the certification. I, legal age married with deposit and say, I am the duly elected president of corporation duly organized and existing under and by virtue of the laws of the Republic of the Philippines. Ano yung sabi niya? The foundation has not received any funds from any Philippine government agency or any department, bureau, or office of the national government or any of its branches and instrumentalities or any political subdivision or its instrumentalities, as well as any government-owned or controlled corporation, including its subsidiaries or other self-governing board or commission of the government, nor receive donation or grants contributions in the amount of at least 500,000 pesos in one or aggregate transactions per donor or grantor or contributor. So, kung wala ka o ilalagay mo dito, no? To the best of my knowledge, no action or proceedings has been filed or is pending before any court involving on an intra-corporate dispute and or claim by any person or group against the foundation, its duly elected trustees and or corporate officers. No? Okay. So, in witness thereof, I have here unto sign. Yan. Actually, member din ako ng isang foundation na may problema. No? Kasi namatay na yung mga kasamahan namin na nandoon yung pera sa kanila. Hinahanap ngayon ng ibang members. So, away pa to. No? And then yung iba hindi na mag-cooperate. If you call on the meeting, yung iba nagtatago na, wala na yung mga cellphone. No? So malaking usapin. Laking usapin pa. No? Kasi yung iba demanded na ibalik na yung pera. Eh, hindi alam mo sino na yung may hawak ng pera ngayon. Inubos na. Okay. So, manufacturing financial statement sample that would be discussed this afternoon, no, for the manufacturing companies and also for the contractors, no. So, what we got this morning, we discussed about the cooperative, and we discussed also about the foundations or the non-stock, non-profit corporations. Bakit po ito yung naging topics natin? Because there are so many cooperatives and also foundations na parang hindi sila guided on filing their financial statements. No? So, at least dito man lang, meron na kayong mga chart of accounts, makikita nyo dyan. Yung hindi naman applicable sa inyo, then tanggalin nyo na lang. No? So, more or less, meron kayong guide. May proforma kayo na susundan. No? Although, hindi naman yan lahat applicable sa inyo, sundin nyo na lang yung what is applicable. No? So, this afternoon, we will continue with our preparation of financial statements for the manufacturing companies and also for the contractors, no? Didiscuss natin yung PFRS 15. Okay, so let's have a break and let's be back at 1:05. No? Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this last part of our two-day seminar for tax preparer. No, so this afternoon we will continue with our discussion on uh, statement no ng manufacturing concerns or industry, and meron tayong mga example dito, no? So for the manufacturing corporations, mga financial statements ng manufacturing corporations, and then yung pinaka-importante kasi dito na hina-highlight natin is the notes to financial statements or the disclosures, no? Kasi yan yung para nakakaligtaan palagi na minsan hindi siya masyadong nabibigyan ng kumpleto na explanations, no? Kulang. Okay. So, we have our example here. And then, this will be followed by the preparation of financial statements for contractors and other service companies. Okay, so for the manufacturing or financial statement, no, of manufacturing company. So we have our example here, yung balance sheet, no? So we have the assets for the years 2020 and 2019 as usual because our financial statement should be comparative, no? At least 2 years. So for the assets ng manufacturing company, we have the cash and cash equivalent. So standard naman to. And then we have the short-term cash investment kasi meron siya. Hold to collect investment, no? And then receivables, inventories, other current assets, and total assets. So, dito sa inventories ng manufacturing corporation, the inventories here should contain the raw materials, goods in process, and the finished goods, no? Kasi manufacturing concern ito. So, meron siya dito na sinasabi na inventory sa note 7, no? Tingnan natin yung note 7 niya. Okay. So, tama. Tama yung sinabi ko. So, makita natin yan mamaya, no? Makarating tayo dyan sa inventories. So, meron siya raw materials, finished goods, and then goods in process, no? Okay. And then the finished goods. And then we have the other current assets and then the total current assets. Ano yung kung baga sa pinaka-importante na parte ng manufacturing company? Yung inventories. Why? Kasi manufacturing company ito no? I was able to audit a manufacturing company na walang raw materials. So, paano nangyari yun? Ma'am, kasi hindi sa amin yung raw materials, pinapagawa lang sa amin. Then, you are not a manufacturing company. Bakit? Kasi wala ka raw materials. Yung raw materials daw belong to the supplier at saka at the same time buyer nila. Kasi which is the parent company kasi related party sila. So what happen if you don't have the raw materials? Then you are not a manufacturing company. Ano ka? You are a service company because you are only providing services. You are not a manufacturing company. So remember that sa manufacturing company, manufacturing concerns, very important yung inventories, no? Hari, patayin mo yung lamok sa kanya. Kaya pala hindi na ako kinakagat ng lamok. Doon na, siya na yung kinakagat. sa mga viewers natin, no? Good afternoon. Kahapon, saka ngayon, ayun. Ako kinakagat ng lamok. Ngayon, meron tayong participant dito na face-to-face. Siya kinakagat, kaya hindi na ako. Okay. So, continue po tayo. Buti. Kaya wala lang istorbo sa akin Saan niya lumipat yung mga lamok. Dati kasi, kailangan mo talaga mag-interrupt, no? Sa lamok. Kasi minsan nagsasalita ka. Papasok na sa mukha mo. Ngayon, nasa iyo na. Okay. So, remember po ha, sa manufacturing company, very important po yung inventories. Kasi, if you try to look at sa manufacturing company, saan siya nag-i-invest? Sa asset. Sa asset, sa current asset, sa inventory. Sa non-current assets naman, nasaan siya? Nandoon sa property, plant, and equipment. Why? Because you will be using machineries para makapang-manufacture ka ng product. Otherwise, anong gagawin mo? Anong gagamitin mo sa processing ng goods mo? No? So, crucial sa manufacturing company yung inventory at saka property, plant, and equipment. No? Pagka walang ganyan siya, hindi siya manufacturing company. No? Classified. Okay, so for the non-current assets, we have the hold to collect, no? Hold to collect investment net of current portion. And then we have investment in joint ventures and associates because this manufacturing company, at the same time, meron po siyang joint ventures, meron siyang mga associates, may investment siya sa associates, no? So, tingnan nyo yung property, plant, and equipment at appraised value, at cost, and then meron siyang intangible assets. That's why I choose this kind of company to be an example. Kasi sa ibang mga financial statement natin, wala tayong intangible assets. No? Kung meron man, isa lang. Dito, marami intangible assets dito because this is a manufacturing company. At embedded sa kanilang product ang intangibles. So, ano yung mga intangibles na yan? Yung logo, trademark, yung secret formula, manufacturing process, management process. So, kasama yan sa intangibles. Deferred income tax assets. No? Meron siya ni-recognize na deferred income tax. Other non-current assets, total non-current assets, so total assets niya. Okay? For the liabilities and equities, we have the current liabilities, bank loans. No? So, itong bank loans yan. Tingnan natin yan mamaya doon sa note 15. We have accounts payable and other current liabilities, note 14 and 21. We have liabilities, no? Note 29. Lease liabilities, note 29, and then income tax payable. So, we have total current liabilities. No? And then, non-current liabilities, we have net retirement obligation. So, ito yung sa mga employees, no? Employees benefits, retirement plan. Security deposits. Lease liabilities, net of current portion. Deferred income tax liabilities, meron din siya. So, there are total non-current liabilities. Try to take a look, ha, sa ang deferred income tax liabilities, no? Nasa non-current liabilities siya. Sa current liabilities siya, nandoon yung income tax payable. No? So, ibig sabihin, itong mga deferred income tax liabilities, these liabilities are not payable within the year. So, dinifer pa for the next taxable year. Okay. Dito naman sa deferred income tax sa non-current assets, ito naman yung deferred na income tax assets na hindi rin siya gagamitin the current yung current na taxable period. Sa next taxable period pa siya gagamitin. Kung meron man siyang ginamit na tax assets, no, sa income tax assets na current, so nandiyan dyan siya sa other current assets, no? Okay. So for the non-current liabilities, no? So we have total non-current liabilities and then the total liabilities. And as a continuation of our balance sheet or our statement, no, of financial position, we have equity attributable to equity holders of the parent company. Kasi in this case, itong manufacturing companies na to, meron siyang parent company. No? So we have capital stock, no? Additional paid in capital, and then we have treasury stock, no? Treasury stock siya. And then the equity reserve, revaluation increment on land, no? Meron siya revaluation increment on land, note 12, no? Retained earnings. So, non-controlling interest and then the total equity. So, we have here the total liabilities and equity, no? Saan yan galing? Total liabilities and equity from the total equity of 12 million plus the total liabilities of 6 million. So, all in all, we have 18 million na total liabilities. So, yung ating assets is also 18,668,510, no? So, hindi sila balance. 18,668,284, no? So, tingnan ninyo. Hari, saan to kinuha ni ano? Oh, hindi sila
typo error, sir.
Oh, na typo error ito. Hindi pwedeng hindi balance po yung total assets, ha? Kasi pinatype natin ito eh. At sa tingnan mo yung ginawa niya, wala ring title kung anong klaseng statement, no? So itong una po, ano yan, balance sheet, no? Hindi niya nilagyan. Kaya dapat, Hari, check pa talaga siya. Kasi kaya tingnan mo, itong ginawa niya, puno ng mga PowerPoint. Akala ko tinanggal na ito. Nandyan pa pala. Okay, sige. Next tayo. Ito naman yung income statement natin. No? So, ABC Manufacturing Corporation and the subsidiaries. Ito yung income statement natin. We have the revenue from the manufacturing. No? Yun ang malaki niya. And then, from the services. No? So, we have the total and then we have to deduct the cost of sales and the services. No? So, we have the gross profit of 5,915,813. No? So, yun ang gross profit. And then, we have operating expenses, the selling and the marketing. So, tingnan natin yan mamaya sa disclosures to financial statement under note 18. No? May explanations yan doon. And then we have general administrative expenses, note 19. And then other income charges. And then i-add natin yung interest income, deduct naman the interest expense. So we have other income also, net. So income before income tax natin, no? So yun yung total. And then provision for income tax. Current and the deferred. So net income or loss attributable to equity holders of the parent, then the non-controlling interest, then so we have the net income. So itong earnings per share niya is 0.36, no, for 2020. For other comprehensive income, itong sa baba, other comprehensive income ito, is the net income. Ito tingnan nyo, saan galing tong net income dito sa taas na 1,229,688, no? And then, other comprehensive income or loss, retirement plan, no? Meron siya retirement plan, and then the income tax effect. So, total comprehensive income natin is 1.1 million, and then the total comprehensive income or loss attributable to equity holders of the parent, no? Bakit attributable to equity holders of the parent? Kasi itong example natin is a listed company, no? So may parent company siya which is listed in the Philippines Stock Exchange, no? So public offering yung kanilang stocks. So equity holders of the parent company, meaning sila yung mga owner ng stockholders ng parent company. So sa kanila itong income or the retained earnings earned. Okay, so for the non-controlling interest, 793 lang, no? Okay, so mas malaki yung equity holders ng parent company. For the statement of changes in equity, we have here the ABC Manufacturing Corporation subsidiary as of January 1, 2019. No? So, we have the capital stock. Tingnan natin mamaya sa note 16. And then the additional paid in capital, note 16 also, treasury stocks, equity reserve. No? Okay. So, reported, capital stock. And then the effect of adoption of new accounting standard, note 2 and 29. No? As of January 1, 2019, as restated. Okay, so same lang. No? Okay. We have the sale of treasury shares. No? Binenta yung treasury share at a premium. No? Kaya, and then the share issuance for merger with subsidiaries and acquisition cost. No? Okay. Nag-merge sila during the year. No? Pagka kasi nag-analyze ka ng financial statements, ito yung i-highlights mo kung kaagad ano yung mga issues na pwede mo makita. So, during the year, meron silang issuance for merger with subsidiaries. No? So, maraming issues yan yung titingnan nyo. As of January 1, 2019, as previously reported, ito yung revaluation increments, no, ng land. Bakit nag-revalue siya? Siyempre, tumaas, no? Madalang lang yung cases na yung value ng land bumababa, no? Kailan lang yung mga cases na bababa yung land? Pagka, halimbawa, malapit siya sa ilog, tapos yung ilog nag-erode, no? Nasama siya. So, yan, bababa yung land mo. Or, mayroon akong case noon na pa-ocular inspection because nag-request yung may-ari na babaan o decrease yung zonal value ng kanyang lupa. Yung nandun na siya sa gitna ng mga squatter o kaya wala na siyang madadaanan, tinakpan na, so wala siyang right of way, bumaba yung value ng kanyang lupa, no? So, revaluation increments. And then the effect of adoption of new accounting standards. And then, restated. So, restated na siya. And then, net income for the period. Yan yung sa statement of changes in equity natin. So, we have the revaluation increments. We have the retained earnings. The total, non-controlling interest, and then the total equity. No? So, as of January 1, 2000, we have the balance as of December 31, 2019. And also the balance as of January 1, 2018 as previously reported. Why? Kasi yun yung magiging, yung beginning balance na 2018 computed, tapos yung ending balance ng December 2018, yun yung magiging beginning balance ng 2019. No? Okay. So, ang haba niya, no? So, yun na to. Ito na yung December 31, 2018 na revaluation increment, retained earnings, subtotal, non-controlling interest, and then the total equity as of December 31, 2018, which forms the beginning of 2019, no? So, yun yung January 1 of 2019. Ito yung ending ng December 31, 2018, yung mga balances. No? Okay. So, we have the cash flow also for the ABC Manufacturing Corporation and its subsidiaries. Cash flows from operating activities, income before income tax. And adjustment for depreciation and amortization. Why? Because it doesn't incur cash outlay. No? So, interest income, movement in net retirement obligations, equity and net earnings of the associate, interest expense, loss on sale of property, plant, and equipment. Yan red light yan kaagad, yung mga loss on sale of property, plant, and equipment. You have to prove. No? Yung iba, lalagay lang dyan na loss, pero hindi na hinahanapan din ng examiner ng proof, pero dapat meron. Okay. So, provision for reversal or impairment loss on property, plant, and equipment. Okay. Gain on sale of hold to collect, no? Na investment ito. Unrealized foreign exchange loss operating income before working capital changes, decrease, increase in receivables, inventories, and then other current assets. No? So, ito yung cash flows natin. And then yung decrease na accounts payable, and other current liabilities, the security deposits, cash. Also, yun yung cash flow natin. So, ang dami niyang account, no? Okay. Marami siyang account sa cash flows. Net cash from operating activities, we have the net movement in short-term cash investment, whilst other current assets. And then, meron siyang acquisition of hold-to-collect investments. And then, property, plant, and equipment. So, nag-acquire siya. Proceeds from redemption of hard-to-collect investments. Proceeds from sale of property and equipment. O magkano yung proceeds niya? 854 tsaka 190. Tapos declare siya ng loss, di ba? Gain or loss on sale of property, plant, and equipment. So, pagka mayroon, itaalin ninyo yan kasi dito sa cash flow, halimbawa, mayroon siyang sale of property, plant, and equipment. No, may proceeds siya. So, tingnan nyo ngayon doon sa balance sheet niya kung naka-reflect din ba yon. At saka sa income statement. Paano yung naka-reflect sa balance sheet, yung property, plant, and equipment? Since, disposal. No? Nag-acquire siya. So, dapat may dagdag doon on that same amount. No? Kasi kung wala, then hindi siya na-account, misrepresented yung financial statements nyo. No? Okay. Lahat ng mga account, nilagyan niya ng increase-decrease no? So, pwede din naman yun kasi line by line, nilagyan niya at saka kung anong effect niyan sa cash flow. No? Kasi kagaya dito, no, meron siyang provision for reversal of impairment loss on property and equipment. No? Gain on sale of hard to collect na receivables to, no? Unrealized foreign exchange, operating income before working capital, receivables, inventories, other current assets. Tapos decrease in payable, security deposits, net cash generated from operations. Meron pang income taxes paid, including creditable withholding taxes. Interest paid, interest received, net cash from operating activities. So, yun yung from operating activities niya na net cash. No? Net movement, short-term cash investment, other current assets, then acquisition of hard-to-collect investment, then property, plant, and equipment. Okay, proceed from redemption of hard-to-collect investments, proceeds from sale of property and equipment. Yan hard to collect investment, net cash used in investing activities. And then we have the cash flows from financing activities, no? Proceeds from sale of treasury stocks kasi binenta nila uli yung kanilang treasury stocks. Okay. Payment of dividends. Dito na ginamit yung cash. No? Nagbayad sila ng dividends. Bank loans. No? So, nagkaroon din ng proceeds dyan, ang cash mo, because nag-loan ka. And then, nagkaroon ng deduction because of your payments. No? Payment of principal portion of lease liabilities. Reacquisition of shares into treasury. Nag-reacquire ka. Pag may rule tayo sa reacquisition ng shares in the treasury, pwede yung gawin ng company kung meron siyang retained earnings because the payment or the money that will be paid to the owner of these treasury shares, yung pera dapat manggagaling lang sa retained earnings. Hindi yan pwedeng manggagaling sa capital. Net cash used in financing activities. So, effect of change rate or changes in cash and cash equivalent should be shown also in the financial statements. And then the net increase in cash and cash equivalents. Net increase in cash. Cash and cash equivalents beginning. So you have to add that. So equals the cash and cash equivalent end of the year. So saan mo yan tingnan kung i-reconcile mo kung tama ba siya doon sa balance sheet, no? So magkano yung cash and cash equivalent doon sa balance sheet? 3,062,4518. So tama ba? Tama, no? 3,062,4518. Cash and cash equivalent at the end of the year. So meaning December 31, no? Kung calendar year siya. So the year is December 31. Yun yung ending. Okay? So let's now go to ito yung sabi ko sa inyo na importante, yung disclosure to financial statements of the manufacturing company. No? Yung manufacturing, hari, mali pa yung spelling. Bago kasi yung gumagawa natin eh. At saka tingnan mo ha, puno na ng
Kasi chinit parang
ng PowerPoint. Ang daming mga PowerPoint na ginawa niya, oh. Sige. ABC Manufacturing Corporation subsidiaries, no, corporate information and authorization for the issuance of consolidated financial statement. No? So meron tayong diyan. Example, no? Sa corporate information, same lang din doon sa iba, no? Ilalagay ninyo yung the name of the corporations, the address, kung kailan siya na register, and then ilalagay din natin yung kanyang functions, no? Anong ginagawa niya. Kasi pag may ginawan mo ng analysis yung company, doon mo kukunin yun as your source document. Okay. Ang unique dito sa transaction na to, mayroon siyang legal merger, no? Because on December 31, 2018, the board of directors of the parent company approved the planned upstream, no? So, merger among the parent company. Sino yung parent company? Siya yung surviving corporation and the subsidiaries. O sino yung subsidiaries niya? Ha? 15. Slide 29. Okay. So, Logistics Industrial Center, we have Corporation IAC, no? Sila yung involved sa merger. So, the integration of the administrative facilities of the four corporations will result in economies of scale and efficiency of operations. Kasi minerds nila yung apat na corporations, no? Pero kung tutuusin mo, isa lang din yan may-ari, o isa lang din yung tinatax mo dyan. Okay. But for purposes of compliance with the internal revenue taxes, so kung apat na corporations to, apat din na corporations yung i-account mo, although related parties lang sila. Okay, so the scale, efficiency of operations, consolidation of assets of the four corporations will allow the procurement of financing. Imagine. And credit facilities under more favorable terms, and the merger will make possible the more productive use of the properties of the constituent corporations, no? So, yung apat na corporations, nag-merge na sila kasama na dun sila sa parent company. No, at ano yung purpose? There is an economies of scale and the efficiency of operation. Bakit may economies of scale? Kasi instead of apat sila na corporation, ngayon, isa na lang kasi nag-merge sila. No? So, sabi niya, there is an economies of scale and the efficiency of operations dahil nag-merge. Consolidation of assets of the four corporations will allow procurement of financing. Credit facilities under more favorable terms, and the merger will make possible the more productive use of the corporations. No? Patayin mo na yung aircon, Hari, kasi masakit sa mata. Hari, patayin mo na itong aircon na to. Kasi masakit sa mata. Okay. Okay, so ano daw yung purpose ng merger? Make possible more productive use of properties of the constituent, no? Constituent corporations. Okay, mayroon pa siyang ibang disclosure, no? So, on January 31, 2019, the Securities and Exchange Commission approved the merger and issued the certificate of filing of articles and plan of merger of the parent company. So, daming requirements, no? So, it's easy. Okay. Kasi merger ito eh. Pero mo may dissolve ka ng isang corporation. Under the plan of merger, the parent company will issue 150,617,444 outstanding shares, no? With 1 peso value. Par value of the absorbed corporation shareholders, including parent company from its unissued shares, with average swap ratio of 0.36. Okay. So, ito na ngayon. No? The carrying amount of identifiable assets and liabilities of the absorbed corporations follows. Ito na yung bagong corporations. No? So, kasunahan in banks, receivables, inventories, hold to collect investment, other current assets, and then the total current assets. Okay. Property, plant, and equipment for the non-current assets, deferred tax assets, net, other non-current assets, and then the total non-current assets. Okay. Ito na yung absorbed corporations, no? Ito na yung nag-absorb. Ito na yung identifiable assets and liabilities ng mga na-absorb ng corporations. Kasi bakit in-disclose to dito? Kasi nagkaroon sila ng merger during the year. So, pag may merger during the year, i-present mo din at saka kung ano na ngayon yung bagong corporation kasi inabsorb na sila nung parent, no? So, we have the current assets. Ito na yung bagong statement, no? Or sabi dito, carrying amount sa financial statement niya, which is the balance sheet. So yan na yung bago niyang total, and also the liabilities and equity, current liabilities, no? So yun yung identifiable assets. Okay. Anong nangyari sa merger? No, ito yung explanation niya sa merger. Bakit natin ito pinag-usapan? So that pag nangyari ito dun sa client nyo, alam nyo rin anong gagawin. No? That's the disclosure. As a result of merger, the parent company acquired the net assets, including previous share of non-controlling interest, and possessed all the rights, privileges, and immunities of the absorbed corporations. No? So yung absorbed corporation, sino na yung has the right and privilege, no, to use? Yung bago na. All properties and receivables due to the absorbed corporation shall be taken, deemed to be transferred to and vested in the parent company without further act or deed. No? So, lahat ng properties and receivables daw ng absorbed corporations napunta na sa parent company. No? Yung mga receivables niya, properties. Okay. The 146,496,952 number of shares issued by the parent company is currently classified as treasury shares. Oh, laki. The remaining 4,124,090 shares was issued to the minority shareholders. No? The difference between the consideration paid by the parent company and the share of the non-controlling shareholders in the net assets of the observed corporation must accounted for as equity reserve. No? Equity reserve po yung account title niya. In the consolidated statement of changes in equity for the year ended December 31, 2019. The group's consolidated financial statements after the merger reflected the balances of the absorbed corporation's assets and liabilities at carrying amount since the event is a common control transaction. The difference between the net assets and related investment in the absorbed corporation as of the date of the merger are accounted for as an equity transaction. No? So, equity, involving equity. Okay, so yun po yung disclosure niya pagdating na doon sa absorbed corporations because nag-merge yung 4 na companies. No? So, authorization for the issuance of the consolidated financial statements. No? As of December 31, 2019 and 2018. No? So, kailan siya na-approve? April 7, 2020 as delegated by the Board of Directors. No? On February 5, 2020. No? So, na-issue yung financial statement April 7, no? Pero yung board resolution or ginawa ng Board of Directors February 5, 2020. So, dito ako na penalty ng is easy kasi nauna pa yung issuance. Buti na lang pumayag sila na sabi ko, typo error lang. Bakit? Doon sa date ko, nauna pa yung issuance kaysa doon sa authorization ng Board of Directors. So, halimbawa in this case, yung issuance mo ng financial statements is February 5, samantalang yung issued na talaga nung yung board meeting ng directors to approve the issuance ng financial statements is April. Pero muna-una pa yung issuance sa approval. Kaya, kaya na ano ako doon ng isi-isi, no? Eh, sabi ko typo error. Buti na niwala sila ng typo error. Pero,
Ganun kasi ma'am, maniniwala sila dyan. Aware naman kayo, nagkatamali man talaga.
Darating yung araw, hindi na yan sila papayag. No?
Ganun ma'am. Kasi aware ka naman na talagang dapat nauna yung So, siyempre, ako na.
Okay.
Siguro kinoconsider naman nila yun ma'am, kasi aware last time. So, tayo po talaga yun.
Okay. So, summary of significant accounting policies, no? Dito na sa note number 2 na tayo, no? Summary of significant accounting policies and the basis of the preparation, no? Ano yung basis ng preparation niya dito? Okay. Using the historical cost basis. Okay. So, except for the group's land, which are stated at appraised values and net retirement liability, no? Measured at present value of the defined benefit obligation. Hirap naman itong ginawa niya, Hari, na. Kala ko kasi inaayos mo na to eh.
Hindi siya inaayos ko eh.
The consolidated financial statements are presented in Philippine peso, which is the parent company, as a functional currency. Biro mo to, oh. Mali. Okay. Number of shares or when otherwise indicated. No, may statement of compliance siya. Ano yung statement of compliance niya dito? With the SEC on the Philippine Financial Reporting Standards, no? The basis of the consolidation, the consolidated financial statements comprise the financial statements of the group as of December 31, 2019 and 2018, no? Okay, so consolidated subsidiaries which are all incorporated in Philippines and the effective percentages of ownership. So ito nakalagay na dito yung schedule. So what are the entities? No? Nakasama dito. Nature of business. Di ba? Ang dami, oh. Leasing, toll processing, barging services, manufacturing, bottled water business, food retailer, holding, leasing, no? Holding company, bottled water, manufacturing, canning services, then holding company, no? So, subsidiaries are entities controlled by the parent company. No? The parent company controls an investee if and only if the parent company has power over the investee, existing rights that give it the current ability to direct the relevant activities of the investee. Kaya tingnan nyo, pagka nakita na related parties, iba na kaagad ang treatment sa kanila. Why? Kasi tingnan nyo dito pa lang sa disclosures, makikita mo na kung ano yung power ng parent company over the investee or the subsidiaries niya. Anong sabi niya? Control, no? Mayroon siyang power over the investee. Ano yun? Existing rights that give it the current ability to direct, no? The relevant activities of the investee. So, sino na susunod pagdating na sa management ng subsidiaries? Of course, the parent company, no? So, sabi ko, it is not proper. Why? Because you are protecting your interest also kasi the parent company is the one investing so much for the subsidiary. Siya yung may-ari. No? So, dapat lang din na meron siyang power over the investee at siya yung nagdadirect ng activities ng investee. No? Kasi kung hindi, malugi yan, pera niya yan eh. But, ano yung nangyayari? Lahat na lang, hindi na pati yung income, but pati yung minimization ng tax, pati yung pagtitipid sa pagbayad ng tax, napasama na dito sa control ng parent over the investee. No? Exposure or rights to variable returns from its involvement with the investee and the ability to use its power over the investee to affect its returns. No? So, napaka-powerful ng parent over the subsidiary or ng investor over the investee. So, when the parent company has less than a majority of the voting or similar rights of an investee, the parent company considers all relevant facts and circumstances in assessing whether it has power over an investee, including contractual arrangement with the other vote holders of the investee. Imagine contractual arrangement, pati yung approve ng mga kontrata, no? Rights arising from other contractual arrangement and the parent company's voting rights and potential voting rights. No? All intragroup balances, no? Intragroup balances, kasi marami sila. Transactions, income, expenses, profits, and losses resulting from intragroup transactions are eliminated in full. So wala na, kasi isa na lang sila, nag-merge na eh. However, intragroup losses are also eliminated but are considered an impairment indicator of the assets transferred. Also, a change in the ownership interest in a subsidiary without loss of control is accounted for as an equity transaction. Bakit? Kasi change in ownership interest lang siya pero nandyan pa rin yung control ng parent kasi hindi naman nawala yung kanyang investment. No? So if the parent company loses control over a subsidiary, it derecognizes the carrying amount of the assets, including goodwill and liabilities of the subsidiary. No? Kasi wala na siyang control over the subsidiary. Derecognizes the carrying amount of any non-controlling interest. Recognizes the fair value of the consideration received. No? So dito yung mga issues na magka-crop up. Kung fair value ba yung consideration received, considering na yung nagbayad at yung binayaran ay iisa lang, no? Kasi isa lang naman may-ari ng mga group of companies eh. No? So, recognizes the fair value of any investments received, no? Recognizes any surplus or deficit in profit or loss, and reclassifies the parent company's share of components previously recognized in consolidated statement, no? Of comprehensive income to consolidated statement of income or written earnings as appropriate or as would be required if the parent company had directly disposed of the related assets or liabilities. No? Okay. So for the non-controlling interest, Ano yung mga non-controlling interest natin dito? Yung significant influence lang or mababa lang yung kanyang investment, no? So, non-controlling interest ang parent. Represent a portion of equity in a subsidiary not attributable directly or indirectly to the parent company. So, profit or loss and its component of other comprehensive income or the OCI. Attributed to the equity holders of the parent company and to the non-controlling interest, even if the results in the non-controlling interest having a deficit balance, no? So, kahit deficit balance pa daw yung equity ng parent. Non-controlling interest are presented separately in the consolidated statement of income, consolidated statement of comprehensive income, and within the equity section of consolidated statement of financial position and consolidated statement of changes in equity. No? Ang hirap nung ginawa niyang PowerPoint, hari. Okay. So, ano pa yung dapat i-disclose or naka-disclose dito sa notes of financial statement niya? The changes in accounting policies, no? So, what are the policies na nag-change and inadapt naman itong manufacturing company? So, the accounting policies adopted are consistent with those of the previous financial year. So, there is always yung sinasabi nilang consistency, no? Except that the group has adopted the following new accounting pronouncement starting January 1, 2019, no? Okay, so ano yung pronouncement na yan? In the consolidated statement of financial position, in the assets, in the right to use of assets, no, na included sa property, plant, and equipment. And then the deferred tax assets, the liabilities, lease liabilities, the total adjustment on equity, and then the written earnings. Okay. The group have lease contracts for various items of warehouses, depot, and fleet cars. So before the adoption of this PFRS 16, ang 16 about lease, ito the group classified each of its leases as lease at the inception date as either a finance lease or an operating lease for the accounting policy applied prior to January 2019. So, summary of significant accounting policies. Okay, so, yun po yung mga disclosures natin. No? Yung summary of significant accounting policies natin. Standard naman yan. You read that. And then the group also applied the available practical expedients wherein it applied the short-term leases exemptions to lease with lease term that ends within 12 months of the date of initial application. Okay. So, excluded the initial direct cost for measurement of the right of use asset at the date of initial application. Alam nyo, itong mga ginagawa sa financial statements, sa sobrang dami, parang kung tutusin mo, parang hindi lang pang isang taon, no? Sa dami. Okay. So, use hindsight and determine the lease term or the contract contain options to extend or terminate the lease. No? So, yun yung sa lease. Okay. Property and equipments recognized amounting to representing the amount of right of use asset set up on transition date, no? Additional lease liabilities, deferred tax assets, no? Changes in assets and liabilities. The net effect of this adjustment had been adjusted to retained earnings amounting to 56.89 million. Oh, so, yun yung adjustment niya. Okay. So, saan lahat manggagaling itong notes niya? Of course, manggagaling to doon sa books at saka ano yung mga documentation niya. Kasi, imagine mo, lahat nitong mga sinasabi dito sa disclosures, may mga corresponding documentations po lahat ito. No? As of January 1, 2019, the weighted average incremental borrowings rate applied by the group to the lease liabilities ranges from 7.35 to 7.44 percent. No? Yan yung interest rate. The lease liabilities as of January 1, 2009 can be reconciled to the operating lease commitments as of December 31, 2018. So may operating lease commitments. Okay. So increase or decrease in thousand of pesos. Wala akong kape. Inom ka kape, ano? Pang tanggal.
Nagkakape mo eh.
Ah,
Water na ako na. Hot water lang ako.
kape po tayo muna. Okay. Pang ano lang sa lalamunan. No? Okay. So, more or less, ito yung ating mga disclosures, no? Ang dami. Saan pa lang tayo? Sa accounting policies pa lang tayo. Kaya yung accounting policies natin sa lahat yan ang pinakamakapal. No? Sometimes 20 pages yan. Kung mga annual reports pa yan ng mga publicly listed companies, aabot ka pa diyan ng 50 pages, no? Okay.
Di ba po pwede isang sabitan lang po sa SEC?
Hindi po. Hindi po. Pag ni-review nila at ikaw ay nangupya lang o anuhan lang. Kasi kailan current yan, yung mga transactions to during the current year eh. Mm. So, yearly meron, no? Meron siya. Sobrang dami eh. Pero, tingnan natin may mga reclassification pa ng financial instruments. No? May subsequent measurement. Okay.
Di ba sapat yung notes na lang sa akin? Ako hindi naman siya relevant.
Alam mo, Hari,
Po.
ito tingnan mo yung sa inventories, oh. Paano mo ito basahin?
Anong slides yan?
Huwag mong ibuksan dyan sa kanila. Page 61 to eh. Ako. Masakit sa ulo.
Ay, oo.
No?
Oo.
Masakit sa ulo. Page 61, slide 121. Masakit sa ulo. So, basahin nyo po yung mga accounting principles or accounting policies adopted by the company, no? Kasi, dito sa, sobrang dami nito eh, no? Hindi naman natin matapos to ng isang oras. At saka, balik-balik lang naman, no? Same lang din po sa iba. But, in the accounting policies adopted, makikita mo na may mga policies sila na linalagay dito and it is explained kung paano yan nag-affect or paano nila na-comply. No? Kaya napakaganda na we have to study also the accounting policies para alam natin yung updates. No? Kasi dito will explain what are the accounting policies that are new, no? O kaya yung that has an impact on the financial statements during the year or in the future. Kasi pati yung mga future pa na accounting standards na hindi pa na-impose, kasama na rin sa ini-explain. That will subsequently affect the company. No? So more or less may guide tayo on what to do. No? So, marami tong kwentuhan dito eh. And then, yung mga effect ng mga amendments, no? So, nandito siya. Okay. So, summary of significant accounting policies sa page 14 na,
May slide na daw.
79. No? So, summary of significant accounting policies, current versus non-current classification. No? So, the group presents assets and liabilities in the consolidated statement of financial position based on current or non-current classification. So, ano yung balance sheet niya? Ang presentation niya, nakalagay doon yung current assets and non-current assets. So, yun yung sabi niya na current or non-current classification. No? So, kailan daw naging current yung assets? The asset is current when it is expected to be realized or intended to be sold or consumed in normal operating cycle. So, ang tawag dyan, current assets. No? Pero pag held na siya primarily for the purpose of trading, expected to be realized within 12 months. No, current pa rin siya kasi 12 months eh. Within 12 months after the reporting period, or cash or cash equivalent unless restricted from being exchanged or used to settle a liability for at least 12 months after the reporting period. No? Kung restricted siya, kahit cash pa siya, hindi siya kasama. No? The group classifies all other assets including deferred assets as non-current. No? Kaya nga sabi natin, pag nakakita ka na ng isang line item na non-current assets, so i-treat mo na yung hindi nakasama na mga item doon sa line item as kasama siya dito sa all other assets. No? Including deferred assets as non-current. So, a liability is current when it is expected to be settled in normal operating cycle. No, expected siya na i-settle siya sa normal operating cycle. And it is held primarily for the purpose of trading. No? It is due to be settled within 12 months after reporting period. Parang pareho lang din dun sa mga na-discuss na natin kanina. No? Pati yung fair value measurement. The price that would be received to sell an asset or paid to transfer a liability in an orderly transaction between market participants at the measurement date. Oh, so basahin nyo na yan, and that is for your guide. Oh. Okay. Significant accounting policies po yan. Okay. So, all assets and liabilities for which fair value is measured or disclosed in the consolidated financial statements are categorized within the fair value hierarchy. No? So, described as follows based on the lowest level input that is significant to the fair value measurement as a whole. So, level 1, quoted. No? Level 2, valuation techniques. Tingnan natin. So, for level 1, we have the quoted or unadjusted market prices in active markets for incidental assets or liabilities. For the level 2, we have valuation techniques for which the lowest level input that is significant to the fair value. And level 3, valuation techniques for which the lowest level input that is significant to the fair value is fair value measurement is unobservable. No? So, yun yung level 3. Cash and cash equivalents, tapos na natin ito, na-discuss natin kanina sa ibang notes or sa disclosures, yung cash and cash equivalents. Okay. Okay. Ang liit, hari, ang liliit. Ang liliit nung gawa niya eh. Okay. Sa ano na ako? Slide, page 50, slide number 99. Okay. Slide number 99 na. Ito yung financial assets to be classified and measured at amortized cost or fair value through OCI, yung other comprehensive income. So, it needs to give rise to cash flows that are solely payments of principal and interest on the principal amount outstanding. No? So, this assessment is referred to as SPPI. SPPI daw. Ibig sabihin ng SPPI, solely payments of principal and interest. No? Payment lang siya ng principal at saka interest. The group's business model for managing financial assets refer to how it manages its financial assets in order to generate cash flows. No? So the business model determines whether cash flows will result from collecting contractual cash flows, selling the financial assets, or both. No? Okay. For purposes of subsequent measurement, financial assets are classified in 4 categories. So, ano yung 4 categories ng financial statements or financial assets? We have the financial assets at amortized cost, no? Amortized. Financial assets at fair value through profit or loss, no? Yung nasa balance sheet. Financial assets at fair value through OCI with recycling of cumulative gains and losses. No? So, yun yung financial assets na cumulative na gain and losses. No? Financial assets designated at fair value through OCI with no recycling of cumulative gains and losses upon the recognition. Okay. So, may group financial assets consist only of financial assets at amortized cost. So, financial assets at amortized cost, that is accounting policy. Reclassification of financial instrument, subsequent measurement, other financial other financial liabilities, no? Okay, so there are impairment of financial assets. Okay. De-recognition, right-off policy. So, ano yung policy ng company to write-off? No? Okay. The group writes off a financial asset in whole or in part. When the asset is considered uncollectible, it has exhausted all practical recovery efforts and has concluded that it has no reasonable expectations of recovering the financial assets in its entity or a portion. No? Okay. Uncollectible na. So, ni-write off na niya. No? Exhausted na siya ng practical recovery efforts. The recognition of financial assets and financial liabilities, no? Effective for all periods presented. Okay, so financial assets, financial liabilities. I-recognize mo, no? Financial asset where applicable, part of financial asset or part of group or similar assets is primarily de-recognize when. Ito yung mga reasons naman kung bakit na de-recognize. The group's right to receive cash flows from the asset has expired. No? So, wala na siyang right to receive the cash flows. Or the group has transferred its rights to receive cash from the assets or has assumed an obligation to pay the received cash flows in full without material delay to third party under a pass-through arrangement and either transferred substantially all the risks and rewards of the assets or has neither transferred or retained substantially all the risks and rewards of the asset but has transferred control of the asset. So, ito na yung disclosure sa recognition of financial assets and financial liabilities. No? Kailan siya effective? Effective for all periods presented. Okay. Okay. Financial liabilities. Ano yung mga financial liabilities natin? Kailan siya na-recognize? Okay, so obligation under the liability is discharged, cancelled, or expired. Offsetting of financial instrument. No? Pwede ba? I-allow ba yung offsetting ng financial instrument? Okay. Financial assets and financial liabilities are offset at the net amount reported in the consolidated statement of financial position if and only if there is a currently enforceable legal right to offset the recognized amounts and there is an intention to settle on a net basis. No? Or to realize the asset and settle the liability simultaneously. Okay. So, ano sabi niya dito sa kanyang disclosure na the group assesses that it has a currently enforceable right of offset if the right is not contingent on a future event and is legally enforceable in the normal course of business, event of default and event of insolvency or bankruptcy of the group and all of the counterparties. Ito na ang pinakamasakit sa ulo. Yung inventories are valued at the lower of cost and net realizable value. Cost incurred in bringing the product to its present condition and conditions. Location and conditions are accounted for as follows. So finished goods, determined using the moving average method. No? Cost includes direct materials, direct labor, and a proportion of manufacturing overhead. Okay. Goods in process, applicable allocation to fixed and variable overhead cost. Then raw materials, we have spare parts and supplies. No? Purchase cost using the moving average method. Okay. Okay. So not realizable value ng inventories, no? Yun na yung ginagamit, finished goods and goods in process is the estimated selling price in the ordinary course of business, less the estimated cost of completion and the estimated cost necessary to make the sale. No? So for raw materials, net realizable value is the current replacement cost. No? So meron net realizable value for the raw materials. Bakit kaya? Net realizable value na siya. In case of spare parts and supplies, net realizable value is the estimated realizable value of the inventories when disposed of at their condition at the reporting date. No? Allowance for inventory obsolescence is provided for slow-moving, obsolete, defective, and damaged inventories based on physical inspection and management evaluation. Okay. So we have other current assets. Ano ba yung nandyan sa current assets natin? So meron tayong mga prepaid expenses. No? Value-added tax revenues, expenses, and assets. And we have other non-current assets. No? Okay, so we also have effective January 1, 2019. Ito na yung current, no? This is the group's policy to classify ROU, no? Assets as part of property and equipment. Prior to that date, all of the group's leases are accounted for as operating leases in accordance with PAS 17. So hence not recorded on the consolidated statement of financial position. The group recognizes ROU assets at the uh, commencement date of the lease. Ano yung ROU? Right of use, no? Especially yung mga lease na land natin or premises. Kayo yung nagbayad. So, you have the right to use the assets, no? So, the group recognizes ROU assets at the commencement date of the lease, no? So, the date the underlying asset is available for you. ROU assets are initially measured at cost, less any accumulated depreciation and impairment losses, and adjusted for any remeasurement of lease liabilities. So, yun yung involved sa lease, yung right to use of the lease premises, no? Okay. So, na himay-himay na nila dito, and then, yung number of years, no? Na depreciated siya and the estimated useful life and less term. No? So, for the land and warehouse, 2 to 30 years, imagine. No? So, plant and equipment naman, 1 to 5 years. No? Yun yung meron silang right. Kasi siguro yung kanilang kontrata or lease contract to use, ganyan din, 1 to 5 or 2 to 30 years. So, long term, no? So, yun din ang ginagawa ngayon ng mga telecommunications company. Alam ko, nagre-rent sila ng mga cell site, no? Dinalagyan ng tower ng cell sites. And matagal, no? Mga 30 years. Pero, wala yan sa lease contract ng isang multinational company na nandun sa isang case sa transfer pricing, no? Ano naman yun? Nag-lease contract sila sa isang lupa sa Africa, no? Malaki na lupa. Ilang years? 400 years. Kaya just imagine, sabi ko, meron bang lease contract na 400 years? Paano mo kaya i-enforce yun? Sino na yung mag-i-enforce noon at that time? Iba na ang mundo, no? And then makita mo, lease contract, 400 years. Ilang sali na ng generation pag inano mo, no? Andiyan na sila, Banji, ano? Padala mo muna.
Nandiyan na lang namin to. Sa dadaanan namin Palawan.
Excuse po. Andiyan. Ibalik mo dyan, Banji, ha? Excuse lang po, mga viewers, ha? Mga interventions, no? Pero yun yung nakita ko. Kasi na-relate ko lang dito sa pinag-uusapan natin because this is a manufacturing company, no? So yun, ganun din yung manufacturing company na yun. At I was so curious about it kasi yun yung tinaniman nila ng macadamia fruits, no? Alam niyo yung macadamia na chocolates, yung nilalagay sa chocolate. Ang sarap. Kaya sabi ko, ito pala yun. And then I read, ang hirap lang sa mga cases talagang babasahin mo yung mga transfer pricing cases na ang kakapal, no? Okay. So, biro mo dito sa atin, 30 years lang, No? Yung mga banks, ganun din yan. Pag gumagawa sila ng lease, no? Mga leasehold contracts, 50 years, 20 years. Pero doon lang ako nakakita ng lease contract na 400 years, no? Ah, you can just imagine, para na rin nilang binili yun, yung lupa. So, 400 years, sino pa kaya ang buhay noon? Imagine. Hmm. So, intangible assets, ito ang pinakamaganda dito na gusto kong explain sa inyo, the intangible assets. Because sabi ko nga, this is a manufacturing companies at ang dami ng intangible assets dito. No? So, intangible assets acquired separately are measured on initial recognition at cost. Alam nyo, ang intangible assets, matagal yan dinidevelop. No? And sometimes, depende no, sa intangible assets. Kasi ang intangible assets, kung halimbawa patents is protected only by law for 20 years. No? Pero may iba na kagaya ng business name. If you try to take a look at the itong logo ng Nestle, no, Nestle, yung bird na nakaganyan sa nest, no, yung maliit. Kunin mo nga yung Hari. Abot mo nga yung beer brand. Nestle yan eh, no? Yan. Yan na. Asan yung Nestle? Oh, ito yung pakita mo doon sa malapit. Balik pa kayo dito. Oh, yung resibo, ibalik nyo dito sa akin. Oh, papakita mo yung sa kanila yung Nestle. Ayan o. To. Yan. Yung, yan. Protected po yan by law internationally. That is registered sa WIPO. Ha? And, yes, hindi mo yan pwedeng gamitin. That is protected by law. No? And that is an intangible asset. Ha? For the year, bakit na dilim? Bakit nadilim yan, Hari? Ay, hindi nakikita. No? Hindi siya nakikita. Sige, okay. Pero yun po yung sample natin, ha? Yung Nestle na yan, na logo or na brand that is protected internationally. And, yan, yung 1600 pa nandyan na yan. Kaya yun yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na yung tinatawag natin na intangible assets, ito yung mga assets that will last longer than the physical assets. Ano yung mga physical assets natin? Kagaya ng machineries, equipments, physical assets yan. Pero ang intangible assets, yan yung mga logo, trademark, they will stay longer than the physical assets. Because intangible assets are assets that has no physical attributes but they are very valuable. No? Mas valuable pa sila doon sa physical assets natin. Kaya ang mga multinationals, no, may mga research and development sila, may mga researchers, they are investing in the development of intangible assets. No? So, intangible assets are acquired separately, are measured on initial recognition at cost. Ano yung initial recognition at cost? Sa, halimbawa, na-produce mo siya sa research and development, then, i-recognize mo siya doon sa cost na it was developed or nagkaroon ka ng research and development. The cost of intangible assets acquired in a business combination is the fair value at the date of acquisition. So, talagang kulang lang talaga tayo ng time kasi yung intangibles na yan, i-discuss natin yan thoroughly. So, following initial recognition, intangible assets are carried at cost less any accumulated amortization and accumulated impairment losses. Sa mga cases in the foreign tax jurisdictions involving transfer pricing ang pinakamaraming cases dyan on the valuation of intangibles, no? Because intangibles are very important. So there is a dispute between the tax authority and between the owner of these intangibles kung magkano ba talaga yung tamang value, no? And then yun ang pinakamarami, no? Lalo na ngayon kasi we have so many intangibles na dahil na digitized na tayo, and the digitized world has so much intangible na gumagalaw dyan. Pati yung mga software na yan, those are intangibles. At saka hindi lang yun, virtual community na tayo. That virtual community is also an intangible, no? Kasi wala siyang physical attributes. Hindi kagaya nito, no? Gumagawa ako ng lecture o nandito lang ako. Yung intervention ko dito dapat kakaunti lang. Pero yung na-reach out because of the YouTube, yung channel natin, na-reach out ng ating lecture is worldwide, no? Worldwide. Hindi mo siya mapigil. So, those are intangibles, no? Napaka lawak ng salita na intangibles. No? So, following initial recognition, intangible assets are carried at cost, less any accumulated amortization and accumulated impairment losses. So, internally generated intangible assets, excluding capitalized development costs, are not capitalized and expenditure is reflected in the consolidated statement of income in the year in which the expenditure is incurred. Yan yung treatment nila sa intangibles. But if you try to look at some countries or paano nila na binavalue, ina-amortize yung intangibles. So, mahaba pa to. This is just a very short na explanation about intangibles. No? So, business combination and goodwill. Goodwill is also an intangibles, di ba? So, business combinations are accounted for using the acquisition method. So, acquisition method is magkano mo in-acquire, no? So, the cost of an acquisition is measured as the aggregate of the consideration transferred, measured at acquisition date, fair value, and the amount of any non-controlling interest in the acquiree. So, for each business combination, kaya nagkaroon dito sila ng business combination, di ba? Yung merger. The acquirer measures the non-controlling interest in the acquiree either at fair value or at the proportionate share of the acquiree's and the identifiable net assets. No? So acquisition-related costs are expenses incurred and included in general and administrative expenses. Ito pa pala no, na point of consideration. Itong business combination, merger and consolidation, these are regulated. No? Starting 2015, meron na po tayong Philippine Competition Commission. This was established during the time of President Noynoy Aquino. And this is the commitment of our President at that time to the ASEAN countries. Bakit? Para magkaroon ng protection, no? Yung consumer natin. Bakit? Ano itong merger and consolidation? Sometimes yung mga malalaki, no? Yung mga malalaking businesses, kinakain nila yung maliliit. No? So ano yun? Alam niyo, sabi ko, kaya nga yung sinasabi nila na big difference. So there is really a difference sa big, no? Being big. Nilalagyan ko siya ng analogy, no? Sabi ko na talagang talo ng malaki ang maliit, no? Kahit saan ka tumingin, punta ka sa dagat, sabi ko, itong mga malalaking isda, kinakain lang nila yung maliliit na isda, no? So, may advantage talaga. There is an advantage pag malaki ka. So, para maproteksyonan yung ating mga consumers dun sa malalaki, because ang nagagawa naman ng malalaki, bibilhin nila yung maliit, and then there is monopoly. Pag may monopoly na, that is very hazardous to the economy. Why? Kasi, kontrolado na nila lahat. Babaan nila yung presyo, tataasan nila yung presyo, walang magawa ang consumer. So, ano yung dapat? There should be a free competition, hindi yung controlled, no? Kaya yung salita na controlled, red light ka agad yan, kahit sa pagdating na sa related party transactions, no? Kasi there is an element of control between the investor and the investee. No? So, ganun din sa business combination. Pag nag-combine yung mga businesses, ano mangyayari? Tapos isa na lang. Oh. So, may monopoly na mangyayari, may cartel. Yun ang iniiwasan. That's why meron tayong Philippine Competition Commission at may threshold sila how much is the company involved or the amount involved in the merger or consolidation. Halimbawa lang yung threshold nila is 1 billion. So, yung 1 billion na yan merger and consolidation, ang nakakagawa niyan parating nagme-merge mga banks no? So anong gagawin? Kukuha muna ng approval sa kanila. Pag hindi nila na-approve, hindi matuloy yung merger or consolidation, no? Or kung mayroong mga violations, nag-i-impose din sila ng penalties, no? Mahal yung penalties nila, millions. The Philippine competition is the equivalent of the antitrust law ng United States. Ano yung antitrust law? Ito yung mga nagpo-protection sa ating mga consumer, no? Okay, so for that merger and consolidation na yan, mayroon ng Republic Act, ang Philippine Competition Act, na bawal yung kaagad-agad na lang mag-merge, no? Kasi dati hindi yan sila regulated. So ano yung unang na sample nila na penalize? Yung acquisition ng Grab sa Uber, 'di ba? Yung sa transpo ba yun? Pero para sa akin, it's not transpo eh. Grab or Uber is not a transpo. Ano siya? Services lang siya. Ano lang siya eh, yung communication services linking the passenger and the driver, no? Kasi ang sasakyan di naman may-ari ang Grab or ang Uber, no? O ang pasahero hindi naman din sa kanila 'yan. So ano lang ginawa nila? Nililink lang nila, gumawa lang sila ng system na itong pasahero at saka itong may-ari ng sasakyan magpagtagpo. At meron silang kita doon, no? Actually, hindi yung sinisingal nila doon, yung pamasahe. Ano yung sinisingil nila? Service fee. Kaya sabi ko, doon sa mga taga-Philippine Competition Commission, Uber is not a transportation company. They are not even registered sa LTO. Paano mo masasabi yan sila na... saka, the way, sa nature ng business nila, hindi talaga sila transportation. Communication services lang sila, no? Okay. So, acquisition-related cost. At ano yung nangyari pala sa pag-acquire ng Grab sa Uber? Meron silang covenant. Ano yung covenant nila? Not to increase their fare or their charges sa customer for a period of 2 years. I-expire na yung 2 years. Pwede na silang mag-increase, no? So, acquisition-related cost, meron pa bang mga Uber ngayon?
Wala na, yun lang po, parang na-absorb na siya. Wala, hindi na siya, Grab na talaga.
So, pero yung Grab meron pa?
Mayroon na po. Tapos nag-expand sila into delivery ng mga food.
Grab food. Sa mga...
Documents, lahat-lahat.
Sa mga tricycle, ano yan? Motor, no?
Yes.
Very good. Nakakatulong naman eh. At saka it's the, kumbaga it's the business of the times. Bakit?
Yes.
Kasi nasa bahay lang yung mga tao. So, it's the business of the time.
Food, grocery, and everything, documents.
So, madali lang. Kasi ikaw pa yung sasakay ng taxi, ang mahal-mahal. No? At saka traffic pa. So, okay na din yun. Para sa akin the way I see it, kasi kahit wala pa namang pandemic, hindi naman na talaga ako lumalabas. Why? Kasi pag lumabas ako, nahihilo ako, especially if papasok sa mga building na close, no? Then makaamoy ako ng mga iba't ibang klaseng amoy. Naku, sumasakit na ulo ko. Kaya hindi na talaga ako lumalabas ever since na dito ako nasa Manila, hindi na masyado, no? So, acquisition-related costs are expense as incurred and included in general and administrative expenses, no? So, yun ang ginawa nila dito sa business combination and goodwill. Yan ang treatment nila. Pero ano yung dapat sa business combination and goodwill? No? Pwede bang i-expense mo yan during the year? Does it depende. Kasi kung hindi, dapat capitalize mo yan, then amortize later. No? So, borrowing cost, These borrowing costs are capitalized if they are directly attributable to the acquisition or construction of a qualifying asset. No? Halimbawa, nagpagawa ka ng building. Although, sa pagpapagawa ng building, if you are a school, sa school lang yan sa itemized deductions yan, na batas natin, under section 34, no? Sa school, inaalaw sila either to expense i-direct expense mo yung cost of the expansion ng school mo or building, i-expense mo siya or i-capitalize mo and then amortize or i-depreciate mo later. No? So, sa school lang yun inalaw, pero sa ibang industries hindi. No? So, borrowing cost, the capitalization of borrowing cost commences when the activities to prepare the assets are in progress and expenditures and borrowing costs are being incurred. No? And is suspended during the extended periods in which active development, improvement, and construction of the assets are interrupted and ceases when substantially all the activities necessary to prepare the assets are completed. No? So, complete na yung assets. Kaya, ano itong mga borrowing costs na to? Ito yung ginamit mo sa construction halimbawa. So, anong dapat? You capitalize it together with the cost of the construction. No? So, where funds are borrowed to finance a project, the amount capitalized represent actual borrowing cost. No? So, incurred less any investment income on the temporary investment of the borrowed funds. Kasi sometimes nangungutang eh. If you try to look at sa malalaking companies worth billions, kung titingnan mo yan, yung mga utang nila liabilities na billions din. No? So, where the funds used to finance a project form part of general borrowings, the amount capitalized is determined by applying the capitalization rate to the expenditure of the assets. The amount of capitalized borrowing cost, though, cannot exceed the actual borrowing cost incurred during the year, the period. No? Siyempre, bakit siya mag-exceed? Actually yun. Kung magkano yung inutang mo, yun yung borrowing cost mo. Okay, so investment in joint ventures and associates. Excuse me. Impairment of non-current, non-financial assets. Na-discuss na natin yan sa ibang, ibang financial statements, no? Pare-pareho lang yon. Then the equity or the capital stocks and then the treasury stock, no? So, ano itong mga treasury stock? Ito yung in-acquire ulit ng company, no? Then the equity reserve, the retained earnings, dividends and common shares, the earnings per shares, the revenue recognition, the sale of goods or the manufacturing, the sale of services, no? So, dito pa lang tayo sa accounting policies, ha? The sale or cost of goods sold, the selling and marketing and general administrative, explanation pala nila to, no? And then the short-term employees benefits, the retirement benefits, leases, income taxes, deferred income tax, segment reporting, we have discussed that, foreign currency denominated transactions and translation. Saan natin na-discuss itong segment reporting? Kahapon doon sa consolidated financial statements, no? Ang didiscuss natin sa notes and disclosure to financial statements, kakaunti lang as compared dito sa actual, no? Kasi pagdating sa actual, especially very complicated na yung business, ang dami mong i-explain dyan, ha? So, foreign currency denominated transactions and translations, the provisions and contingencies, no? Events after the reporting date, we have management use of significant accounting estimates and assumptions because they are allowed, no? And they and also judgment, no? Ito yung mga accounting estimates and assumptions. Even sa paggawa po ng transfer pricing, assumptions are also allowed, no? So, judgment, determination of useful life of trademark. Yun yung trademark. Estimates and assumptions. Okay. Ito the impairment of trademark, goodwill, and property, plant, and equipment, no? Okay. Alam nyo, ang ganda nito, wala lang tayong time, kasi 10 minutes. But try to read the estimates and assumptions. And then, itong mga impairment ng mga trademark, goodwill, and property, plant, and equipment, no? And then, the segment information and revenue from contracts with customers. Alam nyo na excited ako ngayon to make the transfer pricing analysis report because i-reflect ko dun sa transfer pricing analysis report yung economic condition last year which is due to pandemic. Kaya pinipicture out ko na kung ano yung hitsura ng report, no? Kasi meron mga changes doon at saka yung economic impact on the business ng taxpayers, no? And then we have the segment information and revenue from contracts with customers, no? So segment information, meron niyang anong nakalagay dito? Consumer business, institutional business, and other operations, no? And then the unallocated corporate balance total, and then the eliminations. So yun yung segment reporting niya. Revenue from contracts with customers, no? Okay, so institutional business and the consumer business. Short-term cash investment, cash and cash equivalents, no? And then the receivables, no? So ito yung mga notes na trade receivables. And then the inventories. So try to look at the inventories kasi sabi ko sa inyo, this is a manufacturing company. So ano yung mga inventories nila at net realizable value and also at cost. So, dalawa yung presentation nila, ha? Isang net realizable value and isang at cost. For BIR purposes, what is acceptable only for inventory valuation is at cost, no? At cost lang. So, meron sila dito na raw materials at net realizable value 2019 and 2018. And then, meron silang finished goods. Nasusundan mo ba, Hare? Finished goods. And then the spare parts and the supplies. No? So, kasama yan sa inventory. And then at cost is the raw materials in transit and the goods in process. No? At cost. So, total cost of inventory stated at net realizable values of December 31 are as follows. Raw materials, finished goods, spare parts, and supplies. No? Okay, so the cost of inventories recognized as cost of goods sold amounted to 7,425,41 million. No? And just imagine gaano siya kalaki. 6,753,43 million and hindi ito pala billion. 6 trillion, no? 7,425,000,000 hindi billion lang. Kasi point na siya na million. So 7 billion, 6 billion, and 5 billion, no? Kasi ngayon ang collection ng BIR trillion na no? Nagiging 3 or 5 or 6 trillion na. Pero ang Japan noon pa, trillion na. Baka yung susunod pa sa malaki pa sa trillion, ano pa kaya yun? So movements in
Ang hirap ng isipin.
Hindi mo na i-imaginein, bayaan mo na lang.
Ay, makakalo.
So, movements in the allowance for losses and inventory obsolescence are as follows, no? Alam niyo, pagka, accountant ka, pagdating mo na sa ganitong edad 60, biro mo naging accountant ka at 20. Oh my God, ilang taon na? 40 years. Parang lahat na lang panaginip mo, mga pagpikit mo ng mata mo, puro numbers na makita mo. So, pero okay lang yun kasi ito yung pinili mo na dito ka nabubuhay, ito yung nagpapakain sa pamilya mo. So, kaya nga, mayroon akong examiner, maliit pa yung mga anak niya, sabi daw ng anak niya, Tay, anong trabaho mo? Sabi ng anak, CPA po, CPA ako anak. Sabi niya, paglaki ko tay, ayaw ko maging CPA. Sabi ng tatay niya, bakit? Kasi hindi ka natutulog. Kasi tingnan mo pagka filing season. Ang CPA wala nang tulugan, no? Hindi na natutulog. Yung iba sa upuan na lang natutulog, no? Kaya nga sabi ko ngayon pa lang, nagtatrabaho tayo para mabuhay, ha? Hindi tayo nagtatrabaho para mamatay, no? So,
Kaya huwag na kasi damihan masyado, ha?
wag nang tanggapin yung
Oo,
iba.
dapat yung ano lang,
Yung kaya lang.
kayong kaya lang.
Hindi na talaga.
Kasi sobra na yun eh. Hindi
Mm,
na tama.
ano na, yung hindi na kaya, yung kaya lang, no? So, other current assets, akin na. Lo, ito yung aming tuta, no? Papis. Nanganak siya.
Malaki pa dyan yung gray.
Sige na, may ano ako. Oh.
Bes na kami. Punta na kami Bulacan.
Sige lang, kasi nandyan may pera naman kayo.
Ah.
Dalhin mo lang. Lahat Sige, alis na po sila. Okay. Okay, so other current assets, tuloy lang po tayo, no? Ako siguro walang magmamana din sa aking sa aking profession. Why? Sa anak ko ayaw. Sa apo ko, I don't know kasi may maliit pa naman.
Siguro dahil hindi na kayo natutulog.
baka sakali merong magmamana, no? Kaya tayo na mga accountants, okay lang din kasi enjoy lang. Ako, hindi ko naman siya yung sabi na burden na talaga sa iyo. Hindi na. Kasi once na pinag-aralan mo, it's there forever. Alam mo na yun, no? At hindi lang yun. Nakakatulong sa atin ngayon yung computer software, no? So, mas mabilis na magtrabaho as compared noon na mano-mano lang na gagawa ka ng sulat-sulat mo na mga yellow pad, no? Ngayon, mabilis na lang. Okay. At saka yung pag-transmit ng mga record, soft copy na lang, no? So, hindi na ganun kahirap noon, no? So, the inventories, no? Ang sabi ko na sa inyo na very particular kayo when it comes to inventories. Why? Mahigpit ngayon ang BIR sa inventories. Lalo na yung mga halimbawa, manufacturing company kayo, tapos hindi kayo magsasubmit sa kanilang inventories, o kaya yung inyong balance sheet walang inventories, naku, red light talaga kayo. Why? Kasi hindi maniniwala ang BIR na manufacturing kayo, wala kayong inventories. Why? Because for manufacturing companies, ang pera nyo nandyan sa raw materials, nandyan yan naka-invest. Otherwise, you are not in business. No? You are not in business. Why? Kasi ang manufacturing, ano bang gawa ng manufacturing? Nag-accumulate yan ng mga goods, nagpa-process ng goods. Wala kang inventory. Anong ginagawa mo? No? And there should be a problem. Kasi yung isa nga na audit ko is, wala siya inventory because manufacturing company siya. The inventory is owned by the parent company na manufacture sa kanya. So in that case, you are not a manufacturing company. Bakit? Kasi wala kang raw materials. Sabi ko, anong ginagawa mo sa product mo kung walang raw materials? Paano ka nakabuo ng product na walang raw materials? No? Okay. Other current assets, prepaid expenses, deposits on purchases, creditable withholding taxes, input VAT. Sa other current assets to hiwalay yan. Kasi hiwalay mo na yung current because itong mga line item na to, mayroon pa tong portion din na non-current. So, doon mo sa non-current ilagay, no? So, hard to collect investment. No? Various quoted peso denominated government securities. No? Okay. So, mga investment yan, marami silang pera no? Additions, amortizations. Okay. So, interest income, investment in joint ventures and associates, kung meron kayo niyan, then you have to disclose, no? Okay. You have to disclose lahat. Interest in joint venture, proportionality consolidated, no? Okay. Yan ang presentation. Ito ang property, plant, and equipment, no? Ito yung lapsing schedule ng property, plant, and equipment. Dito rin ako na penalize ng SEC. Why? Kasi bawat isang property dito, separate siya. Hindi mo pwedeng i-lump sa isang account lang. Halimbawa, office furniture and fixtures. Tapos, equipment. Hindi mo sila pwedeng pagsamahin. Yung sa akin, sinama. No? So, ano na lang sinabi ko? Kasi zero na yung isa, wala na yan. Fully depreciated na sama lang dyan. Biro mo yun, maghanap ka ng justification, no? So, land appraised value, land improvement, buildings and improvement, machinery and equipment, transportation and delivery, office furniture and fixtures. Yan, mayroon siyang construction in progress, no? ROU, assets and buildings. Right of use na asset equipment, no? So, yun yung net book value niya as of December 31. No? So, anong meron siya dyan? Okay, so at cost. And then restated. Restate na niya. And then meron siyang accumulated depreciation. No? Tapos meron siyang write-off or disposal. No? Yan, nag-write-off siya. Impairment loss, no? So, meron. Okay. And then, since comparative ito, meron siyang December 31, 2019 and also the December 31, 2018. At cost, no? And then write-off or disposal. Wala siyang additions, no? During the year. So, kung merong additions, i-reflect nyo din dyan at idagdag nyo doon sa assets kung saan talaga siya belong. No? Kasi ayaw nung is easy na pagsama-samahin mo yung mga account dyan. No? Okay. So, land as of December 31, 2019, siyempre ang land, hindi yan nade-depreciate. No? Okay. Ito na ang gusto ko kasi last stress na, no? Let's have a break. Itong intangible assets, no? Page 94, Hari. Okay. Okay, so for the intangible assets, ano yung nandito? We have the trademark. Remember, this is a manufacturing company. At ano yung kanilang intangible assets? The trademark, yung pangalan ng kanilang product. Why? Kasi dyan sila nakikilala. And part yan ang kanilang marketing and distribution strategies, no? So, madali nilang i-market, kasi may pangalan na, kilala na yung brand, no? Kaya nagde-develop sila ng brand. At pag nag-advertise ka ng product mo, doon mo i-focus sa brand mo or sa trademark, no? So, the intangible assets are the trademark, the goodwill, and the computer software. So, yung tanong kahapon, na yung computer software natin are considered as intangibles po sila. No? Okay. So, at cost ng 2019 and then at cost at 2018. Para sa akin, kulang pa tong intangibles niya kasi trademark lang. May patent pa to dapat, may logo, no? Iba-iba. And then may formula. May secret formula. Okay, so intangibles can be protected or not. Why? Because there are intangibles that should be registered in the IPO or Intellectual Property Office para magiging protected siya, legally protected. No? And once na legally protected ka, lahat ng transactions mo with that intangibles should also be reported to the IPO. Halimbawa, meron kang owner ka ng logo, pinagamit mo sa iba, ni-license mo, may license to use, pwede na i-exploit. Paalam ka doon. Hindi naman sa paalam, pero copy furnished mo yung IPO. No? Okay, so accounts payable and other current liabilities, we have details of accrued expenses as follows. We have the bank loans, and we have the equity or capital stocks. No? So, ito yung mga disclosures. We have the cost of sales and the services. We have the selling and marketing expenses, general and administrative expenses, other income and cost and expense, no? Imagine na gaano karaming trabaho ng accountant dito, no? So, ilang accountant siguro gumagawa nito. Related party transactions, no? Sa related party transactions, yung disclosure dito, may matrix ito, no? As to the nature, as to the amount, as to the name of the related parties, no? Mahaba yan. May requirements yang accounting standard sa atin on the disclosures of related party transactions. Kaya sundin po natin. Okay, so terms and conditions of transactions with related parties, no? Okay. Retirement benefits, no? The current service cost, net retirement obligations, no? Movement in net retirement obligations, and then the income taxes. So, try to take a look sa income taxes niya, ha? Yung components ng income taxes. Okay. Dito may MCIT na, may NOLCO, net operating loss carryover, no? And then, meron na siyang explanations ng NOLCO on the inception year, the amount applied, the expired, and then balance, and then expiry year, no? So, nakalagay na dyan. Contracts and commitments, no? Sa transfer pricing documentation na BIR Form 1709, which is the attachment to your 2020 financial statements or income tax return, contracts and commitments are very important, no? Ilagay ninyo yun sa CD, yung soft copy ng CD, and then tatakan nyo yung CD nyo sa BIR, no? And then there is a computation of the earnings per share. Sino ang interested sa earnings per share? Of course, the stockholders. And remember, the stockholders in this case are so many because this is a publicly listed company, no? So, financial instruments. And then the financial risk management objectives and policies and capital management, no? May requirement ang SEC for the capital management. Halimbawa, yung capital mo is maliit na lang, mas malaki ka ng mga utang. May nire-require yung SEC na papaano mo i-handle yung iyong operations, ano yung gagawin mo to augment your capital, no? Events after the reporting date, may may outbreak ng COVID-19, no? Okay, so meron siyang disclosures, pati yung event after the reporting date, yung COVID-19 outbreak. Okay. Okay. So, that's enough for our discussions on manufacturing companies. After that, we have our financial statements for contractors. Mahaba din ito, pero hindi ko to i-discuss lahat sa inyo. Only the important ones. Why? Kasi yung iba nabigyan na natin ng sample. Bakit ko binigay lahat to sa inyo? So that meron po kayong reference, no? Meron kayong reference na, halimbawa, gagawa na kayo ng financial statement ng contractors, ng manufacturing companies, then pick up nyo na lang yung mga account na meron kayo. Kasi sigurado ko naman na hindi lahat yun meron kayo, no? Kasi ito na yung pinaka-complicated na, pinaka-most complete na financial statements ng manufacturing companies, no? Kaya nilagay ko na dyan lahat, and then you choose na lang kung ano applicable sa inyo. Okay? So let's have again another 15 minutes break, no? Yeah. And let's go back na mamaya. Kasi marami na bang questionnaire?
Sakto lang, mga 15.
Okay. So, sige. Kasi, same na yung gagawin po natin right after our lecture proper, meron tayong question and answer portion. No? Go back na mamaya. Kasi, marami na bang questionnaire? Okay, so let's get back to our discussions, no? And this time, this is on the preparation of financial statements for contractors, no, and other service companies. Actually, dapat kasama dito yung list, no? Pero since we're running out of time, ito na yung sa construction corporations. Okay? So these are the example ng statement of financial position or your balance sheet, no? So we always start with the financial position or balance sheet, and it is also presented uh, in 2 years, no, comparative. So we have the assets, cash and equivalents, trade and other receivables, financial assets at fair value through profit or loss, construction materials, no? Kasi construction company siya eh. So ano yung inventory niya? Construction materials, and then contract assets, no? For the non-current assets, we have the financial assets at fair value through other comprehensive income. We have equity advances and investment in associates and joint ventures kung meron. Concession assets, no? So related din to sa operation niya. And then property, plant and equipment net, and then the investment properties, deferred tax assets, and other non-current assets. So for the liabilities, we have the interest-bearing loans and borrowings for the current liabilities, trade and other payables, contract liabilities, other current liabilities. For the non-current liabilities, interest-bearing loans and borrowings, no? Post-employment defined benefit obligation, deferred tax liabilities, other non-current liabilities, total non-current liabilities, and of course the equities, no? So for the equity, capital stock, additional paid-in capital, revaluation reserves, other reserves, treasury shares at cost, retained earnings, total equity attributable to shareholders, no? Okay. Sa contractors, pag kayo yung preparer ng financial statements, be very careful about the assets. Yun yung ini-emphasize ko sa inyo na very important. Why? Kasi gagamitin pa itong financial statement natin on the accreditation at saka sa mga pinipresent to, nire-require to sa mga bidding, no, sa mga contracts. So very important ang financial statement ng contractors. At pag ginamit pa yan sa PCAB, yung Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board, pinipirmahan yan per page ng CPA, no? So be very sure na itong mga nandito sa statement of financial positions, the assets, current assets, non-current assets, the property, plant and equipment, the cash, kasi may mga requirements na cash at saka property and equipments ang PCAB to classify them kung anong klase sila. Class A, B, C na contractors, no? So depende yun sa assets nila. Kaya ingat tayo pag nag-certify ba kasi bakit mamaya we certify the financial statements pero wala naman pala yun. Then we will be answerable. Okay. So, contractors ito, oh.
Ganda ng flower mo.
Ang ganda, super. Oh. Advance na para sa Valentine's Day, ha? Pakita mo sa to, hello mga yung ating mga viewers, participants. So ito yung ating client, no? So thank you sa sponsor natin na contractor. Tamang-tama contractor yung aming yung aming topic. No. Okay. Sige. Thank you. Okay. So, be very careful po sa pag ano natin ha, sa pag gawa ng financial statement ng mga contractors, no? Kasi baka mamaya gawa kayo ng gawa ng mga pero ang PCAB, ano na rin sila yung aware na rin sila na dinodrawing lang yung financial statements. Ano yung require nila? Yung cost, acquisition cost ng proof, no? Bawa, meron kang property and equipment dyan na 7 million. Hahanap sila ngayon ng resibo mo. Paano yan napunta sa iyo? Paano mo binili? Nangihingi na sila ng resibo. No?
Tinitingnan talaga yung bank.
Yes. Sa cash, tinitingnan din nila yung passbook mo na nandoon talaga yung pera. No? So, hindi na rin sila nagre-rely dito sa financial statements. Although, kung halimbawa man magkaroon na ng problema ng kaso, may third-party damages or injuries, kasama talaga ang CPA doon. No? Kasi nagbigay ka ng opinion no? Nag-audit ka. No? Okay. So next is the statement of income, no? So you have the revenues, construction operation revenues, so kung saan pa yan galing na ibang mga sources of revenues mo, and then you have the direct cost, no? Ito yung direct cost ng cost of construction operation. So we will see mamaya yung dun sa requirement ng PFRS 15, no? Ano yung requirements that you have to disclose also in your financial statements, no? So the cost, and then you have the gross profit, no? And then the other operating expenses. So ano yung mga other operating expenses po ng companies, no? So you have the total, kasi mamaya makita natin yung breakdown ng operating expenses doon sa disclosures, no? Sa notes to financial statements. So other income and charges, finance cost, no, and then the finance income, then the tax expense, the net profit attributable to shareholders of the parent company, non-controlling interest, kasi ano ito consolidated statement, no? So okay, so items that will not be reclassified subsequently to profit or loss. Oh, it is also explained here. And then the total comprehensive income, no? Total comprehensive income attributable to shareholders of the parent company, and then the non-controlling interest. Okay. We have the consolidated statement of cash flows, no? So cash flow from operating activities, no? Same lang yan ang format, no? Kahit nung klase siya. Kung manufacturing, yung doon sa retailing, halimbawa merchandising, same lang po ang paggawa sa ng cash flow. Okay. Okay, so increase in contract assets, decrease in billings in excess of cost or uncompleted contracts, no? So ito rin naman yung mga accounts na unique sa construction, no? So tingnan natin sa cash flow. Cash flows from operating activities, profit before tax, no? So we have adjustment for finance cost, depreciation and amortization, finance income, unrealized mark-to-market loss gain or gain in interest rate swap, no? And then the equity and net gains of associates and joint venture, no? Gain on disposal of property, plant and equipment, no? So kung may gain siya, nag-dispose ka ng property, plant and equipment. Gain on bargain purchase, no? Bargain purchase, ang laki. Loss on fair value change of AFS financial assets, no? Yung loss on fair value change, no? Nung assets held for sale, no? Operating profit before working capital changes, increase in trade and other receivables. And then we have increase in construction materials. So yun yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na unique siya for the construction contractors, no? Decrease in cost in excess of billing on uncompleted contract. Yan. Kasi there are uncompleted contracts for the construction. Hindi naman lahat yan tapos agad, no? So, increase in contract assets. Increase in other current assets, increase or decrease in trade and other payables, decrease in advances from customers, increase in non-current assets, decrease in billings in excess of cost on uncompleted contracts, increase in contract assets, no? And then we have decrease in billing in excess of cost on uncompleted contracts, no? We have increase in contract liabilities, increase in other liabilities. We have increase in post-employment defined benefit obligation. We have cost generated from operations. We have cash paid for income taxes, net cash from operating activities, no? And then we have cash flows from investing activities. Ano to? We have acquisition of property, plant, and equipment and computer software license. Computerized na siya. Additions to concession assets, acquisitions of investment properties, interest received, proceeds from sale of property, plant, and equipment. Yan. Proceeds from sale of financial assets at fair value through profit or loss. Proceeds from disposal of retail treasury bond, assets acquired from subsidiary, acquisition of investment in joint venture, acquisition of available for sale financial assets. Okay, so net cash used in investing activities. Okay. From financing activities, proceeds from interest-bearing loans and borrowings, nangungutang. Ang laki ng utang. Repayment of interest, interest-bearing loans and borrowings, financing provided to related parties, interest paid, acquisition of treasury shares, dividends paid, net cash from financing activities, effect of foreign exchange rate changes on cash and cash equivalents, equals net increase or decrease in cash and cash equivalent. No? Cash acquired from subsidiary, cash and cash equivalent at beginning of the year. No? So, hindi niya to natapos kasi meron pa yang at the end of the year. Oh? Asan? Wala. Sa page ano na ako 11. Asan yung ilalim niyan?
Slide 21 mo lang.
Oo, wala. Hindi makikita dito.
At end of the year.
Cash and cash equivalents at beginning of the year. Yun lang ang meron dito. Wala na. Okay, so ABC Construction Corporation, ito na yung disclosures or explanation, no? Yung sa notes to financial statements. So dito mas maintindihan natin yung apat na financial statements na balance sheet, income statement, cash flows, and statement of changes in equity. Kasi if you try to look at mas mahaba, mas marami yung disclosures compared doon sa apat na financial statement. No? Kaya mas maintindihan mo siya because well explained dito sa notes to financial statements. No? So, note number 1, binigay ko na sa inyo yung statement of financial accounting standard number 1. Yun yung guide natin in making the financial notes to financial statements, no? So yung note 1 na yan, dito siya yung corporate information, no? So nandiyan. Okay, so dito pinakita kung sino yung mga subsidiaries and associates of the company. Okay. And then in-explain din dito kung sino-sino itong mga subsidiaries niya, and then kailan sila na established, and then yung kanilang mga address, no? Okay. Ang dami. Ang dami niyang company. Ito yung mga subsidiaries, no? And then we have the approval of the consolidated financial statements, no? So yun yung sabi ko sa inyo dito ako nagkamali. Okay. So tingnan nyo ha, authorized for issue lang siya noong May 26, 2020. So lockdown na ito. So dapat, kung authorized for issue siya na May, dapat na-issue siya noong mga June na. No? Kasi extended naman yung deadline natin noong June. Summary of significant accounting policies. Okay. Basis of preparation of consolidated financial statement, ano siya? PFRS. So full PFRS. Kasi masyado siyang malaki. No? Okay, ano sabi niya dito? The consolidated financial statements, page 26, Harry. The consolidated financial statements have been prepared using the measurement basis specified by PFRS, no? For each type of assets, liability, income, and expense. The measurement bases are fully described in the accounting policies, no? So, presentation of consolidated financial statements. Okay. Ang dami, no? Hindi naman natin na ito maubos. Basahin nyo na lang for your reading purposes, no? So, ano tong functional and presentation currency? This is the peso, no? As used in this country. Adoption of new and amended PFRS, no? So, ano tong effective 2019? Okay. Ito yung mga amendments niya. International Financial Reporting Interpretations Committee. Okay, ano yung concern niya? Uncertainty over income tax treatments. No? Annual improvements to PFRS 2015 to 2017. Income taxes, tax consequences of dividends. No? Okay, so past 23, borrowing cost eligibility for capitalization, and PFRS 3 and 11, business combinations and joint arrangement, remeasurement of previously held interest in a joint operation. Okay. So, yan yung mga changes. Yun yung mga changes sa Philippine Accounting Standards 19, no? So, amendments ng employees' benefits. And then we also have the amendments in Philippine Accounting Standards 28, amendments to Philippine Reporting Accounting Standards, PFRS number 9, PFRS 16, no? Okay. Dami, no? So, pakibasa nyo na lang yan because if you try to take a look dito sa notes to financial statements, may mga specifics talaga dito na para lang sa contractors, no? Hindi mo siya pwedeng gamitin sa iba. So, dito sa property, plant and equipment, Okay. Ito, IFRIC 23, uncertainty over income tax treatment. No? Sabi natin, wala makapag-guarantee kahit nasaang part ka ng mundo na there is tax certainty. So, ibig sabihin lang that income tax is uncertain. No? So, yung tax talaga is uncertain. Okay, so uncertainty over income tax treatment. The interpretation provides clarification on the determination of taxable profit, tax base, unusual tax losses, or unused tax credits and tax rates. When there is uncertainty over income tax treatment. No? Okay. So we'll explain naman po dito ang notes to financial statements, especially for construction companies, no? Okay. We have investment in subsidiaries, no? Okay. Investment in associates. Accounting for business combination using the acquisition method. So, tingnan natin kung may acquisition din siya during the year. Interest in joint arrangement. Okay. So, super dami ng ang kapal ng notes to financial statement, but of course, same lang sila ng iba pa natin na na-discuss na, no? Kaya hindi ko na uulitin sa inyo. And we are running out of time. Meron lang akong ipapakita sa inyo na okay. So ano tong i-discuss ko sa inyo? This is the IFRS 15 or the International Financial Reporting Standards 15, which is a requirement for the contractors, no? Okay. IFRS 15. The objective of IFRS 15 is to establish the principles that an entity shall apply to report useful information to user of financial statements about the nature, amount, timing, and uncertainty of revenue and cash flows arising from a contract with a customer. Application of the standard is mandatory, no? So for annual reporting period starting January 2018 onwards, either application is permitted. No? So IFRS 15 or revenue from contracts with customers applies to all contracts with customers except for leases within the scope of IAS 17. No? Okay. IFRS 9, financial instruments. IFRS 10, consolidated financial statements. IFRS 11, joint arrangement. No? IAS 27, separate financial statement. And IAS 28, investment in associates. And joint ventures. Issuance contracts within the scope of IFRS. Okay. So, anong disclosure dito? A contract with a customer may be partially within the scope of IFRS 15 and partially within the scope of another standard, no? So, in that scenario, anong gagawin mo? If other standards specifically how to prepare, so to separate and or initially measure one or more parts of the contract, then those separation and measurement requirements are applied first. The transaction price is then reduced by the amounts that are initially measured under oath standards. No? Accounting requirements for revenue, the 5-step model. Okay. Okay. So the core principle of IFRS 15 is that an entity will recognize revenue to depict the transfer of promised goods or services to customers in an amount that reflect the consideration to which the entity expects to be entitled in exchange for those goods and services. Okay. So principle is delivered in 5-step model framework. Identify the contracts with customer, identify the performance obligations, determine the transaction price, allocate the transaction price to the performance obligations in the contract, and recognize revenue when the entity satisfies a performance obligations. No? So step number 1, you have to identify the contract with the customer. Ano yung mga kontrata na to? At wag po kayong pumayag na sabihin sa inyo ng client niyo, wala po kaming kontrata dyan. No? Hindi po yan totoo. Why? Kasi kontrata yan, kaya nga tinatawag na contract dahil meron kayong contract na pinanghahawakan. No? Contract with customer will be within the scope of IFRS 15 if all the following conditions are met. No? The contract has been approved by the parties to the contract. Each party rights in relation to the goods and services to be transferred can be identified. No? Payment of terms for the goods or services to be transferred can be identified. The contract has commercial substance and it is probable that the consideration to which the entity is entitled to in exchange for the goods or services will be collected. So, pagka daw yung contract, the customer does not meet all the above criteria, the entity will continue to reassess the contract going forward to determine whether it subsequently meets the above criteria. So, from that point, the entity will apply IFRS 15 to the contract. No? Okay, so the standard provides detailed guidance on how to account for approved contract modifications. No? If certain conditions are met, a contract modification will be accounted for as a separate contract with the customer. So, hindi siya kasama dyan. Step 2, identify the performance obligations in the contract. No? At the inception of the contract, the entities should assess the goods or services that have been promised to the customer and identify as a performance obligation. Okay. Basahin nyo na yung iba ha. Kasi we're running out of time na. Determine the transaction price. Yan ang step 3. Step 4, allocate the transaction price to the performance obligations in the contract. Okay, so number 5, recognize revenue when or as the entity satisfies a performance obligation. Okay. Dito na tayo sa disclosures, no? Disclosures objective in IFRS 15 is for entity to disclose sufficient information to enable user of financial statements to understand the nature, amount, timing, and uncertainty of revenue and cash flows arising from contracts with customers. Entity should disclose qualitative and quantitative information about all of the following IFRS 15, no? Its contracts with customers, the significant judgment and changes in the judgment. No? Any assets recognized from cost to obtain or fulfill a contract with a customer. Okay, so yan yung mga disclosures. Effective date of transition, kung kailan nagkaroon ng transition, no? Sa itong IFRS 15 kasi January 2018 to nag-umpisa. Okay. Okay. So, yun lang po yung ating discussion on the contractor. So, try to see especially yung mga account, no? You have the pro forma already of this mga statements natin. No? All you have to do, titingin lang kayo dito ng sample and then as to the format, i-revise nyo lang kung doon sa standard or sa according to the guide, no? Paano natin i-prepare. Ang I understand, Hari, yung sa easy puro A4 yun, no? Na bond paper.
Yes, ma'am.
No? So, A4 na bond paper yung ating gagamitin. Okay? So, with that, I would like to say thank you. Pakitingnan na lang po ninyo yung ating construction corporation and subsidiaries, no? So, with that, I would like to say thank you. And what we got today, noong sana yung isang ganito, Hari? Yung day 1, no? So, for the day 1, we have how to claim itemized and other deductions. No, I discussed to you yung mga accounts nasa ITR. No? And then how to prepare notes and other disclosures to financial statements. So, how to prepare consolidated financial statements and reconciliation of earnings available for dividends and other schedules. No? So, yun yung diniscuss natin kahapon na day 1. So, day 2 ngayon, ano yung kaninang umaga, we have the preparation of financial statements of cooperatives and then break, no? Preparation of financial statements for non-stock, non-profit corporations. Okay. Preparation naman itong hapon na preparation of financial statements for manufacturing companies. And then yung last, the preparation of financial statements for contractors and other service companies, no? So, yun yung ating pinag-aralan, no? So, yung hindi na natin kaya na basahin pa sa inyo o kaya i-explain pa natin because of our time constraint, then pakibasa na lang po at saka titingnan ninyo yung ating mga examples. So, wag yung basta prepare ng financial statements, no? Ano yung unang hingin nyo sa nagpapagawa? Yung mga supporting documents. No? So, with that, I would like to say thank you, no, sa ating mga YouTubers na umattend ngayon. Ilan na sila, Hari, yung viewers natin?
135.
Okay, so 135. So, coming from all over the Philippines. So, thank you very much. And we will proceed to the question and answer portion. No? So, yung mga hindi na interesado dun sa question and answers, pwede na rin po kayo na hindi na umattend. No? Anyway, i-answer na lang namin yung mga questions. No? Okay, so thank you very much and good luck sa pag-prepare ninyo ng financial statements, no? Doon na tayo sa walang tulugan na preparation ng financial statements, especially sa deadline, no? Sige, go. Question and answer tayo.
Ito, ma'am. First question galing kay Ruth Payot.
Okay.
Now that there is pandemic, What are the possible costs that can be eliminated to increase profit?
Possible cost that can be eliminated.
Opo, to increase profit.
Wala na ngang cost eh, kasi wala ka namang sales. No? Kasi sarado. Sa ano. Actually, nabawasan yung cost kasi sa bahay lang. No? So, hindi ko lang alam kung nabawasan din yung sales. Oh, kasi kung nabawasan yung sales, nabawasan yung cost, then anong mangyayari? Wala nang negosyo. No? Pero doon naman sa, depende sa nature ng negosyo mo, kung halimbawa pagkain, o tuloy-tuloy yung pagkain, kaya ang dami ding gumanda yung negosyo nila during the pandemic. Kasi depende yun eh. Halimbawa, ang negosyo mo, ticketing. Definitely wala ang ticketing kasi wala ng transportation. No? So, anong tanong niya during the pandemic?
What are the possible costs that can be eliminated to increase the profit?
Oh, cost. Kasi pag in-eliminate mo yung cost, lalong liliit yung profit. Kasi bawas yan sa profit eh. No? So, tingnan mo na lang at saka i-review mo yung sales mo, yung negosyo mo. Kasi nga, pandemic, konting-konti lang. Pero as to the cost, dapat dagdagan mo pa nga yung cost para lumit yung income mo, lalaki yung liliit yung babayaran mo. But, hindi natin yan tinuturo dito, yung paliliitan yung inyong income. No? Kung ano lang yung nandyan, and then substantiated nyo, then, gawin nyo. No? Sige, next.
Next po galing kay Minelio Malabit.
Okay.
Ma'am, can we use schedules like subledgers of outstanding receivables,
Yes.
payables, fixed assets, register to support our disclosure in the financial statement?
Pwede yung gamitin yan, but it should be with the tax sa BIR, no? Let it be stamped. Kasi ang tawag dyan, it should be a registered book. Kasi kung walang tatak yan, unregistered, hindi siya tatanggapin. Or, mahina yung recording mo. Pwedeng gamitin yun, pero may tatak sa BIR. Patatakan mo muna.
Ma'am, galing pa rin po kay Sir Menelio. Yung inventory daw po ba is equals to sales price less cost to sale?
Pwede. Pwede. Kasi ang diretso na salita is, ang inventory is at cost kung magkano mo siya binili. Eh, yung ginawa mo, sales siya, less, ano yung niles niya? Yung,
Less cost to sale. Sales price less cost to sale.
so,
Equals daw po ba sa inventory?
so kasama yung mga, kung cost to sell, is kasama na yung mga marketing expenses mo. So, that can also be kasi inventory is really at cost, no? So, sa cost po talaga ang inventory. Okay?
One question.
Sige. Anuhin mo yung mic sa kanya, Ari.
Ayun.
Yan.
Good afternoon po. Regarding po ma'am sa construction,
Okay.
yung
Yung mga contractors.
construction na business.
Okay.
Like yung contract asset ma'am, yun ba yung mga kontrata na kumbaga hindi pa natapos at the end of the year, yun yung mga nakalagay doon sa contract asset.
Assets pa siya,
Kasi
hindi,
assets pa yun.
hindi pa exhausted, no?
Oo, hindi pa exhausted. Ibig sabihin, kasi syempre yung mga ibang contract natapos na eh. So
Yes.
syempre, obviously, yun yung mga contract na gagawin pa lang probably mga hindi pa natapos or the following year.
Yes,
Yan po ba yun?
yes. Kaya nga asset pa siya eh.
Correct. So, tapos ma'am, yung contract liabilities naman, ano naman po yun?
Contract liabilities existing pa, halimbawa, di ba, during the contract, pag umpisa na ng contract, magda-down na kaagad yung ano,
Correct.
yung 30%. Yun yung SOP eh. So, liabilities mo pa yun dahil tinanggap mo na, wala ka pang ginawa.
Contract liabilities.
Oo.
Okay.
Yung
So,
asset naman, kasama na doon yung gawa mo na, pero hindi pa nabayaran. Kaya contract asset
Kumbaga,
pa.
receivables pa or something
Yes.
like that. O, yan lang yung term na ginamit nila para contract
Yes.
asset.
And contract
O,
liabilities.
contract liabilities. So, ano naman po ma'am yung yung mga inventories, yung 'di ba construction natin. Paano
yes.
naman natin paano natin siya bilangin sa isahin whatever, paano ba?
Requirement yan at the end of the
kasi
year.
requirement siya eh.
Requirement yan at the end of the year.
Parang yun yung mga construction na nabili mo, di ba? Siyempre hindi ka naman kaya nga inventory, hindi mo siya, hindi siya binibenta. So, parang exclusively, parang yun yung construction materials na nabili mo for a certain project, doon a certain client.
Yes, na hindi pa gamit.
Na hindi pa gamit, nagagamitin
Yes.
pa lang. So,
Yes.
it should be.
Dapat may ano ka dyan, may record ka ng inventory. Kaya nire-require yung special books on inventory wherein you record ano yung mga pumapasok na inventory na binili mo at ano yung mga nabawas o tinanggal mo doon. So, ang product niyan or ang difference niyan is your inventory na gamit na. No? So, yun yung dapat na doon sa cost of sales mo na inventory. Yung hindi pa, yun yung dapat nasa assets mo, nasa financial statement mo, nasa balance sheet. Kasi inventory yun na hindi pa gamit.
Tapos, manghihingi po ako, ano po yung mga examples ng deferred tax liabilities na nasa non-current assets? Ano po ba mga examples?
Tingnan ninyo yan sa, may video tayo dyan on accounting for income tax, no? Kasi nandyan, mahabang kwento yan, yung deferred tax assets and deferred tax liabilities. Pero hindi lang naman talaga income yan. Kasama pa dyan sa deferred tax assets or deferred tax liabilities yung input tax natin, no? Sa liabilities natin naman output tax, no? So mahaba 'yan na schedule or gagawin mo kasi nandiyan pa 'yan na marami kang i-consider, no? Just like the temporary differences and the permanent differences, yung mga taxable income, then the non-taxable income, no? May mga timing differences pa. No? So may computation tayo dyan. Tingnan nyo yung sa accounting for income tax. That can be your guide. No? Okay.
Ako, next ma'am, galing kay Miss Cupcake.
Si Miss Cupcake. Shout out to you.
Ako, ang real name niya pala ma'am si Maria Cindy.
Wow.
Cindy Lamayo.
Ang ganda.
Ako, yun pala yung real name niya. Ako, ang tanong niya ma'am, is the mini-me included in the 90,000 cap?
Ay, hindi. Kasi hindi talaga siya taxable. At saka yung 90 na cap, yun yung mga benefits na binibigay pag December. No? Kasama na dyan yung 13th month, bonus. Yung iba kasi may 14th month pa. No? So, yun yung 90,000. Pero yung de minimis benefits, hindi yan kasama dyan. Iba yan.
Next ma'am, are there cases minimum wage earners were given de minimis? Is it non-taxable regardless
Non-taxable pa rin.
of the amount?
Ay, wag naman regardless of the amount kasi ang de minimis benefits may limit po talaga yan. Halimbawa, yung rice allowance, hanggang 2,000 lang yan, monthly. No? Pagka sumobra na dyan sa 2,000, magiging taxable na siya kasama, isama mo na sa compensation. And then, isubject mo na sa withholding tax. No? Mayroon namang limit dyan or ceiling, no? Bawa yung uniform allowance, 4,000 lang per year. Okay.
Ma'am, excuse me.
Next.
Yung mga like employee benefit na medicines,
Okay.
unused VL, sick leaves,
Okay.
or used VL and sick leaves, saan po ba yung nag-fall?
Yung benefits na yan, employees benefits, pwede na rin.
Oo, pero yung kasi, di ba, i-report natin yung sa 16 offer CF, so may si BIR doon.
Non-taxable.
Oo, non-taxable. Pwede, saan po ba siya? Kasi pwede ba siya sa de minimis or sa other
Sa others.
income, other income that is not taxable?
Oo, sa others.
Okay. So kasi minsan na sa de minimis.
Sa non-taxable talaga siya.
Okay, sana. Okay, thank you. Kasi naipaghalo-halo na lahat eh.
Next ma'am, galing kay SP Salom.
Okay.
Ma'am, services engineering consultancy po kami. What are
Okay.
the attachment needed for our 1702?
Attachment, yung 2307 nyo. No? Kasi consultant kayo eh. Mayroong iba dito na consultancy sila, ayaw magpa-withhold ng 5, 15. 5, 10, 15, no? Kung corporation kasi 10, 15. Ayaw magpa-withhold. Ang gusto i-withhold sa kanila 2%. Nung tiningnan ko na yung kanilang kontrata, hindi pwede kasi management ang nakalagay doon eh. No? Ano ba yung subject lang sa 2%? Yun yung mga services ng janitorial, services ng security, yun yung 2%. Pero pagdating na sa consultancy, management consultancy, 10, 5, 10, 15 talaga yan. No? So, ano yung question niya? Ano yung kasama?
What na po yung attachment na kailangan sa 1702?
Oh, yun, yung payment mo ng quarterly mo at saka yung ng quarterly income tax mo, may payment ka, and then yung BR Form 2307 mo. No?
Next, ma'am, galing kay Cheryl Rodriguez.
Okay.
Ma'am, tanong ko lang po yung resibo po ng association kung fake po ba to.
Oh?
Ang nakalagay lang dito, HLURB. Tsaka meron din daw TIN.
No, may tingnan mo kung mayroon siyang nakalagay sa baba na accredited printer, nakalagay yung pangalan ng accredited printers, tapos yung accreditation niya, yung date, address, yung number of booklets ng resibo, no? Kailan siya ma-expire, dapat kumpleto yung ganyan. Kasi kung hindi, magiging fake yan. Okay.
Ito ma'am, galing po kay Josel Guantero. Paano daw po mag-file ng 1702 for GOCC?
Government-owned and controlled corporations. Ang government-owned and controlled corporations, COA ang nag-ano sa kanila ha, certify. No? COA, yun yung auditor nila, the Commission on Audit. No?
So, yung may open case po kami regarding dito dahil hindi po kami nagpa-file nito.
Dapat talaga nagpa-file kasi ang mga GOCCs is kahit na sabihin mo government-owned and controlled corporations sila, yung iba registered pa din yan sa SEC, no? So subject sila sa regular na requirements. Pag hindi ka nagbayad, then you will be tagged as open cases. No? Okay.
Ma'am, di ba pati mga, kasi government-controlled corporations, ba, like barangays, lahat
LGU ang tawag dyan, local government units. Kasi ang GOCC, ito yung para mga corporate na owned by the government. Kagaya ng DBP, Land Bank, yan, GOCC ang tawag dyan. Pero itong mga barangay, city, LGU yan, local government units.
Okay, so LGU ang
Opo.
nila pala. Okay,
Opo.
Hindi pala siya kasama sa GOCC.
Hindi po.
Next, ma'am, galing kay Ma'am Mary Jane Unan.
Okay.
Ma'am, sa mga ukay-ukay, wala po bang resibo yung purchases? Paano ang presentation ng cost of goods sold sa FS at saka dun sa inventory?
Actually, ang presentation mo dyan is dapat wala ka ng cost of goods sold kasi wala ka namang resibo na ipapakita. So, but since meron naman talaga, binili mo, wala nga lang resibo, kung i-declare mo yan, at halimbawa, maimbestiga ka ng examiner, then yung purchases mo madidisallow, no? Pagka na-disallow yan, ang laki mong bayaran ng deficiency. No? Kasi, kagaya ng ukay-ukay, ang daming ukay-ukay na lumalaki sila, yung mga businesses nila sa ukay-ukay. Kasi mabenta, maganda pa yung klase ng mga tela kasi mga imported yung damit, no? Okay.
Ito ma'am, galing kay SP Salon.
Okay.
Ma'am, interest income from the bank na subject na sa final withholding tax.
Okay.
Kasama din po ba siya as revenue subject to 30% income tax?
Hindi na, kasi ang final tax, enough na yun na pambayad mo ng tax yung withhold sa iyo doon. Kaya ang tawag sa kanya final na, hindi mo na isama sa 1701 or pag nag-file ka ng income tax return mo.
Ito Ito ma'am, galing kay Mary Jane. Unal.
Okay.
Ma'am, yung excess na mga input sa VAT, may kalalagyan ba siya sa financial statement?
Excess, kagaya nung ginamit noon sa ah, sale to government, pero ngayon wala na kasi creditable na yung sale to government. So, pwede mo siyang i-close sa income summary o ibig sabihin, kung halimbawa expenses niya na over na, i-close mo siya sa income summary. So, papasok siya, madadagdag siya sa expenses, no? Okay.
Ito ma'am, galing po kay Ma'am Marilyn Ceredon.
Okay.
Client inquiry daw po, ask niya po ay kung pwede daw po magpagawa ng ITR na ang gagamitin po ay yung sa business na income. Pero hindi sa name ng business, pero sa name niya as individual.
Oh, so single proprietor, hindi na yun corporation, no? Pwede naman yun, basta registered lang din yung single proprietor, no?
Bank loan purposes daw.
Kasi papaano ka ito na yun na yung sinasabi ko, mag-ingat sa loan purposes na yan, ha? Kasi yung tax consequence niyan the same. Kahit na sabihin mo lang ginamit mo sa loan purposes, ito ang sinasabi ko. Gagawa tayo ng financial statement for loan purposes. So anong mangyayari? Mag-declare ka ng sale, no? Yung sales mo, sabi mo wala naman po talaga yan kasi pang ano ko lang to, pang travel. So what happened sa income tax return na pinail mo sa BIR? Kasi hindi naman tatanggapin yung ITR mo kung walang tatak, no? So anong mangyayari diyan? I-assess ka ngayon nung mandatory na business tax dun sa nireport mo sa income tax return. Di ba, nag-report ka ng income mo na 3 million. Oh, hahanapan ka na ngayon ng compliance mo sa VAT. Pag wala kang compliance, then you will be assessed. No? Lang na mabayaran mo na penalty. No? Nangyari na yan sa akin noon sa Marikina na talagang umiiyak ang taxpayer kasi nga siningil siya ng BIR ng tax liabilities. Wala daw. Ginamit lang daw niya yung ITR niya for purposes lang na mag-abroad. So, yun yung sabi ko na that's the tax consequence ng mga nagpa-file na fictitious na mga returns, no? Pagka ganyan, no, papagawa yung mga client nyo, i-advise nyo na sila kaagad, no? Kasi, deceiving kasi yung, halimbawa, loan purposes nila, hindi naman totoo may business sila, gawa-gawa lang, no? So, magkaka-problema later on. Okay.
Galing po kay Julian Principe.
Okay.
Ma'am, ano po ba ang mga steps if yung isang sole proprietor ay gustong magpa-franchise?
Pa-franchise. Siya ang magpa-franchise. Okay, so anong gagawin mo? Dapat yung ipa-franchise mo na item or whatever. Kasi pagka kumita na yan, gagayahin na yan ng lahat. So anong gagawin mo? Pa-apply mo muna sa IPO, sa Intellectual Property Office, so that yung kung ano man yung pa-franchise mo, protected siya by law. No? So do not start na hindi ka pa protected kasi pag nag-in or anong tawag doon? Sumikat yung product mo, dami na kaganyan, gaya-gaya, no? So, pagka nagaya-gaya na, you are already out of business, no? Unless na talagang very competitive ka, na gustong-gusto mo talaga yung competition, and then anong gagawin mo? Mag-improve ka ng product, o kaya lalabang ka. No, ganun ang mentality ng ng negosyante, lumalaban, 'di ba? Kasi yung mga tikim-tikim lang tapos pag nahirapan na sa business o kaya hindi na alam gawin, wala na, aalis na, no? Okay.
Galing po ulit kay Ma'am Marilyn Ceredon.
Okay.
Yung po bang summary of sales ay need po bang balance sa summary of purchases or inventory?
Summary of sales?
Need daw po ba niyang balanse sa summary of purchases or inventory?
Dapat lang, no? Kasi halimbawa, di ba yung inventory natin, ginagawa natin yan sa December, that's one document. sales natin, yun ang bebenta natin, no? Saan manggagaling yan? Ang binibenta natin sa inventory na pinurchase natin. No? So ano dapat at the end of the year? Dapat tali yung list of inventories mo with the sales that you declare, no? Tsaka yung mga uh, paano mo binawasan, dinagdagan yung purchases mo during the year. Why? Kasi, saan ba manggagaling ang inventory? Manggagaling ang inventory sa purchases, no? So, saan manggagaling naman yung purchase mo? Doon sa mga binenta mo, binili mo, no? So, dapat tali lahat yan. Kasi, halimbawa, malaki yung purchases mo, konti lang yung sales mo, nasaan ngayon yung inventory mo? Bakit maliit lang? No? So, dapat lahat yan, align or match, no? Okay.
Sabi niya, ma'am, di naman po lahat ng purchases that day ay nabili din. Lahat that day po. Yung hindi pa po nabibili, yung po yung matitira ay inventory na.
Yes.
Tama daw po ba?
Kasama yan, agad-agad. Kahit na pagbili mo, kasama na kaagad yan na inventory.
Tapos sabi niya, ma'am, therefore, di dapat parehas o balance ang summary of sales at purchases.
Hindi. Hindi. Kasi magkaiba yan eh. Yung sa sales, diba, may markup na. Yung sa inventory mo at cost, no? Yung purchases mo at cost, no? Di yan sila magbabalance eh.
Tapos sabi niya, ma'am, medyo na-confuse po ako. Paano ang magiging recording po ng purchases? Sa sales recording, yung daily sales i-record. Sa purchases po, paano po yung recording?
Sa purchases ang recording po, sa cash disbursement naman, no? Kasi kung halimbawa, non-VAT ka, ang libro mo, journal, ledger, cash receipt, cash disbursement. So, yung purchases mo na sa cash disbursement. Bakit cash disbursement? Kasi gumamit ka ng pera eh, para bumili dyan. So, dinisburse mo yung cash para makuha mo yung inventory. Okay.
Apo. Sabi niya, ma'am, kung need parehas ang balance ng sales at purchases, ang i-record lang sa purchases ay yung nabili lang.
Yes. Yes, kasi paano mo i-record sa purchase yung mga hindi pa nabili? No? So, wala ka pang basis o wala ka pang document to record it.
Ito, ma'am, galing kay Bliss Full Time.
Okay.
Ask ko lang po about sa mga small companies na hindi naman sila lahat nagpay ng minimum wage sa mga employees nila.
Okay.
Like yung ibang store sa mall.
Okay.
Karamihan below minimum wage po sila.
Yes, sa mga palengke, below minimum wage din yan.
So, sa reporting na ng BIR, yun din ang i-report na salaries and wages. Ano ang posible mangyari dun sa mga establishment na below ang minimum sa employees?
Allowed po sila eh. Kasi ang mga business establishment na below 10 persons ang employee, mag-apply lang po sila sa City Hall and then pwede na silang below minimum yung kanilang salary ng employees. No? Allowed po sila dyan. Okay.
Tapos, galing pa rin po kay Bliss Full Time. About po sa franchise fee. Considered po ba ito na intangible asset?
Yes. Franchises are intangibles. Kasi wala ka namang makita na, ano ba yung franchise? Di ba nasa kontrata lang siya. Kaya they're considered as intangibles.
Tapos sabi niya, ma'am, itong franchise fee po, need pong i-amortize.
Franchise fee kasi binili mo. Yes. Yes. I-amortize mo siya during the anticipated life ng franchise. So, halimbawa, yung anticipated ano muna sa kontrata, 5 years or 10 years. So, doon mo siya i-amortize. Okay.
Tapos sabi niya, ma'am, kasi may mga franchise fee kasi na good for 3 or 5 years.
So, doon mo i-amortize yung 3 years or 5 years din kung good for ganun sila. Pero hindi eh. Halimbawa, nag-conflict yan, yung kontrata nyo is 1 year lang or 2 years or 3 years. So, doon mo siya i-base din sa kontrata. No? Kasi kahit na 3 years or 5 years mo i-consider, kung tapos naman yung kontrata mo, so wala na.
Galing po ulit kay Ma'am Marilyn Ceredon.
Okay.
Nakakagawa po ako ng FS pero bigla po ako na-confuse sa recording ng summary of sales and purchases or inventory.
Para yan sa iba yun sa income tax kasi income tax is different from VAT. Yung summary list of sales and purchases sa VAT yun, no? Business tax. Okay.
Yun lang po.
Ano yung question niya? Bigla siya na
Na-confuse daw siya.
sa Bisaya ang confused is nalibog,
Nalibog si Jack.
Naglibog na siya, sige.
Nalibog kasi sales man po gihapon ng tawag. Sales po dito sa kanang
Correct.
output and VAT. Sales po dito sa kita.
Okay.
Siguro nalibog si Jack.
Oo.
Ano na lang, self-explanatory man na siya.
Sige. Okay. Sige, ulitin mo nga yung tanong ni Ma'am.
Nakakagawa po ako ng FS pero
Okay.
bigla po ako na-confuse sa recording ng summary of sales and purchases or inventory.
Okay.
May reporting ito ng quarterly through sworn declaration and received by BIR officer. Tama daw po ba?
Sa VAT po yun na requirement, no? But for income tax purposes, hindi po siya ni-require. Tama po yun.
Walang sworn declaration.
Sa VAT po yan.
At saka yung walang sworn declaration, relief, submission.
Oh, yung VAT relief.
But relief, walang sworn declaration.
Wala yun.
Tapos next ma'am galing kay lang po.
Wala yung mga sworn.
Galing kay LV Galanigo.
Okay.
All contracts were signed by the contractors and their clients, but not notarized. What is the consequences on
Pwede
this?
mo ma-enforce yun. Paano yun? Parang kulang siya sa dapat ipanotaryo nyo. Ang 100 lang magpanotaryo, no?
Ay, mahal na ngayon, ma'am.
Ha?
Ang notaryo, 600.
Tumaas na?
Oo, tumaas na. Mahal.
Depende siguro sa affidavit mo kasi kung yung affidavit mo may laman pero kung mga loss lang, di ba, nawala lang yung
200. Depende sa lugar. Dito sa Quezon City, mura.
Huh?
Iba mahal.
Talaga noon pa yan kasi lalo na kung walang abogado, dito marami. No? Kasi dito kahit hindi abogado,
Marami kasi kakompetensya
Na-
Oo, dito sa, ako nga, kung nagpapanotaryo, pupunta lang ako ng City Hall eh.
marami. So, yung kontrata po, dapat may talaga yan, to make it enforceable. So, dapat may yan, may notarize.
Let's say yung at ito nga, yung sa contract lang sa construction,
Ay, lalo na contract ng construction is million yan.
o yung mga millions, opo, ito rin mga mura lang ba? Yung mga millions dapat talaga, pero yung mga, let's say, mga mura lang naman.
500,000 dapat na yan.
Notarize pa dito.
Notarize yan. Okay.
Okay, next po ma'am, galing po ulit kay Ma'am Marilyn Ceredon.
Okay.
Paano yung sa travel and transpo na wala po talagang resibo, katulad sa jeep, tricycle?
Pwede na yun. Pwede
paano
na
po
yun.
yung naging expenses po dyan pag walang resibo?
I-record nyo lang po na expenses, pero hindi naman yan hinahanapan ng resibo. Basta ang amount is very minimal. Wag lang yung excessive kasi magko-question na kayo dyan. Kasi wala naman talagang resibo ang mga jeepney. No? Allowed naman sila dyan.
So ma'am, galing po kay Ma'am Josie Tindo,
Okay.
Bambao. Ma'am Elsa, what will be the treatment in computing VAT that purchases is higher than sales?
Purchases is higher than sales. So, kung ang purchases mo higher than sales, asan ang bagsak niyan? Nasa inventory mo. No? So, ano ang treatment mo? Di ba yung inventory mo? Diyan ka maku-question, especially kung ang inventory mo is perishable. No? Bakit sobrang dami ng inventory mo, napiperish yan? Di may nangyari ng ganyan eh. No? Ano yung kanyang tinda, mga tosino, longganisa. No? So, why is it na napakadami ng purchases niya, yung sales niya liit lang, no? Actually, hindi yun. Hindi pa yun worst. Bakit? Yung inventory niya na year-end is the same lang sa kanyang sales. At napakalaki niya na tosino. Longganisa, no? So, doon talaga siya, ano yung tawag doon? Fraudulent na transactions. Kaya, ingat kayo dyan, especially kung yung inyong inventory is perishable. So, siguro pwede yan, yung mga hindi nag-i-expire na mga merchandise. Sa gamot, ganun din. Ingat din kayo sa inventory ng mga gamot kasi nag-i-expired. Ano pa? Yung mga consumable na goods, nag-i-expire yan. Yung mga beverages, no, nag-i-expire yan. So, ingat kayo dyan. Okay.
Next ma'am, galing kay Renzo.
Okay.
Bagong vendor po ako sa palengke.
Okay.
Magkugulay po ako. May ATP na po ako ng resibo last year,
Oh,
2020. Pero di ko po na-claim sa printing press.
okay.
May penalty po kaya ako? Kung meron po, magkano?
Depende. Pero kung yung gulay, kasi ang gulay hindi naman talaga yung nagresibo, gusto mo magresibo, di bahala ka, tapos na penalty ka pa.
Galing yan. Nag-itipis ko.
Nag-itipi ka pa, tapos hindi mo rin kinuha. Ikaw talaga ang
Wala
isip
kang
ka.
books yan, ma'am. Tanungin nyo. Baka mamaya wala din yan siyang books.
Kaya nga.
Nag-itipis pa.
Pero yung books mandatory yun pag nagbenta ka ng ano.
Malamang, kasi kung hindi nga niya kinuha yung ATP, pati yung books wala.
Oh, baka kasama books, hindi mo rin nakuha.
Kawawa.
So, mag-books ka, patatakan mo yung books mo.
Mm.
Yung tanong mo kung magkano yung penalty, depende. Kasi kung non-VAT, yung iba, consideration, siguro penaltyhin ka ng 1,000 no, sa mga RDOs. Pero sa iba, kasi sa akin, 25,000 dahil VAT ako no? So, depende yun sa RDO. Makiusap ka lang na sabi mo, hindi naman talaga ako required na magresibo, pero gusto ko magresibo kasi sa palengke, may iba naman talaga na nanghihingi ng resibo, no? Sa customer. And then, if you want to please your customer, mag-issue ka ng resibo, kaya may resibo ka.
Pero bait niya.
Mhm.
Sabi po ni Ma'am Josie Tindo, hardware daw po siya. Hardware po. Yung
Anong,
regarding dun sa tanong niya kanina.
sige,
ma'am,
basahin mo ulit
Yung
yung...
what will be the treatment in computing VAT?
Pwede. Kasi na marami yung purchases niya. Siyempre, kasi sa hardware, pero hindi rin kasi yung semento, tumitigas yan pag matagal na. Yung ibang item sa hardware, okay lang yon. Pero yung semento, wag masyado. Kaya kung, halimbawa, marami kang purchases, depende yun sa item. So, allow naman yan. Marami kang pera, nag-invest ka sa purchases kasi you anticipate na pag nag-increase yung materials, no, nag-increase yung price ng materials, magalaw yung presyo. In anticipation na pag tumaas, kita ka, no? So, pwede yun. Pwede yun. Hindi ka ma-question doon. Ang na-question lang talaga doon yung tosino, no? Kasi, imagine, ang purchases, ang inventory niya is same ng sales niya during the year. And then, perishable pa yung product. So, pero sa hardware, okay lang yun. No? Wag lang semento kasi tumitigas yung semento. Okay.
Galing kay Mary Vic Lucernas.
Okay.
Ma'am, sa delivery charges, ang issued sa amin na OR is for delivery fee lang.
Oo.
For driver salary, they issued acknowledgement receipt. Tama po ba? Or the whole amount should be official receipt?
Anong negosyo niya?
Wala po nilagay. Pero sabi lang ma'am, para daw sa mga delivery charges.
Delivery charges, dapat official receipt.
Opo, ang issued sa amin na OR is for delivery fee lang daw po.
Oh.
Pero yung for driver salary, they issued acknowledgement receipt. Tama daw po ba? O dapat daw po whole amount should be official
Dapat
receipt?
full amount. No, dapat full amount. Kasi anong magiging consequence niyan? Ikaw yung nagbayad noon. Hindi yung acknowledgement receipt, hindi nyo pwede i-claim na expense. No? Dapat pareho siyang official receipt. Dapat nakalagay siya sa official receipt. No? Bahala na yung nag-issue na official receipt, mag-break na lang siya dun sa books of accounts niya. No? Para, siya, yung justified. Saka bakit mo ihiwala yung sweldo ng driver? Di ba? Kasama yun sa expenses eh. Halimbawa, ako, nagpa-deliver ako. Hindi naman ibig sabihin na yung sweldo doon ng driver, hindi ko pa babayaran. Bayaran ko naman lahat yun. So, dapat entitled ako ng official receipts. Hindi yung dalawang resibo. Alam nyo, that's one scheme na na-discover ko sa transfer pricing in the case of Coca-Cola. Yung tinatawag nila na invoice splitting. No? Ang tawag dyan, invoice splitting. In-split mo yung invoice. Yung isang transaction lang, dalawang resibo mong binigay mo. That is violation. No? Okay.
Tapos ma'am, sabi po ni Ma'am Marilyn Ceredon, so yung daw po bang non-VAT, hindi daw po ba kailangan ng quarterly sworn declaration?
Hindi na. Ano ba ang quarterly sworn declaration dyan? Yung sa paye, yung alpha list of payes? No?
Para sa non-VAT daw.
Sa non-VAT, wala na po. Wala nang sworn declaration. Kasi yung form na 2551Q o sa quarterly, wala naman sworn declaration yun. Kasi yung mismong pirmahan mo yung return, that is already enough. No?
Next ma'am, galing kay Lelet Costimiano.
Okay.
Paano daw po yung nagpaparenta ng bahay? Paano po kapag nagpa-file ng tax?
Oo, dapat income from ano niyan, as lessor, no? Dapat lessor siya. Nagpaparenta sila ng bahay. So, paano yun? Dapat register din sila sa BAR, may libro, may resibo, at then nagbabayad din sila ng business tax, no? May mayor's permit, and then yung percentage tax or value-added tax. Because yung nagpaparenta ng bahay, considered dyan na services, no? Kaya OR ang ini-issue dyan, official receipts. So, dapat mag-file din sila ng income tax. Ano yung gagawin nila pag nag-file ng income tax? I-declare mo yung total income mo during the year, and then i-deduct mo yung mga expenses kung ano man meron ka during the year din. So, ano yung mga example ng expenses mo? Repairs and maintenance, light and water, administrative expenses mo, yung sa naniningil mo, yung mga office supplies, light and water. No? So, yun yung mga expenses na pwede mong i-claim. And then, magkano yung sobra, net taxable income, multiply mo na ngayon sa tax rate. No? Okay.
Ma'am, galing kay Brielle.
Okay.
Ma'am, valid po ba na expenses yung ginamitan po ng cash voucher?
Hindi. Dapat cash vouchers lang, hindi ka tumigil. Cash vouchers, mayroon pa yung sales invoice or official receipts. Kasi yung iba tumitigil na eh. Akala pa yung cash vouchers, enough na. Hindi po yung enough ang cash vouchers. Dapat may match pa yan siya na sales invoice or official receipt. Okay.
Galing po kay LV Galanido.
Okay.
This is with regard to RDO.
LB Galanido, di ba yan yung sa Bohol?
Siya ba yun? Parang,
Oo, Galanido yun eh.
Galing sa buhol.
Oo.
sabi niya, ma'am, this is with regard to RDO.
Okay.
Hindi po nakapag-change ng RDO yung client ko. Pwede na ba siya mag-file ng business niya located doon sa new RDO niya?
Ay, magpa-change muna siya ng RDO at saka lumipat muna. Why? Kasi ito yung magiging consequence niya. Pag hindi siya nakapag-update ng RDO, wala siyang resibo, wala siyang certificate of registration, wala siya lahat, buko siya. So, mape-penalty siya ngayon kung hindi pa siya update ng kanyang registration from the old RDO to the new RDO. No? So, anong mangyayari? Mag-start na lang siya na walang update na registration. Kasi pag nag-update siya ng registration, pangalawa pala na purpose na mag-update ka ng registration dun sa bago mong address. Why? Because pag nagpagawa ka ng resibo, it should be in the new address kung saan ka dapat din mag-register ng new RDO. No? Kasi kung hindi, yung resibo mo pang lumang gamitin mo, doon pa yun sa old na RDO, which is hindi na yun applicable kasi lumipat na nga siya. No? So, importante po talaga nag-update ng RDO. Kaya tingnan nyo ngayon, pag nakikita ninyo yung you fill up the BIR form na 1701, anong nakalagay doon? Kung hindi ito yung RDO mo na registered ka, go to RDO where you are registered and fill up form 1905 at ipatransfer mo yung registration mo. No, nakalagay na ngayon sa BR form 1901.
Galing po kay Lelet Costimiano.
Okay.
Valid din po ba yung resibo na nabili lang po sa online para sa rental ng bahay?
Ay, hindi po yan. Kasi yung nabili na online, hindi yan binibenta po ang resibo ha. Hindi yan nabibenta. Ang resibo pinapagawa yan at ang gumagawa niyan accredited printer, no? Hindi rin basta-basta gagawa lang yung printer. Dapat accredited printer. Kasi ang accredited printer, they are trained by the BIR kung ano lang yung format ng resibo and then may report yan sila sa BIR kung sino-sino at ano yung mga na-imprenta nila na resibo, no? Kaya ano yan? Requirement yan, no?
Galing po kay Ma'am Kiara Ferda.
Okay.
What is the effect in the financial statement of a company that does not recognize deferred tax asset or deferred tax liability?
Misrepresented yung financial statements mo, especially kung malaki na yung deferred tax assets mo at saka deferred tax liabilities. Why? Kasi hindi mo ni-recognize, so mali yung accounting mo, no? So, tingnan mo yung ating accounting for income taxes, no? Same lang din yan sa accounting for other taxes, just like value-added tax, no? Kasi yung value-added tax, di pwedeng walang mga deferred tax assets yan. Or minsan, deferred tax liabilities. Meron talaga yan.
Sabi naman po, mandatory po ba na i-record sa books ng company?
Yes po. Kasi may ganyan talaga na transaction. So, mandatory that you have to record it in your books of accounts. No?
Sabi ni Ma'am Fe Herrera, kung saan daw po nakabili ng NIRC book.
Sa NIRC book, pwede po kayong bumili sa anong tawag dito? Sa Rex Bookstores, sa Central Bookstores. Pero I will advise na yung ibang books kasi dyan, hindi siya updated. Mag-print kayo dun sa BIR website. No? Merong NIRC doon. I-print nyo and then ipa-ring-by nyo na lang. No? So, ang cost nyo dyan, papel lang, printing, at saka updated pa. No? Kasi in-update nila kung may mga changes, may mga amendments. No? Nandun po sa website ng BIR, may NIRC doon. O kung gusto nyo, basahin nyo na soft copy. Ako kasi,
Sa cellphone.
o pwede din sa cellphone, maliit, kung gusto nyo masira agad yung mata nyo. Kasi ako, siguro dahil sanay talaga ako sa hard copy, ang ginagawa ko, ayoko nang nagbabasa sa screen kasi pag ginalaw-galaw mo na ganyan, ang sakit sa mata, hilong-hilo ako. So, anong ginawa ko? Nung nag-aral ako ng law, full cases yan. Pinapa-imprint ako pa yan at saka pinapa-download, pinapa-print. So, pagpasok ko ng law school, ang bag ko maleta. No? Tingin ko doon sa mga classmate ko, pag nag-recite sila ng cases, doon lang nagpaganon-ganon lang sa cellphone nila, oh. Oh my God. Tapos wala silang mga bit-bit na kagaya ko na ang dami-dami kong bit-bit, no? Para akong mag-a-abroad pagpasok sa school. Bakit? Kung halimbawa, 3 makakapal yan na mga cases, ang bigat-bigat, dala-dala ko yan, no? So, hindi siguro lang din ako sanay. Kasi nahihilo ako kahit na yung mga sa computer desktop na screen, nakakahilo pag tinignan mo kasi galaw, no? Akyat baba ka, tapos hahanapin ang mata mo. Sakit sa mata, no? Pero kung gusto mo, talagang books din sa Rex Bookstores or sa Central Bookstore, no? Pwede naman order online, no?
Sinerge ko nga ngayon sa Shopee,
Meron na. So, pwede rin. At saka, kung gusto mo rin na updated, i-print mo yung NIRC, may soft copy po sa BIR website.
Yes, ma'am, galing po kay Ma'am Lilian Yao.
Okay.
Apo. Ma'am, ask ko lang po kung anong gagawin sa unused sales inventory kapag mag-change ng address si taxpayer.
Unused na sales.
Inventory.
Sales, Sales invoice
Invoice
siguro.
pala, invoice, sorry.
Ikaw
Ay,
talaga.
hindi kasi. Sorry.
Oh, sales invoice. Ang gagawin mo yan, isurrender mo, no? Nag-change na siya. Anong nangyari sa kanya?
Mag-change daw ng address si taxpayer.
Okay.
Pero same RDO naman daw po.
Ang mangyayari dyan, isurrender mo yung resibo mo, yung sales invoice mo. Pag maraming pa yan, you make a request doon sa RDO na pwede mong gamitin pa yung resibo mo, tatakan lang ng bagong address, no? Karamihan pumapayag naman sila kasi sayang naman yung papel. So, you change your address and then yung inventory of unused receipts mo, i-request mo na pwedeng gamitin pa, no? And then tatak lang. Ang gagawin yan ng RDO, sabihan ka na gumawa ka ng panatak. And then tatakan mo and then pakita mo sa kanila. No? As compliant.
Ito ma'am, galing kay Renzo.
Okay.
Opo, kumuha po kasi ako ng ATP kasi na-require ako ng 5-star hotel.
Oh.
Di sila papayag na magbenta ako sa kanila kung wala pong ATP receipt.
Yes, kasi expense nila yan eh.
Opo. Pero nagpandemya, di na sila natuloy mag-order kasi walang events. Ito yung kanina.
Ay, tama. O talagang ano ka, kawawa talaga. Nasama ka talaga dun sa pandemic. Pero okay lang yun. That's temporary.
Alam mo
No?
sa ibang client.
Anyway, ang dami naman kung yung gulay ang negosyo mo during the pandemic, ang dami pa ring bumibili ha. Tsaka hindi lang yun. Mataas at saka ano yung gulay ngayon, sobrang mahal, no? Ang
Gusto ko nga magtinda ng gulay.
ang talong, Diyos ko, kaya gusto ko umuwi ng probinsya, magtatanim akong gulay. Kaso lang ang mga
Farm nyo, taniman nyo na.
kaya nga ang mga tuhod hindi na kaya, mabigat
Gusto ko
na.
magtinda na lang ng gulay, yun ang mabilis na yun.
Matagal ako nagbenta ng gulay nung nasa BIR na ako, nagtitinda ako ng gulay. 2 years, nagtitinda pa ako ng gulay.
Kasi ang in ngayon, no?
Oo.
Wala sa mga magandang negosyo.
Tumigil lang akong magtinda ng gulay sa BIR nung naging examiner ako at yung mga bumibili sa akin hindi na nagbabayad kasi may pera na daw ako. No? So hindi na ako binabayaran. Kaya sama ng loob ko, sabi ko, naghirapan ko to, bakit hindi ako babayaran? Kaya ang ginawa ko, and then hindi lang yun, pinatigil ako talaga magtinda. Kasi dala-dala ko sa opisina, ang sabi sa akin, I am degrading daw the BIR. Nagtitinda ako ng gulay. No? Pero para sa akin, hindi. Bakit degrading? Nagtitinda ka naman ng gulay. No? Okay, next. Next. So may penalty na yung hindi mo kinuha agad yung ATP mo. May penalty na yun. So you ask the RDO, no? Or it might be also na kinancel na nila yun, no? Kasi over na. Kumuha ka na lang ulit. Kaso lang pag kumuha ka ulit, magre-resibo ka, may penalty na nga, no? Kasi matagal na eh. Pero sabihin mo na lang na due to pandemic, may reason ka naman eh, reasonable naman. Okay.
Ito ma'am, galing kay Josie Tindo.
Okay.
Ma'am, I have a client presently engaged in vegetable dealer. Now they build an apartment for rent. So this is another line of business.
Wow. Yan yumaman sa gulay May apartment na. Another business kasi another line, no? So, pag pina-register mo yan, kasi magre-resibo siya, mag-issue siya ng official receipt yan sa rent. Then another line of business activity yan. Bibigyan na siya ng TIN as branch, no? Kahit same place lang yan. Bibigyan siya ng TIN na 001 as branch. And then, ang ipapagawa mo resibo dyan, official receipt. Kasi doon sa pagtitinda ng gulay, sales invoice yung gagamitin.
Another COR daw po kayo.
Hindi na, posible na idagdag lang nila doon sa COR mo or pwede rin na isyong kanila. Depende na po yan sa RDO. Pwede rin na another COR kasi another registration fee yun na 500. Oo, babayaran mo.
Tsaka iba na yung doon ma'am.
001. Tama. Tama. Kaya dalawang COR
Kasi
ka.
magkaibang business eh.
Yes.
Hindi siya related.
Yes.
Ito ma'am, galing kay Sandra Eborda.
Oo, mga ano din natin
Sa
sila,
live
ha?
streaming na.
Sa live streaming, yes.
Ma'am, question lang po regarding po sa annual inventory list na pinapasa sa BIR.
Mm.
For construction company, ano-ano pong mga items yung kasama sa mga inventory list?
Yung construction materials, ano yung mga construction materials mo? Halimbawa, contractor ka na kagaya ng isang client ko, ang ginagawa niya, nagtatiles siya, subcon siya ng nagtatiles sa SM noon. So, anong inventory mo? Siyempre, mga tiles. Or yung mga tools mo or mga gamit mo dun sa paggawa din ng tiles, no? Ano ba yung mga ginagamit pag tiles mo? Yung parang paste, ano ba yun? Yung pandikit doon sa tiles, no? So, kasama yun. No? So, related sa pag-construct mo, no? Kung ano-ano yung mga inventories mo. Semento, pwede rin, meron kang semento. No? Halimbawa is contractor ka, no? And then, pagdating na ng consummated na yung contract, approve na yung contract, di ba magda-down na ng 30% yung customer mo or yung client mo. Ibili mo na kaagad yun ng materialis, no? So halimbawa, December nangyari yan, yung binili mo na yan ng mga materialis, pasok mo yan sa inventory. Kasi unused pa naman sila.
Next ma'am, galing kay Jenny Ednilaw.
Si Jen. Shout out to you, Jen.
Ma'am, okay lang ba kung journal and ledger lang ang books na i-keep ng non-VAT taxpayer?
Hindi talaga siya okay. Hindi ako umuwi dyan. Kasi, tingnan mo, journal at saka ledger. Pag yung journal mo, di lahat ng sales nandun, lahat ng expenses mo nandun din, no? As far as possible, as much as possible, you maintain yung 4 na books para hindi tapos itorbe yung recording mo, no? Si journal, book of original entry, tapos yung ledger mo, posting lang yun. So, mas maganda pa rin, may cash receipt, cash disbursement ka para hiwalay, maayos yung records. Pero yung ibang BIR, nagbibigay sila talaga 2 lang. I don't know yung
Mali
reason.
yun, ma'am. Pero nung araw pa
Yes.
daw yun, ma'am.
Yes, pero talagang hindi dapat eh.
Oo, ang sabi nila ngayon, 4 na daw simula itong 2012.
Buti naman.
Oo,
No?
kasi penalize, so penalty ka pag 2 lang.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
Si
Dapat.
nung araw pa daw yun, pero yung itong 2012-13 ba yun, 4 na talaga pag non-VAT, 6 pag VAT.
Yes. Okay.
Next ma'am, galing kay JP Camerin. Paano
Okay.
na po yung presentation ng FS ng GPP?
A General Professional Partnership, total income, kasi di ba ang ini-issue ng GPP is official receipt din, no? And then, anuhin mo yung expenses nila, the operating expenses, may rental sila, salaries and wages, office supplies, ganon. And then, yung income no, di ba distributed yun sa, yung net income to be distributed to the partners, no? Kaya at the end of the year, or at the beginning of the year, wala naman din talaga silang income na kasi distributed lahat yun. No? So, wala sila yung accumulated na earnings or accumulated return earnings. Wala sila gano'n. Kasi distributed as partner share. No? At then yung kanilang equity, di ba? The partners capital. No? Partners capital. Okay.
Ito ma'am, galing kay Mariel. Question po, paano po maklaim na expenses yung wala pong receipt?
Oy, bawal po talaga, no? Yung walang resibo, kasi disallowed lang yan. Kung bakit dinidisallow at hindi tinatanggap ng BIR yung ganyan? Because the BIR encourage issuance of receipt, no? So kung tatanggapin nila na wala lang resibo tapos i-record mo, hindi wala nang mag-i-issue na resibo. So bawal po talaga at pini-penalty yung walang resibo, no? So hindi mo ma-claim anong consequence kung kini-claim mo yung purchases na walang resibo, i-disallow siya. So what happened to your income? Lalaki yung income mo. So ibig sabihin, doon sa purchases na binili mo na walang resibo, i-shoulder mo ngayon yung taxes that pertains doon kasi i-disallow siya. Pero yung sales mo or yung income mo dun sa purchases mo na yun, i-allow ng BIR. So, bayaran mo ngayon yung tax na mas malaki. Okay.
Ito ma'am, galing po kay Miss Cupcake.
Okay.
Ang unused OR and invoices po ba included sa inventory book after year end?
Unused?
Unused OR and invoices included daw po ba sa inventory book
Hindi
after
po.
year end?
Hindi po siya included, no? Yung mga resibo natin hindi. Ang record lang natin diyan na 'di ba nag-expire siya. So see to it lang na within that period, doon lang natin nagagamit yung ating mga resibo pero hindi siya kasama doon sa inventory.
Apo, galing po kay Alvin Aguliana.
Okay.
Ano po dapat gawin kapag may advances from stockholders
Mm.
na hindi nababayaran, lalo na malaki yung amount? Ano po yung tax implication nito?
Advances from, ibig sabihin, ang nagbigay yung stockholders, no? And then, hindi siya nababayaran. Posible na mangyari. So, creditor mo ngayon yung stockholders. So, posible talaga na hindi siya mabayaran, lalo na pandemic, no? So, advances actually, dinidiscourage yung mga advances. Pero kung nandyan na, tingnan nyo ngayon sa SEC, no? Di na siya masyadong inaalaw yung advances kasi indirectly para siyang capital, no? Infusion ng capital. Kaya ang ginagawa diyan, kino-convert yung advances, no? Ang iba halimbawa hindi nababayaran, i-convert mo yung advances into equity, no? Kaya instead of liability, nagiging equity na siya. So, itong utang niya, halimbawa 1 million advances ng stockholders, issuean mo siya ngayon ng shares of stock. So, wala kang utang sa kanya. No? Yun ang ginagawa ng iba. So, from the liability na advances from stockholders, pupunta siya ngayon sa equity in the form of shares of stocks. No? So, issuean mo ng shares of stocks yung stockholder. Depende na yan sa move ng board of directors.
Ito ma'am, galing kay Arvin Pingol.
Okay.
Mas madami po ba yung disclosures sa full PFRS compared
Yes,
sa
sobra.
PFRS for SME?
Sobrang dami. Ang full PFRS, biro mo, ilang account yan sa full PFRS. Samantalang sa SME, konti lang. No? Mas marami talaga ang full PFRS. Kaya pagdating na sa bayaran ng professional fee, mas mahal yung for full PFRS kasi maraming trabaho. No? Okay.
Galing po kay Ma'am Bernadette Lonon.
Okay.
Ma'am, sa retirement benefits, paano po i-compute ang amount to receive number of years? 35 employee ng private.
Ito ang sasabihin ko sa iyo. Ang mga companies nag-hire yan ng actuarian. Ano yung actuarian? Sila yung magko-compute kung magkano yung defined benefit plan ng bawat employee. Kasi may computation yan, may formula yan. Yung age, niya, halimbawa kung ilang years siya na nag-umpisa, tapos i-anticipate mo yung year of retirement, tapos ito yung contribution ng employee, ito yung contribution ng employer. No? So, ang gumagawa niyan po, actuarian ang tawag sa kanya. No? So, 35 employees. Kasi, wala namang schedule kino-compute yan, may formula ang mga actuarian dyan. Okay.
Ito ma'am, follow-up question daw po ni Ma'am Sandra Eborda.
Okay.
Itemized item and quantity po ba ang ilalagay po sa form?
Sa inventory,
Apo.
meron tayong video dyan on the inventory, no? And then meron pa yung sworn declaration. So, tingnan nyo sa YouTube channel natin, meron dyang inventory, no? Kasi meron yung inventory sa construction, may inventory sa manufacturing, and then may sworn statement pa, may location kung nasaan. So, nakalagay diyan kung ano yung mga ilalagay mo doon at cost, no? Yung unit, quantity, and then the amount, no? And then yung amount mo at cost, nakalagay diyan. Okay.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Bliss Full Time.
Okay.
Kumuha po ako ng tax clearance sa RDO kasi need for bidding. Doon po sa routing sheet na pinipirma ng mga signatories, under sa inventory, kung nag-submit ba, sinulat ng signatory na not required. Construction daw po yung business.
Hala, di swerte mo, hindi ni-require. Hindi ni-require kasi construction may inventory yan, ha. Hindi swerte mo. Swerte mo, hindi kayo nanapan, no? Ganun lang ang buhay. Sometimes may swerte, sometimes may malas, ano? So,
May swerte, wala nang malas, ma'am.
Hindi rin yun nanapan.
kaya nga. Swerte mo. Pero kung yung iba talagang maghanap
Depende
yan,
kasi
eh.
sa examiner, meron namang examiner.
Oo. Lalo na kung wala silang idea about construction, pero yung may idea about construction,
Oo.
di yan papayag. No? Okay.
Ito ma'am, galing po kay Ma'am Jenny Ednilaw.
Hey, yes, si Ma'am Jane.
Ma'am, kailan ba dapat mag-withhold ang customer? Example, na-receive nila yung letter in the middle of the year. Pwede ba sila mag-withhold sa previous purchases nila sa amin prior to that letter notice?
Oh, letter notice na pala eh.
Letter notice pertain to expanded withholding.
Akala ko reminder lang na notice to withhold. No? Pag letter notice na, ang ibig sabihin dyan, previous na yan. No? Hindi na sila pwedeng mag-withhold, especially kung tapos na yung deadline para sa filing noon. No? Hindi na sila pwedeng mag-withhold. Bakit? Kasi penalty na nila yan eh, dahil for non-withholding. So, hindi na nila pwedeng habulin yun. Okay. Kasi ang withholding, yung time of withholding will accrue at the time that you receive the payment, no? Or the obligation to remit is nag-accrue na. So, you have to withhold. Eh yun, matagal na transaction. Bakit ngayon pa lang mag-withhold? No? Dahil ipipenalize na sila ng BIR. It's too late. It's too late. Kasi halimbawa, ang withhold niya is income tax. Ina-file mo na halimbawa yung income tax return mo, nagbayad ka na doon. Nag-declare ka na, nag-claim ka na ng mga expenses mo. So, hindi na. It's too late.
Ito ma'am, galing kay Miss Cupcake po ulit.
Okay.
Sa anong situation daw po ba hindi na kailangan ng actuarian? Yung accountant na lang ng company yung magko-compute.
Okay naman kung halimbawa, kaya naman ang actuarian. Sa PFRS for SME, hindi na ni-require yung actuarian. Pero sa full PFRS, kasi nga, marami yun, expected mo na marami, nire-require sila ng actuarian. So, pwede na pagka SME kayo.
Okay na, wala nang tanong.
Ay, salamat. Makauwi na. Ano ba exist pala? Ano yung actuarian? Yun yung mayroong parang require na.
Yung iba, license din sila niyan eh. Para mathematician. Actuarian. May mga practitioner din tayong actuarian. Pero kakaunti lang yan sila.
Anong ginagawa nila?
Sila yung nagko-compute ng mga benefits, mga trust fund para sa pension ng mga empleyado.
Actuarian pa ng tao.
Anong course na lang parang accountant?
Parang mathematician.
Mathematician.
Pero kaya din naman yan na accountant. Kaya aralin lang, no? At saka hindi siya required pagka SME. Pag full PFRS, kagaya ng revaluation ng plant property and equipment. Pag full PFRS ka, every 2 years, kailangan mag-hire ka ng independent appraiser. Pagka ikaw naman ay SME, hindi naman yun nire-require, no? So, sino lang yung mag-revalue ng, ng asset mo. So, mostly, hindi na nagkakaroon ng revaluation yung asset ng SME, no?
Kasi maliit lang din ako.
Oo. Okay. So, thank you very much. Let's call it a day or the 2 days, no? So, yung inyong certificate of
Sinabi ko na sa kanila next
attendance next week na gagawin na ni Hari, no? So, thank you very much. At sana nakapag-enlighten po tayo and then naka-help tayo, especially sa coming na filing po ng ating income tax return. So, good luck to everyone, no, na mga tax preparer, at sana may guide na kayo so that hindi naman masyadong ano yung ating pag-prepare ng income tax return, especially yung ating financial statements, especially po yung ating notes at saka disclosures, no? Sana medyo maayos na at hindi kulang, no? Kasi usually yun yung nagiging problema. And sana compliant po tayo sa ECC requirements, especially if we are corporations. No? So for further or to expound pa on your knowledge, basahin ninyo yung mga SRC rules and regulations po ng SEC. No, nandyan lang yan sa website nila. And pwede nyo i-download, pwede nyo basahin online, or pwede nyo ring i-print para hindi nyo makakalimutan. No, so, thank you very much and happy weekend po sa lahat.